the exchange rate section. Furthermore, globalization can foster a culture of conspicuous consumption or consumerism, steering India from an investment-driven economy to one that prioritizes consumer spending. This shift can contribute to lopsided development, where the production of goods aligns more with consumer demand, often at the expense of other essential products. Such consumerism can also lead to reduced savings rates within the economy, jeopardizing long-term economic stability and favorable investments. The most significant challenge posed by globalization centers around enhancing the competitiveness of the domestic sector. Indian industries must develop the capacity to withstand intense global competition while also making significant inroads into international markets. This endeavor requires not only robust trade policies but also comprehensive support for innovation and skill development within local industries. Another critical aspect to consider is the often unrealistic expectations placed upon globalization. Many believe that globalization should provide solutions for deep-rooted issues such as poverty alleviation, unemployment, and the rectification of regional imbalances. However, it is crucial to understand that globalization's primary objective is to promote integration with the global economy, fostering global competitiveness. This necessitates a shift in perspective from the government, which must work diligently to reshape misconceptions surrounding globalization. The economic reforms initiated in 1991, encompassing liberalization, privatization, and globalization, were designed to facilitate both domestic and global competitiveness. These reforms aim to expand India's share in global trade, create an efficient and competitive domestic manufacturing base, and catalyze higher growth, particularly through the manufacturing sector and exports. While increased growth holds the potential to foster overall national development over time, the government must remain vigilant in ensuring that the broader issues of poverty, unemployment, and regional inequality are actively addressed. Recognizing that these issues fall within its domain is fundamental for policy success. Criticism surrounding the economic reforms often stems from a perception that they have failed to adequately address social issues or deliver tangible benefits in terms of poverty reduction and employment generation. This highlights a critical challenge for the government: the need to delineate clearly the outputs expected from economic reforms versus those that are intrinsically tied to government responsibilities. By doing so, the government can better align its economic strategies with the social welfare needs of its citizens, ensuring that the fruits of globalization are shared equitably across all segments of society. Effects on Indian society so far. Indian society is among the oldest in the world, characterized by its varied and complex heritage. With a rich tapestry of cultural diversity, it embodies the principle of unity in diversity. Despite successfully withstanding centuries of colonial rule, Indian society has been profoundly influenced by it, manifesting in a societal fabric woven around considerations of race, religion, caste, community, language, and region. As a heterogeneous society, India continues to grapple with the challenges of being a low-income economy marked by substantial poverty, a legacy inherited since gaining independence. The arduous journey of rebuilding the economy has been a slow and gradual process, culminating in a series of economic reforms aimed at fostering growth, economic empowerment, and improving the standards of living for its citizens. However, it is important to note that poverty remains a significant issue. While higher economic growth has contributed to a reduction in poverty levels overall, rural India, home to a significant portion of the population, has largely remained unchanged. It continues to exhibit a traditional outlook and conservative beliefs that tend to resist swift transformations. The economic reforms undertaken and the impact they have had on the society have predominantly centered around urban India. While previous sections have covered the economic dimensions, this exploration intends to delve into how these changes have specifically influenced the lives of urban residents. The growing middle class. One of the most widely acknowledged impacts of globalization is the emergence of a growing middle class, particularly in nations like India and China, which are part of the BRICS group, alongside Brazil, Russia, and South Africa. This burgeoning middle class represents a vital market for the future, characterized by increased incomes, enhanced purchasing power, and a rising demand for diverse goods, ultimately contributing to distinct changes in lifestyle. This trend is not limited to metropolitan cities, it is also expanding to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, indicating a broader cultural shift. The growing middle class is carving out a niche for new products and services, thereby attracting foreign companies eager to establish a presence in the Indian market. The rise of a mall culture, which combines shopping with entertainment under one roof, is witnessing a significant proliferation across numerous cities, drawing in large crowds. Fast food has gained considerable acceptance among the middle class, transforming dining out, a once elite privilege, into a commonplace activity. Global goods and services. Globalization aims to broaden the choice set available to consumers by offering a wider and more diversified array of goods and services at increasingly affordable prices. In contemporary India, goods and services circulate seamlessly across the country, transcending national boundaries and emerging as brands that cater to various consumer segments. Importantly, the democratization of access to products now means that every class of consumer can find something that meets their needs. Information symmetry. The globalization process has not only expanded consumer choices but also facilitated information symmetry, empowering individuals to make well-informed decisions regarding their needs. This contrasts sharply with the previous era characterized by information asymmetry, where purchasing decisions were often dictated by the seller's influence rather than by individual preferences. This transformation has bridged informational gaps, raising awareness levels among the populace and enhancing knowledge across different age demographics. Mobile telephony. One of globalization's most notable contributions has been the rapid growth of affordable mobile telephony, which has achieved a staggering penetration rate exceeding 80% within just 5 years. Rural areas, once isolated from communication channels due to challenging geography, are now connected, significantly improving connectivity and enriching the lifestyles of residents. Social networking. The rise of social networking platforms as an outcome of globalization has created new avenues for connecting with people, regardless of geographical constraints. These platforms facilitate faceless communication and allow for open expressions of views to be shared instantly across the globe. They enable individuals to reconnect with lost acquaintances, thereby fostering a more interconnected and open society, wherein social ties are not confined by caste, creed, or religion. Cross-border cultural engagement. The growing middle class, combined with cheaper air travel, has spurred cross-border tourism, with more Indians traveling abroad for holidays and vacations. This increased movement encourages exposure to different cultures and lifestyles. Concurrently, there is a rise in inbound tourism, as more foreign visitors come to India, further enhancing cultural exchanges and mutual respect among diverse communities. Emergence of a harmonized culture. Globalization has not only fostered cross-border cultural exchanges but has also led to an emerging harmonized culture that embraces cross-border acceptance. This cultural evolution is evident in changing preferences for unisex clothing, the celebration of occasions such as Father's Day, Mother's Day, and Valentine's Day. This harmonized culture transcends traditional divides, promoting a sense of societal cohesion. Changing role of women. Women have historically played a central role in society, and today, an increasing number are pursuing careers and embracing independence, contesting the traditional expectations of running households or relegating marriage as an ultimate goal. The societal acceptance of women as equals to their male counterparts represents a significant shift in this narrative. Women are now occupying leadership positions, both in India and globally, and are making inroads into fields traditionally dominated by men, such as aviation and law enforcement. Furthermore, the institutionalized dowry system that once prevailed has witnessed a notable decline. However, it is essential to recognize that globalization does not come without its challenges. While it has expanded the middle class, it has also created disparities, leading to the emergence of both upper and lower segments within this class and increasing income inequality. Consumerism has surged, however, this cannot wholly be attributed to globalization, as average income levels have risen overall. The downside, however, is that society has become more materialistic, with fast-paced lifestyles leaving little room for meaningful relationships, ultimately resulting in health disorders and a sense of burnout. Despite the progress made, crimes against women have risen, with reported incidents of physical abuse and marital discord becoming more frequent. New family dynamics, such as live-in relationships, have emerged alongside increased liberalization in urban areas, driven primarily by younger generations. The extensive use of the internet and social networking sites, while fostering connection, has sometimes led to issues such as addiction and distraction, detracting from academic pursuits. Additionally, an increasing number of students are seeking higher education and employment opportunities abroad, leading to a phenomenon often referred to as brain drain from India. Does this mean that globalization has been detrimental to society? It is crucial to understand that globalization is not confined solely to India. It is a profound, all-encompassing wave that has shaped the global economy and cannot be solely viewed as a burden from either an economic or societal standpoint. Rather, it is an inevitability that signifies a step towards embracing global integration. As a process, it faces scrutiny, but such scrutiny should not overshadow its potential advantages. The social ills painted as the fallout of globalization have generally existed, they are now simply more visible and highlighted. Globalization encompasses economic improvement, and the benefits derived from it will invariably reside within society. While some individuals may benefit disproportionately compared to others, the systemic benefits of globalization are quantifiable and broadly experienced. The relationship between people, society, and the economy is undeniable in any development journey. The reforms enacted aim not only to elevate the economy but also to enhance the living standards of the populace. Globalization brings the best to the doorstep of consumers, creating opportunities for individuals to reap the advantages of global offerings. As the world order shifts, so must our mindsets and perceptions. It is about embracing and accepting change while exploring ways to engage a more comprehensive cross-section of society and overcoming existing barriers. Today, globalization should not be contentious but recognized as a natural, organic process driven across economies that serves as a necessity to meet their diverse needs. Going forward, India and globalization. Strategies for trading. In our previous discussions, we have explored the fundamental concepts and objectives of globalization. However, an essential question remains: how has India progressed in its journey through globalization? The catalyst for this advancement can be traced back to the economic reforms of 1991. These reforms signified a pivotal shift in India's approach to its economy by liberalizing the inflows of goods and services, alongside capital investments. This marked a gradual and calculated opening of the Indian economy while simultaneously emphasizing the importance of promoting exports that aligned with global demand, tastes, and preferences rather than just producing surplus for domestic markets. To delve deeper into the strategies for enhancing exports, we can draw upon two primary approaches discussed in economic literature: the export-led growth strategy and the growth-led export strategy. The export-led growth strategy emerged during the 1990s, inspired largely by the experiences of Southeast Asian economies such as Thailand, Malaysia, South Korea, and Indonesia during the late 1980s and early 1990s. During this period, these nations earned the moniker Asian Tigers due to their impressive economic growth trajectories. These Asian economies, within a relatively short time frame, succeeded in accelerating their growth rates and increasing per capita income, which contributed to comprehensive development. They achieved this through a commitment to liberal foreign investment practices and a robust focus on exports. This rapid growth phenomenon led to these economies being described as butterfly economies, emphasizing their smaller size and remarkable capability to expand income at a swift pace. However, the endurance of the export-led growth strategy was called into question during the financial crisis that struck these economies in the late 1990s, leading to what is known as the contagion effect. This crisis, characterized by a widespread loss of confidence in regional currencies, raised concerns regarding the sustainability of the openness and strategies implemented during the preceding decade. While it may be premature to conclusively determine whether the strategies or the principle of openness were inherently flawed, other nuanced factors, yet to be thoroughly examined, played a critical role in these developments. Adopting an export-led growth strategy necessitates a fundamental reorientation of the domestic sector toward export production, including liberal foreign investment and promotion of exports. Such a transformation can be more manageable for smaller, homogeneous economies that face less pressure from population growth, regional disparities, or structural rigidities. In contrast, larger economies like India contend with significant challenges, including a vast agrarian base, demographic diversity, considerable population pressure, widespread poverty, unemployment, and structural inflexibilities. Given these factors, an export-led growth strategy is neither appropriate nor feasible for India. Conversely, the growth-led export strategy presents a more relevant approach for economies like India. This strategy, which has also been adopted by developed nations in past decades, tends to be slower and more time-consuming. However, it is sustainable in the long run. It focuses on increasing growth through the expansion of the manufacturing sector, allowing these sectors to mature and become competitive, thus facilitating their entry and foothold in global markets, while simultaneously bolstering merchandise exports. This growth-led strategy encourages the natural evolution of export-oriented industries that are well integrated with the domestic economy. Notably, both India and China have adeptly blended elements of both the export-led growth and growth-led export strategies in their respective globalization agendas. By designating specific geographical regions within their economies solely for export purposes and enabling the rest to pursue growth-led exports, they leverage both strategies to foster economic development. Ultimately, the discourse is shifting away from merely selecting an appropriate strategy toward recognizing that both openness and export promotion are essential components that will drive future economic growth. For economies to thrive in an increasingly interconnected global landscape, a commitment to fostering an environment that supports both openness and export-driven growth is imperative. Promoting India with Make in India. The Government of India, GOI, is implementing a strategic framework under the 6P Protocol to effectively brand the nation, enhancing its stature in the global economy. The components of this protocol are outlined as follows. 1. Program. In pursuit of an effective branding strategy akin to the initiatives of other developing nations, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Make in India initiative on September 25, 2014. This initiative is aimed at transforming India into a global manufacturing hub by motivating both multinational corporations and domestic enterprises to produce their goods within the country. Spearheaded by the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DIPP, Make in India seeks to escalate the manufacturing sector's contribution to the gross domestic product, GDP, from 16% to an ambitious 25% by the year 2025. This initiative encompasses a dynamic assortment of initiatives including the promotion of foreign direct investment, FDI, enhanced intellectual property rights, and the development of the manufacturing sector. The program targets 25 diverse sectors, spanning from automobiles to information technology, IT, and business process management, BPM, with comprehensive details available at www.makeinindia.com, http://www.makeinindia.com. Importantly, the initiative aims to facilitate job creation, spur innovation, enhance skill development, and safeguard intellectual property rights. The initiative is visually represented by a logo featuring a lion composed of gear wheels, symbolizing both the importance of manufacturing and the government's overarching vision for national growth. 2. Process. Make in India transcends mere rhetoric, it signifies a thorough transformation of outdated processes and policy frameworks. Its objective is to streamline and modernize the industrial landscape in India. Key pillars. The foundation of this initiative is built upon four crucial pillars. New processes. The government is initiating reforms aimed at enhancing the industrial environment by streamlining regulatory compliance and facilitating ease of doing business. New infrastructure. Investments in innovative industrial corridors and smart cities, equipped with state-of-the-art technology and high-speed communication networks, are being prioritized. New sectors. The initiative identifies and promotes 25 sectors for growth, including automobiles, aviation, biotechnology, chemicals, defense, electronics and IT. New mindset. The government is transforming from a regulatory body to a supportive business partner, which is a strategic shift to cultivate a more conducive business environment. Emphasizing the importance of quality manufacturing, the slogan "Zero Defect, Zero Effect" has emerged as a central theme in the initiative, promoting sustainable manufacturing practices that benefit both the economy and the environment. 3. Plan. A strategic framework was put in place to inspire, empower, and facilitate stakeholders. Inspire confidence. The initiative aims to build trust in India's capabilities among domestic businesses and international partners. Technical framework. Comprehensive technical information is made available regarding the identified 25 sectors. Engagement. Efforts are being made to reach a broad audience through social media, keeping them informed about opportunities and reforms. 4. Partnerships. The success of the Make in India initiative relies heavily on collaborative efforts among various stakeholders, including union ministers, state governments, industry leaders, and knowledge partners. This collective approach has yielded a detailed action plan with objectives for the next 3 years, aiming for a manufacturing sector contribution of 25% to GDP. 5. Progress. Significant strides have been made in opening up vital sectors such as railways, defense, insurance, and medical devices for higher levels of foreign direct investment, FDI. The Ministry of Commerce's collaboration with the World Bank aims at aligning India's business practices with international standards to enhance competitiveness. The establishment of an Investor Facilitation Cell, IFC, focuses on easing the investment process, from regulatory approvals to post-investment support. Since the launch of the initiative, India has witnessed FDI inflows worth $77 billion, including equity inflows of $56 billion till March 2016. Key global players, including Micromax, Huawei, and Foxconn, have announced new manufacturing facilities and substantial investments in India, demonstrating confidence in the initiative. 6. The road ahead. India's vision for the future includes reforming its infrastructure, fostering innovation through a thriving startup ecosystem, and advancing new sectors. With substantial consumer base, a young workforce, and an expanding economy, India is positioned to become a preferred destination for global investments. Conclusion. The Make in India initiative symbolizes a decisive move towards rejuvenating the manufacturing sector, promoting innovation, and establishing India as a formidable player on the global stage. With continued commitment from the government and active participation from the private sector, India's economic landscape is gearing up for a remarkable transformation, paving the way for sustainable growth and development. National Integrated Rail and Road Policy 2016. National Intellectual Property Rights, IPR, Policy, Overview and Achievements. On May 12, 2016, the Government of India launched the National Intellectual Property Rights, IPR, Policy, a comprehensive vision document designed to optimize the synergies among various forms of intellectual property, IP, related statutes, and regulatory agencies. This policy serves as a roadmap for implementing, monitoring, and reviewing IPR initiatives in the country. It aims to incorporate and adapt global best practices to fit the Indian context, fostering an ecosystem that promotes innovation and creativity while ensuring that intellectual property administration is stable, transparent, and service-oriented. The national IPR policy seeks to leverage the strengths of multiple stakeholders, including the government, research and development organizations, educational institutions, corporate entities, micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, startups, and other vital players in the innovation landscape. The fundamental goal is to cultivate an environment conducive to creativity and innovation across diverse sectors of the economy. Vision Statement. The vision encapsulated in the policy is as follows. An India where creativity and innovation are stimulated by intellectual property for the benefit of all, an India where intellectual property supports advancements in science, technology, arts, culture, traditional knowledge, and biodiversity resources, and an India where knowledge is the primary driver of development, transforming owned knowledge into shared knowledge. Mission Statement. The mission of the National IPR Policy is to 1. Foster a dynamic, vibrant, and balanced IPR system that promotes creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, thereby enhancing socio-economic and cultural development. 2. Focus on improving access to essential services such as healthcare, food security, and environmental protection, among other critical sectors of social, economic, and technological significance. Objectives of the policy. The National IPR Policy outlines 7 key objectives to achieve its vision and mission. 1. IPR awareness and promotion. Create public awareness about the economic, social, and cultural benefits of IPR among all societal segments, thereby stimulating the generation of IPRs. 2. Legal and legislative framework. Develop strong and effective IPR laws that harmoniously balance the interests of rights owners with broader public interests. 3. Administration and management. Modernize and enhance service-oriented IPR administration to improve efficiency and responsiveness. 4. Commercialization of IPR. Foster the commercialization of IPRs to ensure that intellectual property generates tangible economic value. 5. Enforcement and adjudication. Strengthen mechanisms for enforcing IPR and adjudicating infringements to protect creators' rights effectively. 6. Human capital development. Enhance and broaden the capacity of human resources, institutions, and frameworks for teaching, training, research, and skill building in the field of IPR. 7. Creative India, Innovative India. Endeavor to create a vibrant environment that champions creativity and innovation. Achievements of the National IPR Policy. Since its adoption, the National IPR Policy has successfully led to several notable achievements, including 1. Strengthening of institutional mechanism. The administration of the Copyright Act of 1957 and the Semiconductor Integrated Circuits Layout Design Act of 2000 has been consolidated under the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. This integration has facilitated a cohesive approach across various IP offices, enhancing operational synergy. Additionally, the Copyright Board has merged with the Intellectual Property Appellate Board, IPAB. 2. Reducing pendency and clearing backlog. Through various government initiatives, there has been a significant reduction in the backlog of IP applications. Notably, the number of patent applications pending for examination has decreased markedly, accompanied by the introduction of an automatic issuance system for electronically generated patent and trademark certificates. 3. Increase in filings. There has been a remarkable increase in intellectual property filings, with patent filings rising by approximately 7% and trademark filings increasing by around 28% in recent times. 4. IP process re-engineering. The patent rules of 2003 have been amended to streamline processing workflows, making them more user-friendly. 5. Creating IPR awareness. Extensive IPR awareness programs have reached over 200 academic institutions, including rural schools via satellite communication, as well as industry participants, police forces, customs officials, and members of the judiciary. 6. Inclusion in curriculum. Intellectual property rights content has been incorporated into the CERT curriculum, specifically within the commerce stream, to educate future generations about the importance of IPRs. 7. Technology and Innovation Support Centers, TISCs in cooperation with the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, 6 TISCs have been established across various states to provide vital support for users of the IP system. 8. Improvement in Global Innovation Index. India has witnessed an improvement in its ranking in the Global Innovation Index, GII, moving from 81st place in 2015 to 57th in 2018, as reported by WIPO. 9. IPR Enforcement Toolkit for Police. To assist law enforcement in combating IP-related crimes, a comprehensive IPR enforcement toolkit has been prepared, focusing particularly on trademark counterfeiting and copyright piracy. In conclusion, the National IPR Policy of 2016 represents a critical advancement in fostering an innovation-driven economy in India. Through various frameworks and initiatives, it aims to enhance the effectiveness of intellectual property rights in promoting creativity and economic development, ultimately benefiting society at large. Export-led growth strategy. Export approaches. As part of its export-led growth strategy, India has established several specialized initiatives aimed at promoting and enhancing exports from the country. These initiatives are designed to create a conducive environment for both domestic and foreign investors, thereby fostering economic growth and increasing global competitiveness. The key components of this strategy include: 1. Special Economic Zones, SEZs. These are designated areas that operate under more liberal economic regulations than the rest of the country. The primary goal of SEZs is to attract foreign direct investment, FDI, by providing better infrastructure, tax incentives, and a less rigid regulatory framework. By encouraging industries to set up manufacturing and service units in these zones, India aims to boost its export capabilities significantly. 2. Agriculture Export Zones, AEZs. Recognizing the potential of agricultural products in global markets, AEZs have been established to promote the production and export of specific agricultural commodities. These zones focus on improving the quality, packaging, and marketing of agricultural goods, which helps Indian farmers and agribusinesses reach international markets more effectively. 3. Electronic Software Technology Parks, ESTPs. To capitalize on the growing global demand for software services, India has set up ESTPs that provide a dedicated environment for IT and software companies. These parks offer various benefits, such as tax exemptions and fiscal incentives, which encourage technological innovation and export of software products and services. 4. Electronic Hardware Technology Parks, EHTPs. Similar to ESTPs, EHTPs cater to the electronics manufacturing sector. These parks focus on the production of electronic components and hardware, offering state-of-the-art facilities and incentives to attract companies in this rapidly growing industry, thereby enhancing India's position in the global electronics supply chain. 5. Export-oriented units, EOUs. EOUs are business entities that are set up specifically to export their products and services. They are granted special status and incentives for focusing exclusively on exporting, which helps increase India's overall export figures and contributes to the country's economic growth. The most prominent example of export-led growth strategies can be observed in China, which has successfully utilized this approach to propel its economy forward. India has followed suit, leveraging these various initiatives to stimulate export growth and, in turn, accelerate its overall economic development. By promoting SEZs and other export-focused frameworks, India not only aims to enhance its export performance but also seeks to create sustainable growth that can positively impact various sectors of its economy. This strategy plays a crucial role in harnessing the country's potential to become a significant player in the global marketplace, with the aspirations to elevate India's economic stature on the world stage. Special Economic Zones, SEZs. The export-led growth strategy, as previously discussed, is characterized by the establishment of dedicated geographies that exclusively cater to the exportable goods and services of a nation. Special Economic Zones, SEZs, represent these well-defined geographical areas, distinguished by clear boundaries, which exist within the larger framework of the domestic economy but are insulated from its conventional regulations and taxes. To illustrate this concept in simpler terms, one might liken an SEZ to a prison, separated from the outside world, or to a sovereign entity operating within a nation. Although these zones are physically situated in the country, they function as if they are foreign territories. This economic model creates an environment that is favorable for production and trade, encouraging businesses to thrive with minimal interruption from external economic influences. Alongside the notion of SEZs, two other relevant concepts arise: the domestic tariff area, DTA, which encompasses the rest of the economy, and the rest of the world, ROW. SEZs are equipped with world-class infrastructure designed specifically for manufacturing goods and providing services aimed at export. Remarkably, goods entering these zones, whether from the DTA or ROW, face no import duties or taxes. As such, import duty remains non-existent for materials brought into SEZs. Within these zones, both private and foreign companies can establish industries without governmental restrictions, save for a short negative list that specifies what cannot be produced. Additionally, businesses located within SEZs benefit from a tax holiday over the initial 5 years on their profits, after which they are subject to a reduced tax rate of 50% for subsequent 5 years. Labor laws in these zones are notably flexible, permitting contractual employment. A recent amendment to the SEZ Act has introduced the minimum alternate tax (MAT) on profits earned within these zones, a necessary adjustment to ensure a fair tax contribution. The primary rationale for creating SEZs is to facilitate production without encumbrances related to infrastructure, government regulation, or labor constraints, as well as to attract both private sector and foreign investments. Ideally, one would aim for uniform conditions across the entire economy, but with larger economies, this uniformity may be unattainable. Thus, the development of these pockets of ideal conditions becomes essential. The absence of conducive conditions in the broader economy often leads to delayed production cycles, escalated transaction costs, and overwhelming documentation requirements for exports, issues that SEZs effectively address. The success of SEZs in countries like China has significantly augmented their export volumes and attracted a considerable influx of foreign investments. When comparing the key features of SEZs in China and India, distinct differences manifest in their structures and operations. Key features of Special Economic Zones, SEZs, China versus India. S.No. Features China-India. 1. Nature manufacturing hubs, integrated townships with commercial, residential facilities same, but also includes processing and separate SEZs for the service sector. 2. Infrastructure government-provided private developers. 3. Location strategic coastal areas coastal and landlocked regions. For decision on location government private sector. 5. Size large, over 20,000 hectares smaller, min 500 hectares for multi-products. 6. Number 5, all operational, 423, formally approved. 7. Tax holiday selective blanket exemptions for SEZ developers and units. 8. Drivers government-driven, well-thought-out locations private sector-driven. 9. Government active and direct mostly passive, focusing only on approvals. 10. Ownership government private sector. The differences between the SEZs of China and India are notably significant. China invested considerable time and resources in the strategic selection of SEZ locations by evaluating multiple logistical factors. In contrast, Indian SEZs are predominantly influenced by the private sector without the same level of government oversight or strategic planning. Before the establishment of SEZs, India had a framework for export processing zones, EPZs, which functioned similarly but displayed limitations in performance. The first such zone was the Kandla Free Trade Zone, KFTZ, established in 1965, followed by several others. However, the EPZ experience was lackluster in enhancing overall export performance, primarily due to their restrictive focus on processing activities and logistical shortcomings. Thus, SEZs have emerged as a promising solution to the challenges faced by EPZs. Key differences between EPZs and SEZs. S.No. Features EPZs SEZs. 1 role supplementary role in increasing exports, primary and dominant role in exports and enhancing global trade participation. 2 nature exclusively export-oriented activities, integrated townships with diverse facilities. 3 area norms, not specified, minimum of 500 hectares for multi-products, and 100 hectares for single products. 4 infrastructure, government provided, developed by private entities. 5 range of activities, primarily processing and limited manufacturing and IT, with sector-specific activities. 6 value addition norms, yes, no. 7 foreign investment, not permitted. 8 sale to DTA up to a specified percentage of production against foreign exchange only. 9 domestic banks, no, yes, operate as offshore banking units, OBUs, with similar status as foreign operations. Evidently, SEZs are structured to provide a more comprehensive and beneficial environment for exports and investment than their EPZ predecessors. Current status of SEZs in India. In a strategic move, the Indian government has transitioned all existing EPZs into SEZs, facilitated by the SEZ Act of 2005. Presently, there are 423 SEZs formally approved within India. Despite encountering challenges such as the global economic slowdown and land acquisition issues that have hindered their establishment, the potential for investment in operational SEZs is substantial, projected at around Indian rupee 75,000,000 crores. This initiative is expected to create over 1 million direct jobs and an additional million in indirect employment opportunities. Furthermore, the anticipated growth in exports could potentially double India's current share of around 1% in global goods exports within the next decade. SEZs signify India's commitment to openness, innovation, and a bold economic initiative that could surpass even China's approach in terms of quantity and expected impact. Opposition to SEZs. The SEZ model has faced considerable criticism and controversy, some of which are founded on legitimate concerns, while others may stem from misconceptions or apprehensions. 1. Revenue loss. Critics argue that the substantial tax exemptions afforded to SEZs, estimated at over Indian rupee 1,000,000 crores, could harm government revenue. While this concern holds merit, it is crucial to view tax exemptions within the broader context of potential gains from exports, investment influx, and job creation. Moreover, tax exemptions are not permanent, as they typically last for only 5 years, and the MAT has recently been introduced to enhance tax revenues. 2. Land acquisition transparency. Concerns regarding the lack of transparency in land acquisition processes, along with the exploitation of displaced residents by real estate developers, highlight the need for improved regulation. Recent land reform legislation aims to strengthen transparency and protection for those affected by such acquisitions. 3. Impact on agriculture. There are fears that the acquisition of arable land for SEZ development could jeopardize food security. However, it should be noted that all SEZs combined will only 0.015% of India's total land area and a mere 0.1% of arable land, suggesting minimal impact on agricultural output. 4th, perception of real estate focus. Critics allege that private developers might prioritize real estate ventures over infrastructure projects within SEZs. In response, the government has instituted strict guidelines regarding area specifications and timelines for project completion. 5. Exports and tax relocation. Concerns exist that businesses may relocate from the DTA to SEZs merely to take advantage of tax exemptions. However, it's important to assert that only those units with a substantial export market should relocate, validating the goal of SEZs to stimulate export growth. 6. Regional imbalances. Detractors argue that SEZs could produce economic islands of prosperity, surrounded by oceans of gloom, exacerbating regional disparities. However, the development of SEZs through private funding is expected to stimulate growth in surrounding regions. 7. Crowding out effect. There are fears that large investments in SEZs could crowd out domestic investments in manufacturing. However, empirical evidence does not support this claim. 8. Resource diversion. Concerns arise that certain resources might be siphoned off from the DTA to SEZs, potentially stunting DTA investment. Nevertheless, SEZs constitute a small portion of the DTA, thus limiting their potential impact on local resources. 9. Comparison with China. Critics have pointed out that China, which pioneered SEZs, has only 5 zones, while India has plans for over 500. While valid at face value, comparing the spatial configurations is misleading. China's SEZs often cover vast areas, e.g., Shenzhen spans over 49,000 hectares, while India's zones are designed on a smaller scale, reflecting differing land use strategies. The Indian government has successfully garnered significant positive feedback and confidence from the private sector regarding the SEZ initiative, emphasizing the need to maintain momentum. Moving forward with SEZs. As the discussions surrounding SEZs evolve, many concerns have been addressed. Nevertheless, challenges remain in effectively overseeing the operational functions of SEZs, as much of the control has resided within the Ministry of Commerce thus far. An independent regulatory body may be necessary to oversee SEZ development and operations, akin to existing financial regulators like SEBI and IRDA. Such a body should prioritize facilitation over strict regulation to enable SEZs to thrive. Another key concern is the geographic concentration of approved SEZs in southern and western regions of India, particularly in IT and services, which may exacerbate regional inequities and imbalance. There exists an urgent need to enhance infrastructure surrounding SEZs, such as upgrading roadways to accommodate heightened traffic as well as improving port and airport facilities to facilitate smoother export processes. In conclusion, there is no turning back on the SEZ initiative. It's imperative to ensure the model becomes viable and productive. The SEZ model holds transformative potential for the Indian economy, but successfully addressing the highlighted issues will be pivotal to realizing that potential. India's approach to SEZs bears resemblance to China's model but is uniquely characterized by its vast number of zones, relatively smaller sizes, and a predominance of private sector drivers. The ultimate triumph of SEZs in India may well establish them as a reference point for other nations looking to adopt similar strategies for export-oriented growth and rapid economic transformation. The recent fluctuations in global markets have affected export dynamics and SEZ development, yet these impacts are expected to be temporary, and growth momentum should rebound as economies recover, similarly benefiting the prospects for SEZs in India. Agricultural Export Economic Zones, EEZ. The agricultural sector in India presents significant opportunities for the production of exportable goods. This potential not only enables farmers to receive better prices for their produce but also eliminates the cumbersome intermediary processes that often plague traditional trade routes. Furthermore, agriculture is seen as a pivotal area for modernization, facilitating technology diffusion, and encouraging intensive research and development. Despite India's status as the largest producer of a diverse array of agricultural products, as noted in previous discussions on agriculture, its share in both the total exports from the country and the global agricultural trade remains disproportionately low. To boost agricultural exports, it is essential for the government to provide dedicated support to farmers. Unlike exporters in the manufacturing sector, farmers often lack essential knowledge about the global export market for their goods, and thus require targeted assistance. The idea of creating agricultural export zones, AEZs, similar to Special Economic Zones, SEZs, was first introduced in the EXM policy of 2001 to 2002, which is now part of the broader foreign trade policy. These zones are intended to serve as key facilitators in enhancing the country's agricultural exports and as mechanisms to increase farmers' income levels. Given that agriculture is primarily a state subject in India, the onus of developing these AEZs falls on state governments. Each state is responsible for identifying specific products to be cultivated in clusters that are geographically contiguous. Currently, AEZs across India are product-specific and can be categorized into several clusters, including 1. Fruit export zones. 2. Flower export zones. 3. Dry fruit export zones. 4. Spice export zones. 5. Onion export zones. 6. Potato export zones. 7. Cereal export zones. While these zones have successfully identified various agricultural exportable products from India, their actual performance in terms of increased exports has been disappointing thus far. The lack of enthusiasm and vision from state governments in promoting these zones may be a significant factor contributing to this underperformance. In addition, it is crucial for farmers to be educated, informed, and motivated to engage in exports. As discussed in earlier sections on agriculture, reliance on traditional farming methods, a lack of modernization, insufficient technological advancements, and limited research and development pose considerable challenges in making AEZs truly effective in boosting agricultural exports. For AEZs to become a viable model for success, and perhaps a blueprint for other economies to emulate, it is essential for state governments to be aware of their pivotal role in this process. Encouragingly, if both the state authorities and farmers can collaborate effectively, the AEZs have the potential to not only increase agricultural exports from the country but also significantly enhance the economic well-being of the farming community. Technology parks and export-oriented units. In addition to the Special Economic Zones, SEZs, and Agricultural Export Zones, AEZs, the Indian government has established dedicated parks tailored to the specific needs of various sectors, with the primary aim of enhancing exports. These specialized parks include 1. Software Technology Parks of India, STPI. 2. Electronic Hardware Technology Parks, EHTP. 3. Biotechnology Parks, BTP. Apart from these designated parks, there are also export-oriented units, IOUs. All of these initiatives represent miniature versions of the SEZ's model, focusing on exports and providing similar facilities. Notably, the foreign trade policy does not differentiate these parks individually when it comes to promotion. Instead, it categorizes them collectively as STPI, EHTP, BTP, and EOU, while addressing SEZs under a separate legislative framework known as the SEZ Act. These technology parks, despite being a smaller component of India's overarching export-led growth strategy, play a crucial role in fostering exports, particularly in sectors like hardware, software, and the burgeoning field of biotechnology. Governed by the Ministry of Information Technology and the Ministry of Biotechnology, respectively, these parks can be established by the private sector or through foreign investments. Units located within these parks enjoy various benefits similar to those available to entities operating within SEZs. For instance, they are eligible for tax holidays that are reviewed annually as part of the foreign trade policy. However, these benefits come with a sunset clause, signifying a predetermined period after which tax exemptions could be withdrawn. In accordance with the foreign trade policy, there are provisions allowing a certain percentage of products produced in STPIs, EHTPs, and BTPs to be sold in the domestic tariff area, DTA, with specifications updated periodically. These entities are also permitted to engage in inter-unit sales and subcontracting. Moreover, they must adhere to the requirement of achieving positive net foreign exchange earnings, NFE, which means that their foreign currency earnings must exceed their expenditures on imports. The establishment of these dedicated technology parks aims to tap into the vast international market for the export of both hardware and software while leveraging India's significant advantages in the services sector. The remarkable growth in service exports can be largely attributed to the activities facilitated by these technology parks in recent years. Currently, India is home to 33 STPIs and 12 EHTPs, strategically dispersed across the country. Export-oriented units, EOUs. Export-oriented units, EOUs, were conceptualized as entities possessing substantial export potential but facing logistical challenges or other circumstances that prevented them from being situated within the confines of SEZ, EHTP, or STPI. As a result, EOUs were granted a status that allows them to enjoy the same benefits as any unit holder operating within an SEZ. Unlike the aforementioned parks, EOUs are not location-specific and can be established in any part of the country. The concept of EOUs was first introduced in 1981, with expectations that they would play a pivotal role in reorienting India's export landscape until SEZs were established. To qualify as an EOU, a unit is required to have a minimum investment in plant and machinery amounting to 2.1 Indian rupees crore, 21 million. Moreover, similar to the regulations governing STPIs, EHTPs, and BTPs, EOUs must meet specific preconditions, such as maintaining a positive NFE, which necessitates that their exports must exceed imports and generate foreign exchange earnings. The foreign trade policy is periodically updated with norms for EOUs, including benchmarks for minimum export performance and the NFE to exports ratio. Additionally, EOUs are permitted to sell predefined quantities in the DTA, as determined by the prevailing policy guidelines. In conclusion, the establishment of dedicated parks and the EOU framework represent vital components of India's strategy to enhance its export capabilities and strengthen its position in the global marketplace. Through these initiatives, the government aims to foster a conducive environment for innovation and growth across sectors, ultimately boosting India's economic landscape and contributing to its export-led growth ambitions. Evaluation of the SEZ Policy Review Committee. In response to the evolving economic landscape of India, the government established a committee led by esteemed industrialist Baba Kalyani, tasked with scrutinizing the Special Economic Zone (SEZ) policy. Following an exhaustive review, the committee presented its findings, outlining several critical recommendations aimed at optimizing the SEZ framework and fostering economic growth. 1. Fundamental restructuring of economic goals. The committee advocated for a strategic shift from an export-centric growth model towards a more inclusive framework focused on broad-based employment and robust economic growth. This approach, termed Employment and Economic Enclaves, 3ES, emphasizes creating job opportunities while revitalizing the economy. 2. Distinct regulatory frameworks. To facilitate growth in both sectors, the committee recommended formulating separate rules and procedures for manufacturing and service-based SEZs. This delineation aims to tailor regulations specifically to the unique needs and operational characteristics of each sector. 3. Demand-driven development. A pivotal shift from a supply-driven to a demand-driven approach for the development of 3ES was proposed. This strategy would leverage investment efficiencies by focusing on specific industries and the current levels of existing inventory in various regions, thereby maximizing resource utilization. 4. Ease of doing business, EODB, framework. The committee underscored the necessity of establishing an enabling framework for the ease of doing business, EODB, within the 3ES, harmonizing these efforts with state-level EODB initiatives. A recommendation was made for the creation of a unified online portal that would streamline new investments, operational requirements, and exit procedures, thus fostering a more conducive environment for business. 5. Enhancing competitiveness through infrastructure development. To bolster the competitive edge of SEZs, the committee emphasized the need for a comprehensive ecosystem that encourages high-speed multimodal connectivity, operational business services, and reliable utility infrastructure. Investments in critical infrastructure such as high-speed rail, express highways, passenger and cargo airports, shipping ports, and warehouses were identified as essential to linking SEZs efficiently. 6. Integrated industrial and urban development. Promoting integrated development is vital, with suggestions to establish walk-to-work zones. Effective coordination between state and central governments was highlighted to facilitate cohesive framework development and ensure beneficial linkages among various initiatives. 7. Operational expansions and relaxations. To enhance operational efficiency, the committee proposed procedural relaxations for developers and tenants. This would address several operational challenges and exit-related issues, streamlining day-to-day functions within the SEZs. 8. Financial incentives and tax benefits. the report urged an extension of the sunset clause and the retention of existing tax or duty benefits, as well as broader definitions for services that would allow diverse offerings to coexist within SEZs. 9. Unified Regulation for International Financial Services Centers, IFSC. A recommendation was made for a unified regulatory authority for IFSC to maximize operational efficiency and clarity. Moreover, this framework would help in channeling all inbound and outbound investments through a multi-services SEZ model. 10. Strengthening domestic institutions. To promote engagement with the IFSC SEZ, the report suggested providing incentives for domestic institutions that utilize services from these zones. 11. Enhanced support for export incentives. The committee proposed extending benefits under the Services Export Incentive Scheme, creating additional avenues for revenue generation and economic stimulation. 12. Sector-specific investments. Flexibility was recommended in allowing investments from alternative sectors into sector-specific SEZs/3ES, ensuring diverse industry engagement. 13. Long-term leasing options. Providing developers and tenants with the flexibility of long-term leasing arrangements was identified as crucial for sustaining investments and operational continuity. 14. Subcontracting provisions. The committee highlighted the necessity for facilitating subcontracting for customers outside of 3ES/SEZs, without imposing any restrictions or caps at any level, thereby expanding the operational capacity of businesses involved. 15. Supporting Make in India. Efforts to support domestic supplies linked to the Make in India initiative should be incorporated into the computation of net foreign exchange, NFE. 16. Exemption from export duties. It was recommended that no export duty should be levied on goods supplied to developers for the manufacture of goods designated for export, enhancing the financial viability of these transactions. 17. Access to finance through infrastructure status. Designating adequate infrastructure development to obtain financial access was deemed necessary for enabling long-term borrowing capabilities for businesses operating within 3ES. 18. Encouraging MSMEs. The report called for promoting participation from micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, in 3ES, encouraging a diverse manufacturing ecosystem and enabling service providers to establish a presence. 19. Dispute resolution mechanisms. The committee recommended establishing effective dispute resolution procedures through arbitration and commercial courts to ensure swift and impartial resolution of conflicts that may arise. In conclusion, the committee's comprehensive recommendations aim to transform the SEZ framework into a robust platform for sustainable economic growth, employment generation, and increased competitiveness, aligning with the overall vision for India's economic future. Implementing these changes could significantly enhance the attractiveness of SEZs as investment destinations while fostering an environment conducive to innovation, collaboration, and prosperity. Foreign Trade Policy. Foreign Trade Policy 2015-2020. The Foreign Trade Policy, FTP, for 2015-2020 in India was officially announced on April 1, 2015. This comprehensive policy aims to significantly enhance India's export capabilities and foster job creation, while also supporting the central government's flagship initiatives, namely, Make in India and Digital India. The overarching goal of the policy is to bolster both service and merchandise exports through a myriad of strategic initiatives. These include a concentrated emphasis on exporting high-value added products, improving the ease of doing business, addressing regulatory bottlenecks, making service sectors globally competitive, and diversifying market access. The FTP 2015-2020 has been meticulously formulated to integrate both long-term and medium-term strategies designed to elevate the overall growth trajectory of India's foreign trade. A key expectation of the FTP is that by its conclusion in 2020, India's share in global trade will double from the current 3%. To achieve this, the policy emphasizes import substitution on one front while simultaneously focusing on increasing exports to counter the increasing current account deficit. Furthermore, the FTP outlines essential measures to enhance productivity and to secure an export surplus at competitive rates. Key aspects of the Foreign Trade Policy 2015 to 2020. The main highlights of the Foreign Trade Policy 2015 to 2020 are as follows. 1. Merchant Export from India Scheme, MICE. This scheme consolidates 5 existing export schemes into one simplified initiative to streamline processes and incentives. Focus Product Scheme, FPS. Market-Linked Focus Product Scheme. Agri-Infrastructure Incentive Scrip. Focus Market Scheme. Vishesh Krishi Gram Udyog Yojana, VKGUI. The MICE's primary objective is to mitigate infrastructural inefficiencies and associated costs in the export of goods manufactured in India. It particularly targets goods that demonstrate high export intensity and employment potential, thereby enhancing India's competitive edge in the global market. Notifications regarding eligible goods/products and their corresponding duty scrip values are detailed in Appendix 3B of the policy. However, certain export categories and sectors are ineligible for duty credit under MICE, which includes goods exported from export-oriented units, EOUs, exports made from domestic tariff area, DTA, units to special economic zone, SEZ, units, and deemed exports, amongst others. This specificity is crucial for ensuring that the incentive structure is not misallocated. 2. Service Exports from India Scheme, SEIS. The pre-existing Served from India scheme has been restructured into the SEIS, which applies to service providers based within India. This scheme rewards service providers dealing in notified services, irrespective of their organizational structure. The SEIS rewards are based on the net foreign exchange earned from services. Notably, rewards provided as duty credit scrip will no longer be restricted to specified types of goods and can be freely transferred and utilized for any goods and services tax debit. Rates of rewards under the SEIS are categorized at 3% and 5%, subject to periodic reviews. 3. Export Promotion Capital Goods, EPCG, scheme. This renowned export promotion initiative allows for the import of capital goods at either no or reduced customs duties, provided that the importing entity agrees to fulfill specified export obligations. Importantly, EPCG authorization holders will not benefit from exemptions related to anti-dumping and safeguard duties. The policy facilitates manufacturing of capital goods in India and streamlines the procedural requirements, such as removing the need for certifications from independent chartered engineers concerning the usage of imported goods. 4. Export-Oriented Units, EOU, and Software Technology Park, STP, scheme. The reformed EOU and STP schemes enable shared infrastructural facilities between units, allowing for cost savings and efficiency enhancements. Moreover, the policy relaxes certain operational restrictions, allows inter-unit transfers of goods, and supports warehousing capabilities near export points. These changes aim to optimize operations while supporting skills development and after-sales service accessibility. Conclusion. The 2015 to 2020 foreign trade policy is characterized by its commitment to simplicity and coherence, merging several schemes into a single platform for ease of access and navigation. Technology adoption is emphasized to reduce transaction costs and regulatory burdens. The measures outlined in this policy reflect a rational trajectory toward enhancing India's footprint in international trade, ensuring that the nation is strategically positioned to compete on the global stage. The continued implementation and periodic revision of this policy will play a crucial role in India's economic landscape as it strives to become a leading player in global trade by the year 2020 and beyond. Incentives for exporters in DTA. The Foreign Trade Policy, FTP, plays a pivotal role in providing a range of concessions to exporters operating within the domestic tariff area, DTA. These concessions are regularly updated to ensure that they meet the evolving dynamics of international trade and domestic economic requirements. Exporters, much like their counterparts in special economic zones, SEZs, have access to various schemes aimed at facilitating and boosting export activities. Below are the key concessions outlined in the FTP. 1. Advance Authorization Scheme, AAS. This scheme allows exporters to import goods without the payment of customs or import duties, provided these goods are physically incorporated into the exportable products. The guidelines for this importation are based on the Standard Input-Output Norm, SHOUN, specified by the Directorate General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, Government of India. Generally, there is a minimum value addition requirement of 15%, except in sectors such as gems and jewelry, where the norms may be more stringent. 2. Duty-Free Import Authorization Scheme, DFIAS. Under this framework, exporters are permitted to import inputs necessary for their exports, such as fuels, oils, and energy, duty-free. The condition for this scheme mandates a minimum value addition of 20%, adhering to the SHOUN notation as previously mentioned. 3. Duty Drawback Scheme. This scheme serves as a financial incentive for exporters who procure their inputs from the domestic market. Under the Duty Drawback Scheme, the excise duties paid or other taxes on the inputs are reimbursed to the exporter, thereby diminishing the overall cost burden of the inputs used in the manufacturing of export products. 4. Export Promotion Capital Goods Scheme, EPCGS. The EPCGS enables exporters in certain specified sectors, such as engineering and pharmaceuticals, to import capital goods and machinery necessary for production at zero import duty. Exporters must fulfill an export obligation of 6 times the duty saved over a span of 6 years. For goods not eligible for zero duty, they may still benefit from a concessional import duty of 3%, subject to an 8-time export obligation over 8 years. 5. Exchange Earners Foreign Currency Account, EFC. Normally, Indian residents cannot hold foreign currency accounts in India. However, this restriction is lifted for exporters and professionals who earn in foreign currency, allowing them to maintain accounts with designated banks. These accounts, which do not earn interest, still enable exporters to retain 100% of their export proceeds, providing a safeguard against exchange rate fluctuations and ensuring that they have the flexibility to utilize this foreign currency for export promotion activities. The impact of concessions on Indian exports. The plethora of concessions fostered by the FTP has significantly influenced Indian exports. The initial signs of liberalization that began to manifest in the 1990s gained traction in the 2000s, marking a reversion to growth in global trade. Despite this, the pace of growth in the Indian economy has recently outstripped the rate of export growth, resulting in a trade growth rate lagging behind overall economic expansion. For context, in the 1950s, India's export figures surpassed those of China. However, over the decades, China has eclipsed India, with its share in manufactured exports surging from a mere 1.8% in 1990 to currently dominating the sector globally. Today, India's share in global manufactured exports stands at around 1%, indicating a stark contrast to China's position, where Indian exports amount to approximately 15% of Chinese exports to the global market. Though the global economic downturn has hampered trade for both India and China, the recent depreciation of the Indian rupee offers some optimism for recovery in exports, particularly with ongoing economic recovery trends in the US and Europe. The FTP outlines an overarching goal to double India's share in global trade by 2020. Moreover, the composition of Indian exports has evolved, transitioning from traditional and agricultural-based products toward manufactured goods, which now represent over 69% of total exports. Key contributors to this shift include engineering goods, textiles, chemicals, petroleum products, and jewelry. Changing dynamics of trade. India's trading partnerships have also undergone a substantial transformation. The country is moving away from exclusive reliance on the US to foster trade relations with emerging markets like China and the UAE, as well as Southeast Asian nations. The government is actively pursuing agreements with countries in Latin America and Africa as part of a broader strategy to look east and mitigate dependence on Western markets. Despite these advancements, it is crucial to examine the need for proactive measures to further bolster India's export performance. While the FTP has made strides in enhancing export capabilities, there is potential for additional reforms that can elevate export growth to levels akin to those seen in other rapidly developing countries like China. Enhancing export growth. To elevate India's export profile even further, the following measures should be considered. 1. Simplification of procedures. The export sector currently operates under a complex regulatory framework that includes multiple government bodies such as the Ministry of Commerce and DGFT, creating bureaucratic hurdles. Streamlining export procedures and documentation, alongside establishing a single window clearance system, could significantly enhance the ease of conducting trade. 2. Liberalizing the export sector. Reducing the government's bureaucratic involvement and promoting a more liberalized export sector is essential. By minimizing regulatory bottlenecks, India can enhance competitiveness and reduce transaction costs for exporters. 3. Strengthening competitive capacities. While monetary incentives are important, the government must also invest in improving the competitive capabilities of Indian exports. Initiatives could include support for technology upgrades and quality enhancements across various sectors including agriculture, textiles, and handicrafts. 4. Promoting quality standards. The Indian government could consider implementing a zero-defect policy similar to Japan's or standardized quality benchmarks like those in China to reinforce quality assurance of exported goods. 5. Branding Made in India products. India possesses immense cultural and product diversity, yet many exported products lack recognition as Indian. A cohesive branding strategy akin to the Incredible India tourism campaign could enhance the visibility and appreciation of Indian products on the international stage. Addressing the import-export gap. Historically, imports have continuously outstripped exports in India, a trend that has persisted post-independence. The consequences of this persistent trade imbalance necessitate thorough evaluation and strategic interventions to bolster export performance. In conclusion, while India exported goods worth approximately $323.1 billion in 2018, representing a modest growth from previous years, there remains considerable unrealized potential to diversify markets and products, thus strengthening India's global trade position. Active efforts to facilitate and promote exports can transform these statistics into more robust outcomes, making Indian exports not just a contributor to economic growth but a leading force in the global market. By expanding its reach to over 200 countries while refining import practices with key partners, India stands poised to enhance its economic stature in the coming years. Balance of payments of economies. Understanding the balance of payments in economies. An open economy, as previously discussed, is characterized by a significant component of international trade. This trade facilitates the inflow of foreign currencies into the home country, either to cover payments for imports or to receive foreign currency in exchange for exports. A critical aspect of the Indian economy is its persistent trade imbalance, where imports consistently exceed exports. This trend raises concerns about the nation's ability to generate sufficient foreign currency through exports to fulfill its obligations for purchasing imported goods. The implications of this scenario are profound. It indicates that India has struggled to earn enough foreign currency from its exports to meet the costs associated with its imports. For an open economy, understanding the capacity to earn foreign currency through exports is imperative, as it highlights the crucial role of exports in sustaining economic stability and growth. For instance, India is heavily reliant on importing crude petroleum, a trend that has been on the rise due to increasing domestic consumption of petrochemical products. The growing demand for these goods necessitates that India substantially increases its export volumes to ensure that it can cover its import expenses for crude oil without adversely affecting its foreign exchange reserves. In an open economy, the presence of both domestic and foreign currencies is pivotal. As international trade expands, with a rise in both exports and imports, there must be an effective tracking mechanism to monitor the movement of foreign currencies. This involves recording the currencies exiting the country for imports and other obligations, as well as those entering the country due to exports and related activities. This systematic tracking of international transactions is commonly referred to as the balance of payments, BOP, of a country. The BOP is a comprehensive and systematic record of all economic transactions conducted in foreign currencies within a specified period. It provides valuable insights into the dynamics of a country's international economic interactions and assumes enormous significance in the context of open economies. In India, the responsibility for maintaining the BOP falls under the purview of the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. As the apex monetary authority and the controller of liquidity, the RBI plays a vital role in ensuring that the BOP remains balanced. This involves meticulous record-keeping and analysis of all foreign currency transactions to assess the state of the economy. Understanding how the record of transactions is maintained within the BOP framework is crucial for policymakers and economists alike. It allows for informed decision-making to enhance the nation's economic stability, manage foreign exchange reserves effectively, and strategize for future trade relations. Through a robust BOP, countries can better navigate the complexities of global trade and finance, ensuring sustainable economic growth while minimizing imbalances. Balance of payments, types of accounts. The balance of payments, understanding the balance of trade and beyond. 1. The balance of trade, BOT. The balance of trade, BOT, also referred to as the balance on merchandise goods, represents a crucial component of a nation's balance of payments, BOP. This account meticulously records all transactions involving foreign currencies that pertain exclusively to the export and import of tangible goods. In essence, the BOT illustrates how a country is faring in its trade relationships with the global market. When a country enjoys a BOT surplus, it means that the inflow of foreign currencies from exports exceeds the outflow of foreign currencies due to imports. Conversely, a BOT deficit indicates that imports surpass exports in generating foreign exchange. For instance, India has experienced a structural trade deficit, an issue characterized by an insufficient flow of foreign currencies from exports to cover the essential imports vital for its economy. 2. The balance of invisibles, BOI. The second category within the BOP is the balance on invisibles, BOI. Just as there are movement and exchange of physical goods, there exists a dynamic flow of services such as banking, insurance, shipping, software, and consultancy. The BOI captures and records transactions involving foreign currencies that arise from the export and import of these intangible services. In addition to the traditional outlook on imports and exports of goods and services, other foreign exchange transactions fall under the category of invisibles, including inward and outward tourism. When tourists travel to India, they exchange their foreign currencies for Indian rupees, thus generating an inward flow of funds. Conversely, Indians embarking on international travel will need foreign currency for their expenses abroad, leading to outward transactions. Inward and outward remittances. Approximately 35 million Indians live overseas, a demographic known as the Indian diaspora. Many among them regularly remit foreign currency back to their families in India, contributing to inward remittances. Conversely, foreigners residing in India may wish to send remittances back to their home countries. Inward and outward education. There is a growing trend of Indian students pursuing higher education abroad. This outward movement necessitates the conversion of rupees into foreign currency to cover educational fees and living expenses. Conversely, foreign students coming to India for education will require Indian rupees for their expenditures. Health and medical services. Indian residents seeking medical treatment abroad or foreign patients seeking care in India also contribute to the balance of invisibles, necessitating both inward and outward flows of foreign currency. Recognizing the net effect of these transactions, whether they yield a positive or negative outcome based on the quantity of transactions, adds complexity to the overall assessment. For example, net tourism becomes favorable when the foreign currency generated from incoming tourists exceeds that withdrawn by Indians traveling abroad, and similar logic applies to remittances and education. 3. Current account surplus and deficit. The BOT and BOI together form the basis of the current account balance within the BOP framework. The BOP can manifest as either a current account surplus, CAS, or a current account deficit, CAD. A CAS is achieved under the following conditions. Both the BOT and BOI reflect positive balances. A deficit in the BOT may be offset by a sufficiently large surplus in the BOI to cover the shortfall. On the other hand, a CAD occurs when both the BOT and BOI are in deficit. There is a deficit in the BOT that is not sustainably counterbalanced by a surplus in the BOI. While the intricacies of the BOP may appear challenging, it's essential to grasp these concepts to understand the dynamics of open economies. To illustrate, consider Economy A, where exports amount to $100 million and imports total $250 million. If the BOI shows inflows of $200 million, Economy A would exhibit a $150 million deficit in the BOT but maintain a CAS of $50 million due to contributions from the BOI. Conversely, if the BOI were just $100 million, it would result in a CAD of $50 million. In any scenario, it's the balance between inflows and outflows that determines the BOP status. A CAD occurs when outflows outnumber inflows, creating a challenge for the economy. 4. The capital account transactions. Moving beyond the current account, we enter the realm of the capital account, which encompasses all transactions that do not directly relate to the current account. This account includes foreign investment. Investment inflows from foreign entities boost the economy's capital resources and foreign exchange reserves. Deposits. Non-resident Indians, NRIs, often maintain deposits in foreign currencies within India, contributing to inflow dynamics. Borrowings. Governments and private sectors can borrow from international markets, accessing foreign currencies to manage deficits. External assistance and grants. Governments may receive assistance and grants from other nations, aiding the financial framework of the economy. All these transactions reflect capital account activities, which, alongside the current account, make up the total BOP. The BOP must ultimately balance. In other words, the inflows need to match the outflows. Therefore, a CAD must be offset by capital inflows derived from investments, NRI deposits, or government borrowings. A BOP can reach an equilibrium where a CAS exists, causing excess inflows to bolster foreign exchange reserves. A CAD prevails, yet sufficient capital inflows exist to cover the deficit. Despite the complexities inherent in analyzing BOP figures, they do not provide a comprehensive view of the economic health regarding trade. Rather, assessments of the current account reveal pertinent trends. For instance, if an economy encounters a CAD of $100 million without capital inflows, questions arise about the government's strategies to acquire foreign currency to address the deficit. The government could potentially raise capital through domestic means such as currency printing or borrowing. However, borrowing internationally raises concerns regarding economic sovereignty, especially if the government hasn't secured supplementary capital inflows. A high CAD frequently serves as a common characteristic among economically distressed nations. Ongoing analysis of both CAD and fiscal deficits, the twin deficits, is vital as they indicate potential vulnerabilities, representing critical concerns for policymakers and economists watching for signs of economic distress. Thus, a robust understanding of the balance of payments framework is essential to grasp the nuanced interactions between various economic transactions, potential vulnerabilities, and the overall resilience of an economy in the global marketplace. Is a current account surplus more advantageous than open economics? In the context of open economies, it is essential to prioritize a current account surplus, CAS, or, at the very least, avoid a current account deficit, CAD, due to their inherent vulnerability to potential crisis situations. A brief explanation of the CAS concept is warranted for better understanding. A current account surplus typically denotes a scenario where the outflows of funds exceed the inflows. This surplus does not benefit the domestic economy directly, as it often ends up as idle capital in the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, rather than being reinvested or utilized within the broader economic framework. The term idle signifies that these funds are not being productively absorbed into the economy, a situation that can arise in highly overinvested economies or those with scant investment opportunities. Further investment in such environments may not enhance economic growth but instead exacerbate inflationary pressures. In such cases, policy interventions from the government can help absorb this surplus, promoting stability and gradual economic cooling. For example, China's current account surplus can be seen in the context of the country's need to moderate its economic growth. A slowdown becomes imperative to stave off the likelihood of inflationary pressures that can accompany continued rapid growth. Conversely, India currently finds itself grappling with a high current account deficit. This situation can be attributed to various abnormal circumstances, including shocks resulting from a global recession and significant imports of crude petroleum and gold in recent times. Despite the elevated levels of CAD, it can be argued that the situation remains manageable, primarily due to the surplus in the capital account. However, it is important to note that such stability could change dramatically if there were a reversal of these capital flows. In such an event, the country may be left with no option but to resort to external borrowings to bridge the deficit on the current account. In light of these concerns, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, closely monitors the balance of payments, BOP, paying particular attention to both the current account movements and capital inflows. A high CAD relative to GDP has been a hallmark of economies facing crises, illustrating a significant correlation between a burgeoning deficit and economic instability. There is a common misconception that economic openness is a primary driver of such crises. In reality, the root of the problem lies in the inability of these economies to manage a widening CAD effectively. It is crucial to recognize that it is not the CAD itself that poses a problem, but rather the manner in which the CAD is financed, whether through irreversible capital flows, reversible flows, or borrowing. A CAD that is being financed through governmental borrowing signals a potential crisis or an unsustainable deficit. Conversely, a situation where the CAD is addressed by inflows on the capital account, particularly through foreign direct investment, FDI, or non-resident Indian, NRA, deposits, can be deemed manageable and not a cause for significant concern. Crises associated with the current account are frequently termed as BOP crises, emphasizing the need for prudent economic management of both inflows and outflows. In conclusion, a current account surplus serves as a protective buffer for economies, mitigating the risks associated with potential crises arising from imbalances in trade and capital flows. For nations like India, a strategic focus on managing the current account, while simultaneously promoting healthy capital inflows, is paramount for achieving long-term economic stability and growth. Trade Reforms and Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. Trade liberalization. Following the economic liberalization in 1991, India embarked on a comprehensive series of trade reforms aimed at modernizing its economy and increasing its integration into the global market. This marked a significant departure from the relatively protectionist trade policies that the country had adopted since gaining independence in 1947. The reforms were driven by the need to address the mounting pressures of globalization and to align the Indian economy more closely with international economic practices. The key features of India's trade reform policies can be summarized as follows. 1. Removal of quantitative restrictions on imports. The Indian government abolished various quantitative restrictions that limited the quantity of goods that could be imported. This move aimed to enhance market competition and provide consumers with a wider range of products. 2. Reduction in import tariffs. A major aspect of the trade reforms was the significant reduction of import tariffs, which made foreign products more accessible to Indian consumers and businesses, thereby fostering a more competitive environment. 3. Special Economic Zones, SEZ, scheme. To promote investment in export-oriented production, the government established SEZs. These zones provide various incentives, such as tax exemptions and regulatory relaxations, to attract foreign and domestic investments. 4. Convertibility of the rupee on the current account. The liberalization efforts included making the Indian rupee convertible on the current account, facilitating easier transactions for international trade and allowing residents to conduct foreign exchange dealings with fewer restrictions. 5. Sectoral deregulation. Various sectors of the economy were deregulated, reducing government control and barriers to entry. This encouraged private sector participation and lifted the growth potential across multiple industries. 6. Concessions and exemptions. The trade reforms also included concessions and exemptions for certain products and sectors, enabling specific industries to prosper under favorable conditions. 7. Promotion of service exports. Recognizing the potential of the service sector, especially in IT and business process outsourcing, the government actively encouraged the export of services, which became a significant contributor to the national income. 8. Setting up of agricultural export zones. To boost agricultural exports, the government established agricultural export zones, AEZs, aimed at augmenting production and enhancing the export potential of specific agricultural products. 9. Export-Oriented Units, EOU, scheme. This scheme encouraged the establishment of units dedicated to exporting goods. EOUs were provided with benefits such as duty exemptions on imported inputs, making it easier for them to compete internationally. 10. Setting up of trading houses. The establishment of trading houses facilitated easier access to international markets for Indian manufacturers and exporters, allowing them to expand their reach and enhance their global presence. 11. Market Access Initiative. This initiative aimed to improve export competitiveness by enhancing market access for Indian products in international markets through various support measures and trade diplomacy. 12. Devaluation of the rupee. A necessary step to boost exports, the devaluation helped in making Indian goods cheaper in the global market, thus stimulating export activity. 13. Rationalization of tariff structure. The government undertook efforts to simplify and rationalize the tariff structure, making it transparent and more business-friendly, which contributed to a more predictable trading environment. Together, these trade reforms symbolized India's commitment to embracing a more open and market-oriented economic framework. They played a crucial role in transforming the country into a hub for international trade, stimulating economic growth, and boosting the overall competitiveness of the Indian economy. These policies have continued to evolve, reflecting the changing dynamics of global trade and economic conditions in the years since their implementation. Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, FERA. Trade reforms in India, initiated as part of the broader strategy to open up the Indian economy, are fundamentally linked to the repeal of the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, FERA, of 1973. This legislation was characterized by its restrictive nature, imposing stringent regulations on foreign exchange transactions. India, during the era of FERA, operated as an inward-looking economy, largely insulated from global economic dynamics. The primary objective of FERA was to discourage the influx of foreign currency into the domestic economy, thereby necessitating a comprehensive set of regulations governing all foreign exchange activities. Under the FERA framework, only a limited number of foreign exchange transactions were permitted, and these required prior approval from the relevant authorities. Moreover, an extensive negative list outlined transactions that were strictly prohibited, reflecting the government's cautious stance towards cross-border capital movements. This stringent regulatory environment effectively restricted cross-border inflows and outflows, in line with the country's need for economic insulation. Foreign-owned companies operating in India were classified as FERA companies, analogous to the domestic sector's MRTP, monopolies and restrictive trade practices, companies that fell under a separate legislative framework. Both categories of companies were subject to rigorous monitoring and regulation to prevent potential exploitative and unethical practices that could arise in the marketplace. Additionally, FARA conferred judicial power to prosecute criminal violations of foreign exchange regulations, fundamentally underscoring the serious approach the government adopted towards currency management and compliance. To facilitate greater economic openness and as part of significant trade sector reforms, FARA was eventually repealed, leading to the enactment of the Foreign Exchange Management Act (FEMA) in 1999. This new legislation shifted the focus from regulation to the management of foreign exchange transactions, heralding a new era in the Indian economic landscape. The Foreign Exchange Management Act introduced a more flexible and liberal approach, allowing foreign exchange transactions with minimal restrictions. It substantially reduced the negative list of foreign exchange transactions and fundamentally altered the governing ideology from one of prevention to one of permission. Moreover, FEMA eased several restrictions on cross-border capital flows, particularly concerning foreign investments, marking a decisive shift towards a more integrated and open economy. In parallel to these reforms, the EXIM, export-import, policies had already facilitated a reduction in peak customs duties, enabling increased imports to meet the demands of the domestic market. With the abolition of both FARA and the MRTP Act, the classification of FARA companies and MRTP companies became obsolete. The focus on the management of foreign exchange was further strengthened by establishing a newly created Enforcement Directorate, ED, tasked with prosecuting criminal offenses related to foreign exchange violations. The Foreign Exchange Management Act essentially encompasses three key areas. 1. Rupee convertibility. The Act allows for the convertibility of the Indian rupee on the current account, thereby facilitating smoother international transactions. 2. Establishment of the Enforcement Directorate, ED. The ED was instituted for the adjudication of criminal cases involving foreign exchange violations, ensuring that regulatory compliance is rigorously monitored and enforced. 3. Corporate borrowings. FEMA also regulates the borrowing activities of the corporate sector from foreign entities, promoting responsible capital inflow. The transition from FARA to FEMA is widely regarded as a cornerstone of India's trade reforms, signifying a substantial relaxation of inflows and a commitment to enhancing the openness of the Indian economy. This shift not only replaced a culture of stringent regulations with one grounded in proactive management but also represented a fundamental transformation in the government's approach to foreign currency and international economic engagement. In addition to the reforms surrounding foreign exchange management, other critical areas of trade sector reforms pertain to policies governing foreign investment and the determination of exchange rates. These subjects provide further insight into the comprehensive strategy adopted to modernize the Indian economy, which will be explored in subsequent sections of this discourse. Convertibility of the rupee. The concept of convertibility in economies. Convertibility, in its most generic sense, refers to the ability to freely exchange one currency for another without significant restrictions or controls. This concept is particularly relevant in the context of open economies, where trade and capital flows are the norm. In contrast, convertibility has little significance in closed economies that impose stringent controls on foreign exchange. Essentially, convertibility implies that foreign currencies are treated similarly to domestic currencies in terms of transactions, investments, and savings, both within the domestic economy and abroad. At its core, convertibility means there are no government-imposed restrictions on exchanging one currency for another and that individuals or businesses can use these currencies in their respective domestic or international dealings. When a government or central bank, such as the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, does not inquire about the purpose of a foreign currency requirement, and if it is readily available across the counter, it is deemed a convertible currency. Specifically, convertibility encompasses several freedoms. 1. Rights of residence. Residents are allowed to maintain bank accounts denominated in either domestic or foreign currencies. 2. Remittance freedom. Residents have the liberty to remit money outside the country without unnecessary restrictions. 3. Investment opportunities. Residents are free to invest in global stock markets and various international assets. 4. Corporate borrowing. domestic companies are permitted to borrow funds from both domestic and international markets, facilitating access to diverse financing options. 5. Global share issuance. Domestic companies can issue shares or bonds in international markets, provided they comply with relevant regulatory frameworks. 6. International operations. Companies have the freedom to operate globally and acquire businesses in foreign countries. 7. Transaction flexibility. Transactions can be carried out in any currency, allowing for a fluid exchange in the marketplace. 8. Restriction-free investment. Residents can invest globally without prohibitive conditions impeding their financial maneuvers. 9. Currency exchange. Residents can exchange currencies akin to commodities available across the counter, reflecting the ease of conducting foreign transactions. Typically, larger economies such as the United States and European nations enjoy full convertibility of their currencies, which can be freely exchanged with other currencies without restrictions. Importance of convertibility in open economies. The significance of convertibility in open economies cannot be understated. As economies open up, increasing trade and capital flows become essential for sustainable growth. The lack of convertibility often hinders smooth transactions and causes delays in currency conversion, leading to higher transaction costs. In a convertible economy, currencies such as the US dollar are widely accepted, whereas currencies from non-convertible economies, e.g., Indian rupees in the US, face barriers to acceptance. From a global perspective, convertibility enhances a currency's stature, fostering wider recognition and use in international transactions. Furthermore, convertibility promotes global competitiveness. A convertible currency indicates a well-managed economy, enhancing its capability to withstand global economic fluctuations. Attracts foreign investment. Investors are more inclined to invest in economies with convertible currencies, as they perceive these environments as stable and transparent. Encourages economic maturity. Convertibility signifies a shift towards economic maturity, showcasing the underlying strength of macroeconomic fundamentals. Facilitates government confidence. A government's assurance regarding convertibility reflects its belief that such openness will not lead to capital flight or destabilization of the economy. Enhances operational efficiency. Economies with convertible currencies demonstrate higher levels of efficiency in financial transactions, thereby enriching their financial sectors. However, the transition towards convertibility is not without its challenges. Potential risks associated with convertibility. 1. Vulnerability during crises. Historically, economies that have adopted full convertibility have faced crises, as the absence of control makes them susceptible to adverse global trends. 2. The Dutch disease phenomenon, notably evidenced in the Netherlands post-oil discovery. Sudden inflows can lead to currency appreciation detrimental to manufacturing exports. 3. Monetary policy constraints. Managing both capital inflows and outflows complicates monetary policy, often referred to as the impossible trinity, where a central bank can effectively manage only two of the three: exchange rate stability, free capital movement, and independent monetary policy. 4. Liquidity and inflation complications. Increased capital inflows can create liquidity issues and put upward pressure on inflation, inadvertently slowing economic growth. 5. Fear of capital flight. Concerns about potential capital flight can create instability within an economy, leading to a lack of confidence among investors. 6. Irreversible commitment. The path towards full convertibility is generally one way, leaving little room for experimentation. Once initiated, reversing such measures can prove difficult due to entrenched practices. Preconditions for achieving convertibility. Establishing convertibility is complex and cannot be reduced to a simple list of criteria. It is inherently qualitative, varying across different economies based on confidence levels and economic conditions. However, best practices gleaned from economies that successfully implemented convertibility can be summarized as follows. 1. Sustained economic growth. Economies should exhibit a stable upward growth trajectory, indicating resilience and potential for expansion. 2. Export diversification. A shift towards manufacturing exports from primary commodities is essential for economic stability and sustainability. 3. Manageable inflation. Economies ought to maintain inflation at levels deemed manageable, alongside possessing the tools to control it effectively. 4. Interest rate alignment. Interest rates must be globally competitive, ensuring that capital flows are interest neutral. 5. Current account balance. A current account deficit should ideally be backed by capital inflows, allowing external obligations to be met without peril. 6. Fiscal responsibility. Governments should maintain a commitment to reducing fiscal deficit levels while being actively engaged in fiscal consolidation techniques. 7. Assurance of external debt servicing. Economies should have the confidence to meet external debt obligations through export revenues, minimizing default risks. 8. Robust financial sector. A strong financial sector characterized by competitive practices, sound balance sheets, and prudent lending norms is paramount for managing risks. 9. Economic reform initiatives. Progress on economic reforms aimed at enhancing openness, competition, and a robust domestic market is crucial for achieving convertibility. Current status of convertibility in India. India's strides toward currency convertibility have been cautious and well-calibrated since 1994. Today, the status is characterized by full convertibility on the current account. However, capital account convertibility, CAC, remains limited. Current account convertibility means transactions relating to the export and import of goods and services can occur without restrictions, facilitated by both the RBI and the government. However, certain transactions on the current account remain restricted, such as 1. Prize money and lottery remittances. Outward remittances related to games of chance or betting are not permitted. 2. Travel allowances. Indian residents traveling abroad can remit up to $10,000 annually without prior authorization. Exceeding this limit necessitates RBI approval. 3. Educational and medical expenses. Remittances for education and medical expenses abroad are allowed up to $100,000. Amounts exceeding this require prior RBI clearance. 4. Cultural and artistic payments. Payments made to foreign artists in India and expenses for cultural tours abroad require authorization from the Ministry of Finance. Apart from these instances, most current account transactions are unrestricted, and a lack of convertibility does not imply that transactions cannot occur, rather they just require prior regulatory approval. Capital account convertibility, CAC. Currently, India has not achieved full capital account convertibility. The path toward it has been shaped by various expert recommendations, most notably from the Tarapur Committee, which outlined a framework for gradual easing of restrictions on the capital account while keeping certain limitations in place. As it stands, all inflows in foreign currency are completely convertible with no government or RBI restrictions. However, the outflow process remains partially restricted, particularly for conversions of rupees into foreign currencies by Indian entities. Recent relaxations include 1. Increased remittance limits. Indian residents can remit up to $200,000 annually for investments, with recent downturns adjusting this to $75,000. 2. FCR accounts. Residents can hold foreign currency accounts in India for earnings from overseas services, known as FCR accounts. 3. Mutual fund exposure. Indian mutual fund managers can invest up to $5 billion in global markets. 4th, borrowing flexibility for companies. There have been substantial relaxations for Indian companies wishing to borrow overseas. Despite the lack of formal CAC, in practice, the Indian rupee is largely convertible, though the government retains the ability to reimpose restrictions if necessary. Conclusion: the future of full convertibility in India. There remains no pressing need for the Indian government to declare full convertibility, especially as the goals of attracting foreign inflows have been met without it. China's rapid growth independent of convertibility demonstrated that significant capital inflows and global competitiveness can exist in a controlled environment. China, one of the world's fastest-growing economies, has achieved substantial foreign inflows, surpassing $500 billion over 2 decades, with the inclusion of Hong Kong taking it over $1 trillion, all without full convertibility. This example challenges the conventional wisdom linking convertibility with economic openness and global competitiveness. Despite India not having CAC, significant foreign direct investment has flowed into the economy since 2007. Nevertheless, the long-term necessity for convertibility remains. Over time, as global economic dynamics stabilize, achieving convertibility will be viewed as a hallmark of economic maturity and resilience, facilitating enhanced integration into the global economy. Currently, India is at an advantageous juncture. While the completion of the convertibility journey may be postponed, it is ultimately an inevitability. The key question thus remains: when will India achieve full convertibility? External commercial borrowings. One of the significant outcomes of the Foreign Exchange Management Act of 1999, FEMA, and subsequent trade reforms has been the liberalization of restrictions concerning the private corporate sector's ability to borrow from international markets. This development primarily aims to facilitate companies in financing their imports while minimizing the transaction costs associated with converting Indian rupees into foreign currencies for the procurement of goods. The mechanism through which businesses tap into these international funds is referred to as external commercial borrowings, ECBs. These borrowings are conceptually akin to domestic loans, with the crucial difference being that they are denominated in foreign currencies sourced from international financial markets. By utilizing ECBs, corporations are able to capitalize on the differences in interest rates prevailing in domestic and international arenas. One essential characteristic of ECB interest rates is their linkage to the London Interbank Offered Rate, LIBOR, which serves as a market-determined benchmark rate at which global banks lend to one another. LIBOR acts as a foundational interest rate against which other interest rates are measured. In practice, the markup added to LIBOR is often expressed in basis points, BPS, where a 100 BPS markup corresponds to an additional 1% above the LIBOR rate. The determination of the markup for ECBs involves various factors, primarily revolving around the sovereign credit ratings assigned to countries by reputable global rating agencies, such as Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. Generally speaking, a company's credit rating cannot surpass the sovereign rating of the country in which it operates. Consequently, the creditworthiness of a nation plays a pivotal role in establishing the markup. These agencies formulate ratings based on a well-defined set of objective parameters. Ratings are broadly categorized into 2 segments: investment grade and speculative grade. Companies and economies classified as investment grade are understood to possess solid fundamentals with minimal to moderate investment risk, while those in the speculative category face higher levels of risk. A key point to note is that an upward movement on the rating scale indicates lower risk and subsequently leads to a lower markup, whereas a lower rating increases both perceived risk and markup rates significantly. As of now, India's rating sits precariously at just one notch above the lowest level within the investment grade category, earning it the designation of marginally investment grade. This is a cause for concern, particularly considering the factors contributing to such a low assessment by international rating agencies. 1. High fiscal deficit. The first issue is India's elevated fiscal deficit, with a combined figure from the central and state governments exceeding 10%. Such a high fiscal balance is viewed as unsustainable in the long term. 2. Public debt levels. The public debt to GDP ratio has surpassed 70%, raising alarms about economic stability and sustainability. 3. Crisis triggers. Elevated levels of public debt have historically been precursor events to financial upheaval, as seen in the cases of Greece and Ireland. 4. Lack of fiscal consolidation. There is a noticeable absence of efforts toward consolidating fiscal measures, further exacerbating financial uncertainties. 5. Deceleration of reforms. The gradual slowing of the reform progression also undermines confidence in the economic outlook. Despite the Indian government's discontent with its international credit ratings, it is essential to recognize that these agencies operate independently, guided by objective analysis and criteria. Their ratings enjoy global acceptability and have a significant impact on determining the markups for ECBs, influencing decisions by overseas investors as well. Under FEMA, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, currently permits companies to raise up to $750 million through ECBs under the automatic route, which does not require prior approval from the RBI. However, these borrowings are subject to maturity period restrictions set by the RBI and have stipulations regarding their end use. Specifically, companies must declare the intended purpose of the ECBs, ensuring that the raised funds are utilized strictly for the indicated objectives. Furthermore, any proceeds must remain parked overseas and cannot be converted into rupees for reintegration into the domestic economy. Currently, there exists an overall country limit of $35 billion for ECBs. A notable restriction is that only well-established and reputable firms can access the ECB route, with the amounts raised through ECBs contributing to India's external debt statistics. American Depository Receipts, ADRs, and Global Depository Receipts, GDRs. In addition to ECBs, another avenue for Indian corporations to raise foreign currency-denominated funds is through the issuance of American Depository Receipts, ADRs, and Global Depository Receipts, GDRs. These instruments enable Indian companies to access the global capital markets effectively, despite limitations in the convertibility of domestic currency for international transactions. ADRs and GDRs function as representations of underlying shares held by a custodian in an international depository. Rather than selling shares directly in overseas markets, companies can transfer them to the depository, which issues these receipts. Although they share characteristics with shares, such as being listed and traded on global stock exchanges, ADRs and GDRs do not provide voting rights to their holders. Receipts issued in the United States are designated as ADRs, while those in other global markets are known as GDRs. Many prominent Indian firms have leveraged the ADR route to establish their presence in global stock markets. This mechanism serves as an effective platform for domestic companies to assess their competitiveness, inherent strengths, and acceptance in international markets. It is pertinent to note that not all issuances of ADRs and GDRs qualify for the automatic route. They typically require prior approval from the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Foreign Currency Convertible Bonds, FCCBs. Foreign Currency Convertible Bonds, FCCBs, also referred to as Foreign Currency Convertible Notes, FCCNs, represent yet another financial instrument available to Indian companies. These quasi-debt instruments are issued in foreign currencies and may or may not include a coupon or principal repayment option. Investors have the discretion to convert FCCBs into shares at a predetermined conversion rate. Currently, FEMA permits Indian companies to issue FCCBs under the automatic route, adhering to specified maximum amounts and minimum maturity requirements. Thus, the Indian private corporate sector has multiple pathways to access the international market, whether through ECBs, ADRs, GDRs, or FCCBs, or even a combination of these instruments. This diversified financial framework not only enhances corporate funding opportunities but also strengthens India's integration into the global financial system. Foreign investment in India. Foreign investment in India. Foreign investment plays a pivotal role in shaping the economic landscape of India, significantly contributing to its growth and development. As one of the fastest-growing economies in the world, India has positioned itself as an attractive destination for foreign investors, thanks to various trade reforms and a liberalized approach to foreign direct investment, FDI. The Indian government has implemented numerous policy measures to facilitate and promote foreign investment across various sectors. The introduction of the Foreign Exchange Management Act, FEMA, in 1999 marked a significant shift in the way foreign investments were regulated in India. FEMA aimed to simplify and streamline foreign exchange regulations, making it easier for foreign investors to navigate the investment landscape. In recent years, the Indian government has further liberalized FDI policies, allowing for 100% foreign ownership in certain sectors such as telecommunications, retail, and insurance. This openness has attracted multinationals and investors seeking to tap into India's vast consumer market and enhance operational efficiencies. Moreover, the Production-Linked Incentive (PLI) scheme introduced by the government is designed to boost manufacturing and encourage domestic production, making India a global manufacturing hub. In addition to FDI, Foreign Portfolio Investment (FPI) has also seen substantial growth, with many foreign investors seeking to invest in India's stock markets for capital gains. The liberalization of the foreign investment regime has contributed to a robust and thriving stock market, further bolstering investor confidence. India's strategic geographical location, a young and dynamic workforce, and rapid urbanization are other key factors that make the country an attractive investment destination. The government's ongoing focus on infrastructure development, digitalization, and innovation has created a conducive environment for foreign investors. However, challenges remain in the form of regulatory complexities, bureaucratic hurdles, and macroeconomic factors that can impact investment decisions. To mitigate these challenges, the government continues to work on improving ease of doing business rankings and enhancing transparency in regulatory frameworks. In conclusion, foreign investment in India is crucial for economic development, job creation, and technological advancement. The ongoing reforms and supportive measures by the Indian government aim to further boost investor confidence and make India a hub for foreign investment in the years to come. As global economic dynamics evolve, India is poised to leverage foreign investment as a key driver of its growth story, transforming challenges into opportunities for sustainable development. Foreign investment in India. Foreign investment in India. Foreign investment has emerged as a pivotal focus of economic reforms in India over the past 2 decades. Not many years ago, foreign investment was viewed with suspicion, perceived as a tool for multinationals pursuing self-serving and exploitative agendas, reminiscent of the negative repercussions stemming from India's colonial past. This perception began to shift dramatically with the example set by China in the 1970s. Once a highly insulated economy, China adopted liberal policies to attract foreign investment as a means to meet its investment needs and spur economic growth. They demonstrated that, in the pursuit of development, it is not the color of the money that matters, but rather the money itself. This marked a significant shift in understanding, illustrating that foreign investment need not be regarded as a necessary evil, a notion that had been prevalent in many economies. The remarkable transformation of the Chinese economy is largely attributable to the influx of foreign investment, which has played an instrumental role in its current status as a global economic powerhouse. So, what exactly qualifies as foreign investment? It fundamentally comprises 2 distinct components: foreign direct investment, FDI, and investments from foreign institutional investors, FI, which are now more commonly referred to as foreign portfolio investors, FPI. FDI involves overseas equity investments aimed at establishing a direct managerial presence in Indian businesses. Such equity investments could pertain to existing companies or new ventures set up for various projects within the country. The primary goal here is to engage in commercial business operations that contribute to economic growth. The amount of equity a foreign investor can introduce into different projects is delineated by sectoral caps, which are prescribed by the government through various press releases from the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DIPP, under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It is essential to understand some critical aspects of FDI. These investments are characterized by a strong business orientation and an explicit profit motive. They represent a unique amalgamation of resources, technology, expertise, and management practices that benefit the host economy. Additionally, the interests of foreign investors are generally long-term rather than short-term, aimed at sustainable growth and development. A common misconception regarding FDI is the notion of profit repatriation and capital outflows from the country. Although foreign investors indeed operate with a commercial mindset, they do not start generating profits immediately. It often takes several years for firms to reach the break-even point before they can recognize profits. Even when they do begin to earn profits, repatriation usually involves only a fraction of the total earnings, and thus, criticism directed at FDI based on profit repatriation alone is misguided. In contrast, investments made by FPIs primarily focus on trading within stock markets, engaging in the buying and selling of shares in companies, as well as investing in corporate debt and government securities. The primary aim of such investments is to realize financial gains through market fluctuations. However, these types of investments are typically short-term and can be quite volatile. While millions of dollars might pour into market opportunities, they can just as rapidly exit, often overnight. FPIs tend to remain invested while market conditions are favorable, but they are often the first to withdraw during periods of instability, thus earning the moniker of fair-weather friends. Such investments are frequently categorized under portfolio investments. The evolution of foreign investment in India, inspired in part by global precedents like China, continues to reshape the economic landscape. Consequently, it serves as a vital engine for growth, modernization, and integration into the global economy. As India navigates the complexities of foreign investments, it becomes crucial for policymakers to strike a balance between harnessing the benefits of foreign capital while safeguarding national interests. Foreign direct investment, FDI. Changes in foreign investment in India, a comprehensive overview. India's journey towards fostering foreign investment has been a gradual and cautious process marked by significant regulatory changes and policy shifts over the years. Initially, foreign investment policies were highly selective and confined predominantly to high-priority sectors. This meticulous approach laid the groundwork for further evolution in India's investment landscape. The early steps, joint ventures and gradual liberalization. The Indian government's approach to foreign investment began with allowing foreign companies to enter the market, but this was strictly as joint ventures with Indian partners. The classic examples of such partnerships include Maruti Suzuki and BPL Sanyo, whereby foreign entities joined forces with domestic firms to mitigate risks and navigate local market dynamics. As the economic environment evolved, foreign companies were granted the ability to use their brand names without mandatory Indian collaborations. This pivotal change marked a significant departure from earlier constraints. Furthermore, the government abolished the dividend balancing requirement, which mandated that companies could only repatriate profits proportionate to their exports, thereby simplifying the process for foreign investors. Today, the Indian economy has embraced a more open stance towards foreign investment, allowing up to 100% foreign ownership in numerous sectors, including but not limited to petroleum, road construction, power, pharmaceuticals, and tourism. Sectoral restrictions and caps. However, it is important to note that not all sectors are fully open to foreign direct investment, FDI. Certain areas, such as insurance, have a cap where foreign equity is restricted to 26%, similarly, banking and telecommunications have limits set at 49%. These sectoral caps can be modified by the government through various press notes, which are responsive to the evolving needs of the economy. Notably, sectors like gambling, atomic energy, and agriculture remain off-limits for FDI, reflecting the government's cautious approach toward sensitive industries. To streamline foreign investment, the Indian government has implemented an automatic route for projects that do not necessitate an industrial license or have existing joint ventures in India. This fast-track mechanism has simplified the entry for non-resident Indians, NRI, persons of Indian origin, PIO, and overseas corporate bodies, OCB, thus facilitating smoother investment flows. Facilitating foreign investment. To enhance interministerial coordination and ensure expedient execution of approvals, the government established the Foreign Investment Implementation Authority (FIA). This body plays a crucial role in expediting the approval processes and translating them into tangible investments. It is evident that nearly the entire economy, excluding the agricultural sector and select industries, has been unlocked for foreign investment, signaling a robust welcoming attitude towards foreign investors. While acknowledging this welcoming policy, it is essential to confront the reality of India's investment deficit. The country faces a significant gap in investment, especially regarding the estimated $1 trillion needed for infrastructure development over the next decade. The notion that India needs foreign investment more than foreign investment needs India underlines a crucial economic truth driving the easing of restrictions. Impact of FDI, achievements and challenges. Since initiating economic liberalization in 1991, India has successfully attracted approximately $500 billion in foreign investment. However, in comparison, China has attracted over $1 trillion during the same period, highlighting the ongoing challenge that India faces in becoming a leading destination for FDI. The initial years post-liberalization, 1991 to 2007, saw minimal foreign investments, with flows only picking up pace post-2008 during the global financial crisis, which ironically led to increased capital flow into emerging markets, including India. Nevertheless, foreign investment levels have fluctuated significantly, with a notable downturn since 2013. The question arises, why does India still struggle to attract higher levels of FDI despite notable improvements? Although India boasts advantages such as a large English-speaking workforce, inexpensive labor, and a burgeoning consumer market, several factors deter foreign investors. 1. Global comparisons. Investors compare potential destinations globally and often find India lagging behind other economies in infrastructure development and regulatory ease. 2. Comparative disadvantage. India continues to grapple with rigid labor laws, a substantial public sector, and imperfect market conditions, which deter potential investments. 3. Ease of doing business. India's global ranking regarding the ease of conducting business remains low, raising concerns among prospective investors. 4. Bureaucratic inefficiencies. Despite a single-window clearance system, the need for multiple approvals at different governmental levels renders the process cumbersome and inefficient. 5. Mindset and perceptions. Despite policy changes, the perception remains that India is doing foreign investors a favor rather than fostering a mutually beneficial environment. 6. State government prioritization. State governments often do not treat foreign investments with equal importance as the central government, leading to administrative delays. 7. Labor market constraints. Regulations surrounding labor can be perceived as inflexible, deterring foreign companies that prioritize adaptability. 8. Transparency issues. Many investors find the reform processes obscured by implicit regulations, contrasting with explicit and transparent standards they are accustomed to in other countries. 9. Promotion of investment. There is a concerning gap in effectively promoting India as a favorable investment destination on a global platform. 10. Indifference of NRIs. Unlike in China, where overseas investments are strongly supported by expatriates, Indian NRIs often prefer investing elsewhere. FDI in organized retail, opportunities and challenges. A particularly contentious aspect of foreign investment in India lies within the realm of organized retailing. Organized retailing, defined as selling branded household goods in large stores, is significantly overshadowed by the dominance of unorganized retail sectors, which account for over 90% of retail transactions in India. The potential integration of organized retailing into the Indian market presents many opportunities. FDI in this sector can occur through various avenues, ranging from franchise models, manufacturing alliances, cash-and-carry systems, to direct equity participation, with recent approvals allowing 51% foreign ownership in multi-brand retail, contingent on specific investment and operational stipulations. However, the introduction of large foreign retail entities like Walmart raises substantial fears regarding the survival of traditional kirana, neighborhood, stores. Critics argue that the influx of big-box retailers could lead to mass unemployment as small shopkeepers lose market share. Concerns also arise around potential increases in consumerism and monopolistic behavior from these international retailers. On the other hand, the potential benefits of FDI in organized retail should not be overlooked. Major foreign retail brands bring internationally recognized expertise, advanced supply chain management practices, rigorous quality control, and heightened efficiency, all of which could enhance the overall consumer experience and yield benefits for local agriculture through better price realization for farmers by eliminating middlemen. Many apprehensions regarding the end of Kirana stores can be mitigated by recognizing India's unique retail behaviors, where consumers prefer convenience and personalized service over bulk shopping trips. The widespread, daily presence of Kirana shops in local neighborhoods provides them with advantages that large retailers may struggle to replicate. In conclusion, the investment landscape in India continues to evolve, marked by progressive policy shifts and expanding sectors. However, significant challenges remain, requiring ongoing dialogue, strategic planning, and decisive action. The government's commitment to fostering a more transparent and conducive investment environment will be crucial in realizing India's potential as a leading global investment destination. In this light, establishing efficient mechanisms for interstate coordination and effectively branding India as a prime country for FDI can propel the nation toward achieving its economic aspirations. Foreign Portfolio Investment, FPI. Foreign Portfolio Investment, FPI, constitutes a significant segment of foreign investment in India, characterized by its high volatility. In recent years, as part of the liberalization efforts concerning FPI inflows, there has been a noticeable increase in the money coming into Indian markets, albeit with relatively stable outflows. The Indian government has lifted many restrictions on FPI inflows into the stock market, allowing foreign investors to purchase shares freely, subject only to a maximum percentage of ownership set for individual companies. Alongside equities, FPIs are permitted to invest in corporate debt instruments and the securities issued by the Government of India. However, these investments are typically subject to certain ceilings established by regulatory authorities over time. To engage in investments within the Indian stock market, FPIs are required to register with the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. Two critical issues related to FPIs warrant discussion. The first is the concept of participatory notes, PNs, which enable unregistered FPIs to invest by subscribing to PNs created by registered FPIs. This practice has significantly contributed to the increase in FPI investments. However, it poses a challenge as it introduces entities into the Indian stock market whose identity, nationality, and investment purpose remain obscure. In response to rising concerns, SEBI has relaxed the conditions for registration, facilitating a more extensive pool of FPIs while concurrently decreasing the number of PNs in circulation. The second issue pertains to round-tripping, a process where capital exits the country only to return via a different route to evade taxes on any profits made. It is widely believed that a considerable portion of FPI investment is routed through Mauritius, capitalizing on the benefits outlined in the Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement, DTAA. The considerable influx of FPI investments is often credited with the deepening of the Indian stock market, positioning it as a major global financial player. However, it is essential to recognize the inherent volatility and reversibility of these investments, which can be executed with minimal notice. In light of the surge in capital flows into emerging markets, several countries, including Brazil and China, have introduced taxes on short-term inflows, reminiscent of the Tobin tax established 2 to 3 decades ago to deter short-term capital movements. Currently, India has not implemented such a tax, as recent FPI inflows and outflows have been deemed stable and non-disruptive to the economy. However, policymakers may reconsider this stance should they observe an alarming increase in inflows or a sudden outflow that threatens to destabilize the national economy. Foreign direct investment in the agriculture sector. Foreign direct investment, FDI, in the Indian agriculture sector has seen a substantial rise, reaching 611.28 Indian rupees crore by December 2017 for that fiscal year. This marked an increase compared to 515.9 Indian rupees crore for the entire fiscal year of 2016-17, 553.14 Indian rupees crore in the fiscal year 2015-16, and 365.31 Indian rupees crore in 2014-15. FDI plays a crucial role in the agricultural landscape by generating employment opportunities and significantly enhancing the sector's infrastructure, thereby promoting modernization and commercialization. The agricultural sector is a vital component of the Indian economy, employing around 59% of the workforce and contributing approximately 17% to the nation's gross domestic product, GDP. Despite its significance, investment in agriculture, including food processing and allied sectors, remains less attractive compared to the service sector. Given the critical need to improve productivity levels to secure food availability and promote the welfare of small and marginal farmers, the government must prioritize investments in agriculture and food processing. Addressing the investment gap can be effectively achieved by adopting a public-private partnership (PPP) model, which encourages collaboration between governmental bodies and private investors. To overcome the challenges associated with foreign investments, it is imperative to implement robust regulatory frameworks that ensure the protection of consumers and safeguard the interests of marginal farmers. By strengthening these policies, the government can build a resilient agricultural sector capable of meeting the increasing demands of a growing population and contributing to the nation's overall economic development. Distinctions between FDI and FPI in India. Understanding the distinctions between foreign direct investment, FDI, and foreign portfolio investment, FPI, is crucial for comprehending the landscape of international investment in India. These two forms of investment serve different purposes and involve various levels of engagement, control, and investment strategies. Below, we detail the key differences between these two types of investments. 1. Nature of investment. Foreign direct investment, FDI, refers to investments made by international investors to acquire substantial interest and control over the enterprises in which they invest. This often includes setting up a business, acquiring existing businesses, or establishing new facilities. In contrast, foreign portfolio investment, FPI, pertains to investments in financial instruments such as stocks, bonds, and mutual funds, where investors do not seek direct control over the companies in which they are investing. 2. Level of engagement. Investors engaging in FDI typically assume an active role in the management of the company. They may be involved in strategic decision-making, operational management, and other critical functions of the business. Conversely, FPI investors take a more passive role. They invest in financial assets without participation in the day-to-day management or decision-making processes of the companies they invest in. 3. Control and ownership. Through FDI, investors achieve a relatively high level of control, as they gain both ownership rights and management influence. This direct control can lead to significant involvement in shaping the company's future. On the other hand, FPI investors possess only ownership rights without management or operational control, which confines their influence over the company's strategies and policies. 4. Investment horizon. FDI investors usually hold substantial and long-term interests in their investments, often committing resources for many years and aiming to expand and develop the business. In contrast, FPI investors may not have a long-term investment perspective. They can change their investment positions more frequently based on market conditions, making their intent more speculative in nature. 5. Types of assets. Another critical distinction lies in the types of assets in which these investors engage. FDI investors typically invest in both financial and non-financial assets, which can include physical infrastructure, production facilities, and real estate. In contrast, FPI investors focus solely on financial assets, such as stocks and bonds, without any direct involvement in physical operations or services. 6. Liquidity and exit strategies. FDI investors often find it challenging to exit their investments since selling stakes in companies, particularly those requiring extensive financial and operational integration, can be cumbersome and time-consuming. Conversely, FPI investors enjoy greater liquidity, as they can sell their holdings in financial markets at their discretion, allowing for rapid divestment and reinvestment. 7. Repatriation of funds. The process of repatriating funds from FDI can be complex, involving regulatory approvals and legalities, which can delay the return of invested capital. This makes the FDI process longer and more complicated in terms of fund repatriation. However, FPI investment allows for quick repatriation of funds, sometimes even within a day, making it easier for investors to retrieve their capital in response to market fluctuations. In conclusion, both FDI and FPI play vital roles in the economic growth of India, attracting diverse forms of capital and facilitating international business relations. Understanding the differences between these investment types helps stakeholders navigate the complexities of global investment strategies and their implications on the Indian economy. These investments not only contribute to the capital inflow but also bring technology, skills, and management practices that can enhance the economic landscape of the country. Multilateral financial institutions. International Monetary Fund, IMF. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank Group, WB, are two significant multilateral financial institutions that originated from the historic Bretton Woods Conference held in 1944. The IMF was initially established to facilitate post-war reconstruction and foster economic collaboration among nations. Over the years, its objectives have evolved to include maintaining exchange rate stability among member countries. Starting in the 1970s, the IMF's mission expanded to provide financial assistance to nations facing balance of payments crises. These crises often stemmed from several factors, including the collapse of the fixed exchange rate system, global oil price shocks, and the challenges faced by countries pursuing greater integration into the global economy, particularly if they were experiencing structural trade issues. Membership in the IMF, which currently comprises 190 member countries, is a prerequisite for accessing its loan facilities. Membership is obtained by purchasing a quota, which is generally contingent upon the economic output and global stature of the member country. This quota not only signifies the financial commitment of the country to the IMF but also delineates its voting rights regarding key policy decisions, including the provision of loans to member nations. A member typically pays 25% of its quota in widely accepted currencies, WAC, such as the US dollar, euro, British pound sterling, or Japanese yen. The remaining 75% can be settled in the member's local currency and is held by the member's central bank, but these funds cannot be withdrawn without IMF authorization. The loans offered by the IMF are primarily short-term to provide immediate relief to economies in distress. Interest rates on these loans are priced at commercial rates and are associated with rigorous conditionalities that demand structural reforms within borrowers' domestic sectors for long-term financial stability. Financial accounts within the IMF are managed using a neutral accounting currency termed special drawing rights, SDR, often informally known as paper gold. SDRs can be exchanged for any of the WAC at predetermined rates set by the IMF. It is crucial to note that SDRs are not currencies, they are merely an accounting unit used by the IMF. Quotas can also be purchased in SDRs. In addition to financing trade imbalances and currency-related issues, the IMF produces analytical country papers aimed at aiding governments in refining their policy-making processes. The IMF plays a pivotal role, alongside the World Bank Group, in addressing and alleviating absolute poverty, particularly in developing regions such as Asia and Africa. Notable among its financial assistance programs is the Poverty Reduction and Growth Fund, PRGF, which is the IMF's only concessional assistance program and requires repayment over a 10-year period. However, the IMF faces criticism for what some perceive as the disproportionate influence of the United States, with a significant portion of the organization's policies being shaped by a so-called Washington Consensus due to its position as the largest quota holder. IMF resources. The financial resources of the IMF primarily derive from member countries through their quota payments. The major components of IMF's resources include quotas. These subscriptions are fundamental to the IMF's financial structure. Each member country is assigned a quota according to its relative position in the world economy. Special drawing rights, SDR, introduced in 1969, the SDR is an international reserve asset created to supplement the official reserves of member countries. Gold reserves. While considerably reduced in prominence since the gold standard era, gold still constitutes a vital asset within the balance sheets of numerous nations, with the IMF holding significant reserves of this precious metal. Recent trends at the IMF. As global economic dynamics shift, particularly with the rise of BRICS nations, the IMF has acknowledged the need to realign quotas to appropriately reflect the growing contributions of these emerging economies to global output. Consequently, BRICS countries were allocated an additional 6% in quotas, causing India's voting share to increase from 2.3% to 2.6%, elevating the nation to the position of the eighth highest quota holder. Although India ranks below the United States, Japan, China, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, and Italy in terms of quota and voting rights, it surpasses Russia and Brazil among the top 10 quota contributors. A recent rebalancing effort has culminated in the doubling of the total quota, which now stands at SDR 477 billion, equivalent to approximately $756 billion. In response to the global financial crisis, the IMF now seeks to function not only as a stabilizing force in currency management but also as a robust multilateral financial institution essential for fostering global financial stability. For the first time since its inception, the IMF has introduced a new lending facility called the New Arrangements to Borrow (NAB), catering specifically to economies in crisis within the Eurozone. This new function necessitates enhanced cooperative monetary efforts among governments, demanding greater transparency from monetary authorities, with the IMF taking a proactive leadership role. IMF reforms. In a landmark decision, the IMF has launched a new SDR valuation basket that includes the Chinese renminbi, RMB. Starting October 1, 2016, the RMB was officially recognized as a freely usable currency and included in the SDR basket alongside the US dollar, euro, Japanese yen, and British pound. The executive board determined new currency weights, assigning 41.73% to the US dollar, 30.93% to the euro, 10.92% to the Chinese yuan, 8.33% to the Japanese yen, and 8.09% to the pound sterling. This expansion symbolizes a significant evolution in the global economic landscape and marks the first inclusion of a new currency in the SDR basket since the euro was introduced. As a result of these reforms, India's voting share at the IMF has risen from 2.44% to 2.75%, which positions it as the eighth largest shareholder of the fund, an increase of 3 places. The ratification of the 2010 governance quota reforms opens possibilities for a forthcoming review of the IMF's quota allocations, allowing discussions surrounding the size, composition, and distribution of resources among member countries. The relationship between India and the IMF. Historically, India has been a significant borrower from the IMF, utilizing various facilities available to member nations. However, all loans taken by India have not only been repaid but have actually been prepaid, resulting in no outstanding obligations to the fund. The IMF also administers a Financial Transaction Plan, FTP, aimed at assisting low-income countries with their balance of payments challenges, allowing only a select group of 47 strong economies to lend to the IMF under this initiative. Since 2002, India has gained status as a lender to the IMF under the FTP, with contributions amounting to $205 million, which counts towards the country's foreign exchange reserves. This remarkable transition, from being a debtor nation to now serving as a creditor, underscores India's strengthening economic fundamentals, maturity, and growing prominence on the global stage, especially following its economic reforms. With increased quotas and voting rights, India now possesses a more substantial voice in the formulation of policy decisions within the IMF, reflecting its enhanced stature in the international financial system. The World Bank Consortium. The World Bank Group was initially established to facilitate the rebuilding of economies in the aftermath of World War II. Over time, its focus evolved towards fostering development that specifically addresses the pressing issues faced by developing nations, particularly those grappling with escalating poverty in various countries across Asia and Africa. The World Bank, WB, provides essential financial and technical assistance to these nations through a network of complementary institutions, each playing a unique role in tackling challenges such as poverty eradication, education enhancement, public health improvement, agricultural advancement, environmental sustainability, and project financing that emphasizes socio-welfare initiatives, including the construction of schools, hospitals, dams, and other critical infrastructure. It is important to note that the projects funded by the World Bank are driven by the governments of these nations rather than the World Bank itself. The World Bank acts primarily as a provider of financial resources, imposing minimal conditionalities, the main requirement being that the funded projects are completed within the agreed timeframe. The financial support extends beyond central governments to include state governments, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and other entities, both domestic and international, engaged in developmental activities. Unlike the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the financial assistance offered by the World Bank is not based on commercial borrowing, rather, it is concessional, which means it comes with lower interest rates and extended repayment periods that allow countries to manage their financial obligations more effectively. The World Bank comprises several interrelated institutions, primarily the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, the International Development Association, IDA, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, and the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID. The IBRD focuses on reducing poverty in middle-income and creditworthy but relatively poor countries, primarily through income-generating initiatives and capacity-building programs. On the other hand, the IDA specifically targets the world's poorest 79 economies, including 35 countries in Africa, that have a per capita gross national income of less than $1,165. The assistance provided by the IDA is typically interest-free and comes with repayment periods ranging from 35 to 40 years, primarily aimed at supporting infrastructure, public health, and social sector projects. Meanwhile, the IFC provides both technical and financial assistance to medium and small enterprises in developing nations, promoting entrepreneurship as a means of fostering economic growth in these contexts. MIGA plays a critical role in enhancing foreign direct investment by providing guarantees against political risks associated with overseas investments, while ICSID is dedicated to resolving investment disputes among member countries to ensure a stable investment environment. The World Bank's overarching goal has been the eradication of absolute poverty in African and Asian countries, transforming poverty from a local or regional issue into a global concern. The bank has established its own definition of poverty, identifying individuals living on less than $1 per day as being in absolute poverty. In addition to its financial role, the World Bank produces detailed country-level reports that outline the developmental needs of various nations, emphasizing long-term strategies for poverty eradication and sustainable growth. This includes providing governments and communities with insights and support aimed at fostering inclusive and sustainable economic development. The World Bank has committed significant resources to countries such as India, pledging $14 billion in assistance between 2009 and 2012. Recently, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has indicated plans to subscribe to a special private placement of bonds issued by the World Bank for an amount of $4.3 billion. This investment will enhance India's eligibility for higher levels of concessional borrowing from the World Bank, thereby providing a stable, long-term solution to address its current account deficit. To address vulnerabilities posed by natural disasters, the World Bank has established the Catastrophe Risk Deferred Drawdown Option, CRDD, holding a corpus of $500 million aimed at supporting middle-income nations affected by such events. In response to the global financial crisis, the World Bank introduced the Vulnerability Financing Facility, VFF, within the IDA to expedite financial assistance during emergencies. Additionally, it established the Rapid Social Response Fund, RSRF, which is designed to meet urgent social needs in low-income economies. The World Bank is committed to stabilizing existing infrastructure and ensuring the timely execution of priority projects across developing member nations. Furthermore, the bank continually reviews public expenditure and debt management strategies, generating valuable insights that are beneficial for policymakers in the respective economies. This multifaceted approach underscores the World Bank's significant role in promoting sustainable development and addressing the challenges faced by countries around the world. The ADB, strengthening regional cooperation in Asia. The Asian Development Bank, ADB, is a prominent multilateral development bank comprised of 67 member countries, with the United States and Japan serving as its largest shareholders. Despite its diverse membership, the ADB retains a distinctively Asian character, emphasizing cooperation and collaboration among nations within the Asian and Pacific regions. The bank's headquarters are located in Manila, Philippines, which serves as a hub for its operational activities and initiatives. The primary objectives of the ADB are centered around the eradication of poverty across Asian nations, promoting sustainable economic growth, and fostering inclusive social development. In addition to these goals, the bank is committed to advancing environmental sustainability, disseminating vital information, and enhancing regional integration. To achieve these objectives, the ADB provides a range of support services, including financial assistance, co-financing opportunities, and technical expertise. Importantly, the ADB collaborates not only with central governments but also actively engages with the private sector and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, dedicated to poverty alleviation and social welfare. The ADB, alongside other major multilateral financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, WB, has played a crucial role in addressing the challenges faced by developing countries. Together, these institutions have established that poverty is a pressing global issue, a significant plight affecting people across various nations and not limited to specific geographical areas. The complexities of poverty demand a united response, as the issue is too vast in scale and impact for individual countries to tackle alone. Consequently, global interventions are essential, necessitating both financial resources and intensified collective efforts aimed at eradication. In the wake of the global financial crisis, the roles of these multilateral institutions are set to be redefined. There is an increasing need for oversight mechanisms that are not merely regulatory but promote greater economic cooperation among nations. As the world faces evolving economic challenges, the ADB and its counterparts are expected to play a more significant and proactive role than in the past. This shift may lead them to transcend the traditional framework of the Washington Consensus and emerge as truly multilateral institutions with a broader reach and impact. In conclusion, the ADB is poised to be an essential player in shaping the economic landscape of the future, addressing the multifaceted issues of poverty and development through enhanced cooperation and integrated approaches. The commitment to reducing poverty and fostering sustainable development on a regional level will remain central to its mission, ensuring that it continues to contribute meaningfully to the well-being of member countries and the broader global community. Emerging Development Bank. At the 4th BRICS Summit held in New Delhi in 2012, the leaders of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa deliberated on the establishment of a new development bank, NDB. The primary aim of this initiative was to mobilize financial resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects, not only within BRICS nations but also in other emerging economies and developing countries. As a result of these discussions, the leaders instructed their finance ministers to assess the feasibility and viability of establishing such a bank. They were tasked with forming a joint working group to further investigate this proposition and to provide a report by the time of the next summit, scheduled for 2013. Following the presentation of the finance ministers' report at the 5th BRICS Summit in Durban in 2013, the leaders reached a consensus on the feasibility of creating the NDB, leading to a formal decision to move forward with its establishment. They also emphasized the importance of ensuring that the initial funding for the bank was substantial enough to effectively finance critical infrastructure projects. The headquarters of the new development bank was established in Shanghai, China, further solidifying the commitment of BRICS nations to improving infrastructure and sustainable development across their territories. During the 6th BRICS Summit in Fortaleza in 2014, the leaders officially signed the agreement that established the new development bank, NDB. Within the Fortaleza Declaration, the participating leaders underscored the sentiment that the NDB would bolster cooperation among BRICS nations and serve as a supplemental entity to existing multilateral and regional financial institutions aimed at fostering global development. This initiative was viewed as a significant contribution toward meeting collective goals for strong, sustainable, and balanced economic growth. Moreover, the NDB is dedicated to providing technical assistance for various projects that it supports. The bank will also engage in exchanges of information, culture, and personnel, all with the objective of enhancing environmental and social sustainability. The main objectives driving the operations of the NDB include fostering development among member countries, supporting economic growth initiatives, promoting competitiveness and facilitating job creation, building a platform for knowledge sharing among developing countries. To achieve its mission, the bank aims to support both public and private projects through various forms of financial assistance, including loans, guarantees, equity participation, and other financial instruments. According to the Fortaleza Declaration, the new development bank was established with an initial authorized capital of $100 billion, with subscribed capital amounting to $50 billion, equally distributed among the founding member nations. The governance structure was also outlined, whereby the first chair of the Board of Governors was designated from Russia, the first chair of the Board of Directors from Brazil, and the inaugural president of the bank from India. In conjunction with the headquarters in Shanghai, an Africa Regional Center for the NDB was to be established in South Africa. The inaugural meeting of the NDB's Board of Governors took place on July 7, 2015, during the UFA Summit, where Russia presided over the session. This meeting marked the official legal establishment of the bank as a recognized entity. At this gathering, Mr. Kilovolt Kamath was appointed as president, along with 4 vice presidents and members of the board of directors. Following the signing of the headquarters agreement with the government of the People's Republic of China, as well as a memorandum of understanding with the Shanghai Municipal People's Government on February 17, 2016, the NDB became fully operational. In its first year of operation, 2016, the bank's board of directors approved loans that totaled over $1.5 billion, aimed at funding projects focused on green and renewable energy, as well as transportation. This initial financial commitment reflects the NDB's mission to foster sustainable and impactful development projects, thereby highlighting its pivotal role within the framework of BRICS and the broader global financial landscape. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, is a multilateral development bank that was initiated by China with the primary aim of providing financial support for infrastructure development and enhancing regional connectivity projects across the Asia-Pacific region. Established in response to traditional Western-dominated financial institutions such as the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and the World Bank, WB, the AIIB represents a significant shift in the financing landscape, emphasizing the need for greater investment in infrastructure to stimulate growth and development in Asia. Officially commencing its operations in 2016, the AIIB is headquartered in Beijing, China. The bank has grown rapidly since its inception and currently boasts 57 member countries that represent a diverse range of economies and perspectives. India, as one of the founding members, plays a crucial role in the bank's governance and is anticipated to hold the second-largest shareholding after China, which underscores India's significant involvement in regional development initiatives. The establishment of the AIIB is particularly noteworthy as it seeks to address the pressing infrastructure needs of Asia, which has long faced challenges in areas such as transportation, energy, and urban development. By providing financial resources and facilitating investment in key infrastructure projects, the AIIB aims to foster sustainable economic development, improve connectivity within the region, and enhance cross-border trade. In addition to its financial contributions, the AIIB is also committed to promoting international cooperation and partnership. It seeks to collaborate with other multilateral institutions and private sector stakeholders to leverage additional investment and expertise. The AIIB's strategic focus includes infrastructure sectors such as transportation, energy, water supply, and environmental sustainability, making it an essential player in the ongoing efforts to achieve sustainable development goals in Asia. As the bank continues to expand its membership and operational reach, it is poised to become a central figure in shaping the future of infrastructure development in the Asia-Pacific region. This increased focus on infrastructure not only highlights the growing economic significance of Asia but also reflects a broader trend towards increased regional cooperation and integration in addressing mutual challenges. External debit of India. India's external debt. External debt refers to all debts that are denominated in foreign currencies, which are owed by various entities within a country, including the central and state governments, Indian corporations, and residents. In the context of an increasingly globalized economy where countries adopt open economic policies, monitoring external debt is crucial. It poses significant implications due to its sensitivity and the inherent ability of these entities to service the debt. The failure to adequately service this debt necessitates additional borrowing in foreign currencies, thus compounding the financial obligation over time. In India, external debt data is systematically reported on a quarterly basis, with a delay of 1 quarter from the end of each period. The Reserve Bank of India handles the compilation and dissemination of external debt statistics for the first 2 quarters of the calendar year, ending in March and June. Conversely, the Ministry of Finance of the Government of India is responsible for the data for the latter half of the year, specifically for the quarters ending in September and December. Furthermore, the Government of India publishes an annual report entitled the Status Report on External Debt, which provides a comprehensive analysis of the country's external debt position, including trends, composition, and key indicators. As of the end of March 2018, India's external debt experienced a notable increase of 12.4% compared to the previous year, totaling approximately $529.7 billion. This rise can primarily be attributed to a surge in commercial borrowings, short-term debt, and deposits from non-resident Indians, NRIs. Additionally, part of this increase in external debt was influenced by valuation losses resulting from the depreciation of the US dollar against other major currencies. Notably, the external debt-to-GDP ratio was reported at 20.5% at the end of March 2018, up from 20% the previous year, indicating a steadily growing reliance on external borrowing. It is essential to recognize that what truly matters is not merely the volume of borrowings, but rather the productive allocation of these funds. Effective utilization should yield returns sufficient to cover interest payments and generate enough revenue to repay the principal amount. This concept is often referred to as debt servicing. The sustainability of any debt obligation hinges on its serviceability. Any level of debt can be deemed sustainable as long as it remains serviceable. To gauge the serviceability of external debt, one must assess the foreign currency inflows that do not constitute additional debt. These inflows are reflected in the balance of the current account within the balance of payments (BOP) framework. They include revenue from exports of goods and services, as well as other non-debt creating inflows, such as remittances from abroad and expenditures related to international tourism. The relationship between these inflows and outgoing debt liabilities defines a country's debt serviceability. Each year, a certain portion of the debt must be serviced, including interest payments and partial repayment of the principal. For example, if current account inflows total $100 million and the outflow for interest liabilities amounts to $20 million, and if the debt is due to be repaid over 5 years, the total outflow including principal repayment would approximate $40 million, $20 million for interest and $20 million for principal, resulting in a debt service ratio, DSR, of 40%. Overall, understanding and tracking external debt and its serviceability is vital for managing a country's economic health and stability. Responsible borrowing and prudent management of these financial obligations are crucial to sustaining long-term economic growth and development in India. Key highlights of India's external debt. As part of a standard fiscal practice, the external debt statistics for India are typically released with a delay of 1 quarter. This document conveys significant developments concerning India's external debt as of the end of September 2018. Highlights of India's external debt as of September 2018. At the end of September 2018, India's external debt amounted to approximately $510.4 billion, marking a 3.6% decline compared to the end of March 2018. This decrease can be primarily attributed to reduced commercial borrowings and non-resident Indian (NRA) deposits. Furthermore, the valuation gains were a crucial factor contributing to this reduction. These gains occurred due to the appreciation of the US dollar against the Indian rupee as well as other major currencies. Consequently, the external debt to GDP ratio stood at 20.8% at the end of September 2018, up from 20.5% at the end of March 2018. It is important to note that this ratio is calculated based on external debt and GDP values expressed in rupee terms. The major highlights of India's external debt situation at the end of September 2018 are outlined below. Total external debt. As mentioned earlier, India's external debt was recorded at $510.4 billion, reflecting a decrease of $19.3 billion compared to the end of March 2018. Valuation gains, which resulted from the rise in the US dollar relative to the Indian rupee and other currencies such as the special drawing rights, SDR, yen, euro, and pound sterling, were estimated at $25.4 billion. If we exclude these valuation gains, the increase in external debt would have reflected a growth of $6.1 billion instead of the reported decrease of $19.3 billion. Components of external debt. Commercial borrowings remain the largest segment of India's external debt, constituting 37.1%, followed by NRI deposits, which made up 23.9%, and short-term trade credit, accounting for 19.9%. Long-term and short-term debt. At the end of September 2018, long-term debt, defined as obligations with an original maturity exceeding 1 year, was estimated at $406.1 billion, indicating a decrease of $21.4 billion since the end of March 2018. The proportion of long-term debt in total external debt was 79.6% at the end of September, a decline from 80.7% 6 months earlier. Conversely, the share of short-term debt, original maturity of up to 1 year, increased to 20.4% at the end of September 2018 from 19.3% at the end of March 2018. The ratio of short-term debt to foreign exchange reserves also grew to 26.1% by September 2018, up from 24.1% at the end of March 2018. Residual maturity basis. Observing short-term debt on a residual maturity basis, including long-term debt obligations due within the next 12 months and short-term debt, reveals that it made up 43.8% of total external debt as of September 2018, compared to 42% at the end of March. Furthermore, such short-term debt represented 55.8% of foreign exchange reserves, compared to 52.3% at the end of March. Currency composition: the US dollar remained the predominant currency in India's external debt, representing 49.7% at the end of September 2018, followed by the Indian rupee, 36.1%, SDR, 5.3%, yen, 4.7%, and euro, 3.2%. Borrower-wise classification: a classification of borrowers shows that the outstanding debt for both government and non-government sectors experienced a reduction by the end of September 2018. Debt service payments, indicating a positive direction, debt service payments reduced to 6.5% of current receipts at the end of September 2018, down from 7.5% at the end of March 2018. This decline reflects lower repayments of external commercial borrowings. Conclusion: overall, India's external debt continues to remain within manageable limits, as evidenced by various external debt indicators. Notably, India is not ranked among the world's most indebted countries. The government's prudent external debt management policies have successfully curbed excessive growth of external debt, thus maintaining a comfortable position. An international comparative analysis, supported by the World Bank's International Debt Statistics 2017, indicates that India remains one of the less vulnerable economies. Key external debt indicators for India uphold favorable comparisons against other indebted developing countries. Noteworthy metrics, such as the ratio of external debt to gross national income, GNI, the debt service ratio, and the percentage of short-term debt within the total external debt, affirm that India's external debt is well within manageable thresholds. When assessed among developing countries, while China leads with the highest debt stock and proportion of short-term external debt, India's critical debt indicators, including total external debt in proportion to GNI and the debt service ratio, show a more favorable landscape than those faced by other developing nations. Public debt of India. While Indian authorities can take solace in the manageable state of external debt, it is essential to recognize the pressing internal challenge posed by high levels of rupee-denominated debt. This encompasses government borrowings, petro-oil bonds, and other liabilities. Collectively, the external debt and this internal debt source are categorized as public debt. Alarmingly, the public debt to GDP ratio has consistently escalated, reaching nearly 70%. A significant contrast in the public debt structure of India compared to other economies with similar debt magnitudes rests in the composition. 90% of India's public debt is internal, while only 10% is external. Conversely, in similarly positioned economies, external debt comprises a much larger proportion of public debt, rendering them more susceptible to financial crises than India. Although high levels of internal debt may be preferable, they are not without repercussions related to domestic liquidity and inflation, which could endanger long-term growth sustainability. The Indian government has actively pursued fiscal consolidation efforts. However, ongoing economic crises have necessitated fiscal concessions and a heightened deficit to mitigate growth slowdowns. While this approach can be justified, the more considerable challenge for the government lies in striking a balance between the essential investment needed to stimulate growth rates and the imperative of maintaining manageable deficit levels. Achieving this equilibrium is a complex and intricate task, emphasizing the need for continued vigilance and prudent fiscal policy. Exchange rate determination. Exchange rate determination in India. Exchange rates are defined as the value at which one country's currency can be exchanged for another's. This can be interpreted in various ways, including the amount of home currency needed to obtain a unit of foreign currency or the relative value of a foreign currency in terms of the home currency. The variation in exchange rates between different currencies is largely a result of the interplay of supply and demand for these currencies, influenced by several factors such as differences in income levels, participation in global trade, variations in purchasing power, and disparities in production costs. Additionally, the policies and decisions of a country's central bank can play a significant role in determining the relative value of a foreign currency against the home currency. Exchange rates hold significant importance, especially for economies that pursue open market policies. In such economies, there is increased interaction between domestic and foreign currencies, necessitating their conversion for various purposes, including imports and overseas investments. A domestic currency needs to be converted into foreign currency to meet import demands or vice versa, enabling local businesses to engage in international transactions. In contrast, economies that remain closed or insulated from international trade have less reliance on exchange rates, as there is minimal interaction with global markets. Such inward-looking economies predominantly utilize their home currency, with foreign currency serving only as a means to cover essential imports. Determination of exchange rates. In some smaller economies, foreign currencies circulate parallel to the domestic currency with little necessity to exchange them. These economies, often referred to as dollarized economies, depend heavily on the US dollar. Countries like Panama, El Salvador, and Ecuador serve as common examples of such systems. For most other economies, exchange rate determination falls into two primary categories: pegged, or fixed, exchange rates and market-determined exchange rates. 1. Pegged/fixed exchange rates. This system involves direct intervention by a country's central bank to set the exchange rate. Variants of pegged systems include currency board. A country's central bank links its home currency to a stronger foreign currency at a fixed ratio, such as 1:1. The supply of the home currency is directly tied to foreign currency inflow. This system is often recommended for economies facing hyperinflation, as it enforces strict monetary discipline but also limits monetary independence. Examples include Argentina and Hong Kong. Crawling peg. Similar to a fixed exchange rate, this system provides the central bank with the flexibility to allow the exchange rate to adjust within a specified range, a ceiling and a floor. China and Russia utilize this approach. 2. Market-determined exchange rates. This category consists of full float. In economies with a fully floating exchange rate, the value is determined purely by market forces of supply and demand without any intervention from the central bank. Countries like the United States and members of the European Union typically operate under this model. Managed exchange rate, particularly relevant for countries like India. This system combines market determination with active central bank intervention. While the exchange rate is intended to be market-based, the central bank may engage in indirect actions to influence the rate, striving to align it with its economic perceptions, although not to the extent seen in fixed systems. This approach is often described as dirty floating, reflecting the central bank's interference to influence market outcomes. Determining the best method for exchange rate determination is challenging, as it varies based on each country's unique set of challenges, economic priorities, and the potential impacts on the domestic economy. As nations increasingly open their markets and facilitate capital flows, transitioning to a market-determined exchange rate can help assess the health of a domestic currency in relation to global currencies. This dynamic also provides valuable insights for policymakers, enabling them to monitor currency strength and economic stability. Market-determined exchange rates are often perceived as a sign of economic maturity. They reflect robust macroeconomic fundamentals and the capacity to compete internationally. Large economies such as the US, EU, UK, and Japan boast strong currencies due to their substantial trade volumes, deliberate market-determined exchange rates, and broad global acceptability for varied transactions. In contrast, soft currencies belong to economies characterized by limited global trade and restrictions on exchange rate determination, leading to lower international acceptance for transactions. The Indian rupee and, to a lesser extent, the Chinese yuan are currently considered soft currencies. Understanding exchange rates is crucial for open economies, as they are highly sensitive to trade inflows and outflows. Extreme volatility can lead to economic instability and potential crises, as highlighted by historical events, particularly in Southeast Asian economies. Exchange rate and convertibility. It is essential to distinguish between market-determined exchange rates and currency convertibility, as they are often mistakenly seen as synonymous or as logically dependent on each other. However, these two concepts are fundamentally distinct. Different combinations exist regarding exchange rate systems in relation to convertibility. 1. Full float and full convertibility, e.g., the U.S. 2. Pegged exchange rates and full convertibility, e.g., Thailand. 3. Pegged exchange rates with no convertibility, e.g., China. 4. Currency boards and full convertibility, e.g., Argentina. 5. Managed exchange rate with no convertibility, e.g., India. 6. Managed exchange rate with complete convertibility, e.g., Brazil. Having full convertibility does not automatically necessitate a market-determined exchange rate and vice versa. However, both factors significantly influence capital flows and overall economic stability. The interplay between exchange rates and convertibility will be examined in further detail concerning their role in financial crises within open economies, emphasizing the need for policymakers to comprehend the nuances of these concepts fully. India's exchange rate. The concept of exchange rate determination in India has seen remarkable evolution since the country gained independence in 1947. Over the years, various regimes of exchange rate management have shaped the Indian economy. Here, we will explore the notable phases of this evolution, including the reasons behind these changes and their implications. 1. Fixed exchange rate system. Post-independence initially, India embraced a fixed exchange rate mechanism where the Indian rupee was exchanged with the pound sterling at a predetermined rate set by the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. This method aimed to establish economic stability and predictability in international transactions for a newly independent nation. 2. Transition to a basket of currencies. As India gradually moved away from colonial influences, it adapted to a broader trade network, though still restrictive. The RBI transitioned to a basket of currencies for exchange rate determination, while retaining a fixed exchange rate system. The fixed rates were still under the RBI's purview, granted the central bank significant control over the nation's foreign exchange dynamics. 3. Adoption of the U.S. dollar. The global emergence of the U.S. dollar as a leading reserve currency forced the RBI to adopt the dollar for intervention and reserve management. Henceforth, all foreign currency transactions and exchanges were effectively priced relative to the U.S. dollar, with the RBI establishing an exchange rate for the dollar that could be used to derive rates for other currencies. 4. Liberalized exchange rate management system, LERMS. The unconditional swap from a completely fixed exchange rate to a more flexible system began in the 1990s with the introduction of the LERMS. This allowed 40% of dollar transactions to take place at a fixed rate determined by the RBI, referred to as the official rate, while an additional 60% could be transacted at a market-determined rate. This framework signified India's first step towards allowing market forces to influence exchange rates while still maintaining some control. 5. Shift to market-determined rates. By the latter half of the 1990s, as markets became more integrated and liberalized, the RBI eliminated the official fixed rate. Exchange rates were now dictated solely by the market, guiding the economy further towards a more dynamic and flexible exchange rate regime. 6. Managed exchange rates in modern India. In recent years, amidst increased trade reforms and substantial foreign capital inflows, the RBI adopted a managed exchange rate system within a market-determined framework. The concept of a managed exchange rate implies that although the market largely dictates exchange rates, the RBI may intervene occasionally to stabilize or influence rates. How exchange rates are determined. Understanding the underlying mechanics of the exchange rate is crucial. Exchange rates are primarily determined by the forces of demand and supply. Demand for foreign currency, USD, in this case, stems from importers, tourists, students going abroad, and other entities needing foreign currency for various transactions. Conversely, foreign currency supply in India is driven by remittances, foreign investments, and tourism inflows. The relationship between demand and exchange rates shows that as the price of foreign currency rises, more rupees required to buy USD, demand for that currency typically decreases, exhibiting a downward-sloping demand curve. Conversely, holders of foreign currency are likely to exchange it for more rupees when the rate increases, creating an upward-sloping supply curve. The interaction of these two curves creates an equilibrium exchange rate. Impact of currency appreciation and depreciation. The dynamics of currency appreciation and depreciation further illustrate the complex nature of exchange rate management in India. When the supply of USD increases, due to factors like a surge in remittances, USD becomes cheaper in terms of rupees, indicating an appreciation of the rupee. Although this might seem beneficial in terms of cheaper imports, it creates challenges for exporters by making Indian goods more expensive on the international market. The RBI often intervenes to counteract excessively appreciating rupees to maintain export competitiveness and control the current account deficit, CAD. Interventions usually consist of the RBI buying USD, which can inject excess rupees into the economy, leading to liquidity and inflation concerns. To mitigate these trends, the RBI may conduct reverse repo operations to absorb excess liquidity, striving to maintain a balance between currency stability and inflation control. On the other hand, depreciation occurs when the rupee must offer more to obtain USD, usually under conditions of high demand or low inflow, which can exacerbate inflation and widen the CAD due to the rising costs of imports, particularly for essential commodities. Understanding devaluation. It is crucial to distinguish between currency depreciation and devaluation. Depreciation occurs due to market forces in a flexible exchange rate system, while devaluation is a deliberate reduction of the currency's value by the central bank under a fixed exchange rate. Historically, India has seen both devaluation, in the late 1960s and early 1990s, and depreciation as it transitioned towards a more open market-oriented economy. In conclusion, the evolution of exchange rate determination in India reflects its journey from strict regulation to embracing market dynamics. As the Indian economy continues to integrate globally, understanding and managing exchange rates becomes vital for sustained growth and competitiveness in international markets. The complexities involved in this realm also highlight the delicate balance that the RBI and the government must maintain, navigating the inevitable trade-offs between inflation control, export competitiveness, and the overall health of the economy. Causes, consequences, and remedies for the depreciation of the Indian rupee. Exchange rate determination, an in-depth analysis of the depreciation of the Indian rupee. Since the transition to a market-determined exchange rate in 1999, the Indian rupee has experienced a significant decline, reaching alarming lows, including a historical breach of 68 rupees to $1. This unprecedented drop makes it clear that the rupee has never fallen so extensively against the US dollar before. Historical context. In the period leading up to India's independence, the exchange rate between the US dollar, USD, and the Indian rupee, INR, was pegged at parity, with an equal exchange rate of 1:1. Even during the initial years post-independence, the exchange rate remained relatively stable at approximately $1 to 5 Indian rupees. This was during an era dominated by fixed exchange rates, dictated by the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. At that time, India operated as a closed economy, where the exchange rate held little relevance due to limited international trade activities. As India embarked on the journey of nationhood, it faced a multitude of economic challenges. Issues such as rapid population growth, stagnant economic development, persistent inflation, and increasing import needs emerged. However, as a regulated economy, India's ability to earn foreign currency through exports was severely constrained, and thus it lacked alternative avenues for foreign currency inflows. In response to these mounting challenges, the rupee was devalued multiple times post-1966 to curb imports and incentivize exports, with the aim of addressing the ever-widening trade deficit. The trade deficit has emerged as a structural problem for India, particularly characterized by a continuous inability to earn enough USD from exports to support its imports. Transition to market-determined exchange rate. The reforms initiated in 1991 marked a turning point, where India's economic landscape began to open up, albeit inherited with a current account deficit. The economy gradually transitioned away from a fixed or pegged exchange rate, and by 1999, a market-determined exchange rate was fully adopted. The value of the rupee began to be dictated by the supply and demand of USD, with market dynamics taking precedence over RBI-controlled rates. In a market-determined framework, exchange rates are inherently volatile, fluctuating based on several factors, including current account deficits, foreign currency inflows and outflows, and various domestic and global economic developments. Much like waves in the ocean which ebb and flow, so too do market-driven exchange rates experience fluctuations based on supply and demand dynamics. An economy, akin to a ship navigating through the tumultuous sea, must adapt to these waves of volatility, balancing between stability and the inherent unpredictability of market conditions. However, turbulent waves can create difficulties, forcing entities to drop anchor. This represents the downside of a market-driven exchange rate, where rampant depreciation of the currency against foreign currencies can destabilize economies and lead to crisis-like situations. While India's current challenges have not reached a crisis level, the potential for deterioration exists. Reasons for steep depreciation of the rupee. The depreciation of the rupee is symptomatic of underlying economic issues rather than being an isolated problem. Chronic trade deficits, leading to heightened current account deficits, have increasingly pressured the rupee. The scenario intensified due to soaring prices of crude oil and a surge in gold imports, indicative of a high deficit that reflects greater demand for USD to finance imports without a commensurate supply of USD from exports. As the rupee depreciates, the current account deficit widens further, creating a vicious cycle that exacerbates the rupee's downward trajectory. The situation has become increasingly difficult to manage over time. Addressing this predicament is possible primarily through capital account inflows, including foreign direct investment, FDI, non-resident Indian, NRA, deposits, and external commercial borrowings by corporations. Prior to December 2012, these inflows effectively met the deficit, with greater reliance on FDI compared to more volatile foreign portfolio investments, FPI, which introduced a degree of instability. However, the nature of capital flows in India has been predominantly reversible, which becomes problematic in adverse circumstances as sudden outflows can significantly impact the rupee's value. This pattern escalated notably after May 2013, when the Federal Reserve announced a shift away from its quantitative easing policies, signaling an end to the era of loose monetary policy that had maintained favorable liquidity conditions affecting capital flows into emerging economies like India. The signs of recovery in the U.S. economy began to prompt significant withdrawal from Indian stock markets, with capital outflows reaching around $6 billion each month post-May 2013. Coupled with diminished FDI and a reversal of FPI, the rupee faced unprecedented pressure, culminating in a significant depreciation. In November 2016, the rupee hit a 39-month low against the USD, with a reported outflow of $5 billion from foreign institutional investors in response to the government's demonetization initiative. The latter part of 2016 revealed a heightened expectation of a U.S. interest rate hike, further exacerbating investor sentiment toward emerging markets and contributing significantly to the rupee's decline. Implications of rupee depreciation on the Indian economy. The implications of a depreciating rupee extend beyond mere currency value, profoundly impacting the broader economy. Key imports, such as crude oil, machinery, and fertilizers, become significantly more expensive, fostering domestic inflation, an economic condition India has been particularly susceptible to. The rise in prices of imports translates into higher domestic operational costs, ultimately producing negative sentiments among investors and consumers alike, leading to reduced economic spending and consequently slowing growth rates. This state of negativity also plays out in stock market performance, creating a palpable sense of uncertainty that may intimidate potential investors into hesitancy. Widening current account deficits may necessitate the depletion of foreign exchange reserves, raising alarms reminiscent of the economic crisis of 1991 when India resorted to pledging gold reserves in a desperate bid to secure funding. Notably, a weakening currency may reflect larger systemic issues of confidence in the economy itself, revealing a societal preference for foreign over domestic currency. Such dynamics evoke fears of a financial crisis, necessitating nuanced and robust responses. Nevertheless, while depreciation may pose serious risks, it also presents an opportunity for improved export competitiveness. A weaker rupee lowers the price of Indian goods in the global market, potentially boosting demand for exports. However, successful export performance relies on various factors beyond currency valuation, including product quality, ability to meet dynamic market demands, and efficient logistics. The full benefit of depreciation may not be immediately visible, as the impact on export volumes often unfolds over time. Economists consider the rupee's decline as a potential corrective measure that could contribute to long-term export competitiveness, provided the process is gradual and not drastic. Strategies to mitigate rupee depreciation. To address the decline of the rupee, several measures can be employed. 1. Repo rate increase. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, could consider raising the repo rate to encourage foreign investment in Indian debt securities, thereby stabilizing capital flows and reducing demand for USD. 2. Currency market intervention. The RBI can actively intervene in the currency market by selling USD reserves to manage excessive demand for the US currency. 3. Restricting dollar remittances. The RBI may introduce limitations on outward remittances to manage dollar demand, effectively capping the amount that individuals can send abroad. 4. Issuing NRI bonds. The introduction of NRI bonds can attract dollar deposits from non-resident Indians at competitive interest rates, thereby bolstering national dollar reserves. 5. Open market operations. Through open market operations, the RBI can enhance liquidity in the financial system by buying bonds and adjusting the cash reserve ratio, CRR. Evaluation of measures implemented. Despite implementing various measures, the results have been insufficient in curbing extreme rupee volatility. The focus on demand-side solutions has often misdiagnosed the underlying problem, which lies in the supply of foreign currency rather than demand. Efforts to compress demand have proven ineffective, akin to squeezing a balloon that will inevitably expand elsewhere. A shift in focus toward enhancing the supply of USD is crucial. Augmenting supply can stabilize both demand and the currency itself for sustained relief from depreciation. Potential solutions moving forward. To leverage the weakened rupee, the government should aggressively promote exports, eliminating impediments to facilitate trade and ensuring adequate logistical support. The current depreciation of the rupee presents a rare opportunity for Indian exporters to capitalize on lower costs, potentially accelerating global competitiveness. A swift and coordinated response is required from both the government and exporters. It is critical that bureaucratic red tape is minimized, facilitating faster approvals for export activities. Banks must likewise be encouraged to provide ample financial support for export operations. Furthermore, it is imperative to prioritize the clearance of pending FDI proposals while liberalizing FDI norms, fostering an environment conducive to attracting increased foreign investment. Streamlined government investment initiatives can help revitalize economic growth. Finally, addressing trade imbalances, particularly with key trading partners like China, who India has a substantial trade deficit with, can assist in safeguarding against current account pressures. The option to promote full convertibility of the rupee should also be considered to facilitate and encourage capital inflows. Conclusion. While the Indian rupee faces challenging times, there remains an inherent resilience within the economy. The prevailing narrative of a crisis often stems from unwarranted pessimism surrounding India's economic fundamentals. Strong levels of savings, resource availability, foreign exchange reserves, and potential domestic demand all underscore significant positive factors. To reverse negative sentiment, a concerted effort must be made through effective policy implementation, political will, and a commitment to transparency and efficiency in governance. The recovery and stability of the rupee, amidst the complexities of exchange rate management, necessitate a strategic and proactive approach to reinforce economic growth. The impossible trinity. Exchange rate management is not without its complexities, particularly for central banks facing the impossible trinity, the challenge of managing exchange rates, maintaining an open current account, and pursuing an independent monetary policy simultaneously. Effective management typically necessitates prioritizing two of the three objectives, a daunting task that central banks face, especially in tumultuous economic contexts. Real effective exchange rate, RR, and nominal effective exchange rate, NR. In an evolving landscape of global trade relationships, the conventional market-determined rate has become less effective in gauging export competitiveness. The real effective exchange rate, RR, provides a weighted average that accounts for trade volumes and respective inflation rates, offering a nuanced understanding of economic competitiveness. Conversely, the nominal effective exchange rate, NER, is a broader measure that utilizes a basket of currencies without adjusting for inflation, demonstrating the shifting landscape of export dynamics across multiple markets. Exchange rate and purchasing power parity, PPP. Ideally, exchange rates should reflect differences in purchasing power across countries. However, trade restrictions and varying economic structures complicate this dynamic. The concept of purchasing power parity, PPP, emerges as an adjustment methodology, providing a more accurate interpretation of currency values relative to economic realities. PPP serves as a tool for global economic comparisons, influencing assessments of GDP and GNI on both conventional exchange rates and adjusted values, facilitating a deeper understanding of India's economic positioning in the global arena. In subsequent sections, we will further assess the comparative landscape of India's economy, both through traditional exchange metrics and the lens of PPP, offering insights into its international status. Foreign exchange reserves. Foreign exchange reserves of India. Foreign exchange reserves, an overview of India's currency stability. Foreign exchange reserves, FEX reserves, are critical components of a country's financial health, representing a blend of gold reserves, contributions made to the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the Foreign Trade Policy, FTP, as well as all foreign currency assets held by the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, that are denominated in US dollars, USD. Notably, over 90% of these reserves consist of various foreign currencies, primarily denominated in USD, which emphasizes the global economic dominance of the US currency. India's foreign exchange reserves have seen remarkable growth, increasing from a modest $5 billion in 1991 to approximately $275 billion by 2013, edging closer to the $300 billion threshold. A significant leap occurred as the reserves reached $367.64 billion on October 7, 2016, and as of March 2019, the reserves stood at a notable $401.8 billion, reinforcing the nation's financial stability and global economic position. In comparison with other emerging economies, India's forex reserves are relatively substantial, yet they are dwarfed by those of China, which boasts a staggering $3.5 trillion in reserves, followed by Japan with $1.5 trillion, Russia with $500 billion, and South Korea with $300 billion. The cumulative reserves of these nations highlight both the economic might of these regions and the competitive landscape in which India operates. Importance of foreign exchange reserves. The significance of FEX reserves transcends mere numerical representation. They play a crucial role in several areas. 1. Buffer against economic crises. As economies embrace open policies characterized by substantial cross-border financial transactions, robust reserves function as a buffer against global economic volatility, thus preventing potential currency crises. 2. Import facilitation. Foreign exchange reserves provide the necessary import coverage for goods and services that cannot be financed through domestic inflows, thereby ensuring that the country can meet its domestic requirements. 3. Current account deficits. A healthy level of reserves allows countries to maintain higher current account deficits, which is especially important for open economies that rely on external trade. 4. Debt management. Adequate reserves are instrumental in the management of foreign currency debt, enabling countries to retire high-cost debt and meet short-term foreign obligations effectively. 5. Government confidence. The presence of substantial reserves bolsters governmental confidence to pursue policies of greater economic openness and implement bold reforms. 6. International credibility. Strong forex reserves contribute to a nation's international reputation, enhancing its credibility and stature on the global stage. 7. Provision of hard currency. Reserves act as a vital foundation for emerging economies, offering them access to hard currency, which is crucial for international trade and financial engagements. Building up of reserves in emerging economies. The buildup of foreign exchange reserves occurs through various mechanisms, particularly in emerging economies, which are highlighted in India's scenario. Unlike the US and European economies, which already have a hard currency in circulation, emerging economies like India lack this luxury. This situation necessitates the accumulation of reserves to shield against potential economic disruptions. Emerging economies often face challenges in building up reserves due to variable market-determined exchange rates and convertible currency issues. All economic inflows and outflows are managed through fluctuations in exchange rates. For instance, in Europe, a significant inflow of USD could lead to an appreciation of the euro, ultimately resulting in a depreciation of the USD until the inflows become less favorable due to conversions effects. Moreover, when central banks intervene to stabilize volatile currency markets, either through fixed exchange rates or by limiting currency convertibility, they inherently build up reserves. Surpluses in the capital account, exceeding the current account deficit, also contribute to reserve accumulation. India's RBI has historically managed the exchange rates to cushion the rupee, absorbing capital inflows to prevent appreciation, leading to an accumulation of reserves. Even with India experiencing a current account deficit, robust capital inflows allow the forex reserves to grow. Assessing sufficiency of reserves. Determining whether India's accumulated reserves are sufficient to counter potential crises is complex, primarily due to the unpredictable nature of financial crises and their impacts. The evolving landscape necessitates the government's perception of sufficiency based not solely on quantitative measures but also on qualitative assessments rooted in experience and historical context. To gauge the adequacy of a country's reserves, several international benchmarks have emerged, particularly relevant for emerging economies like India. 1. Import cover. Ideally, reserves should provide a cover for at least 3 months of imports. Currently, India maintains a cover of approximately 7 months, which has fluctuated significantly over the years. 2. External debt cover. A rule of thumb suggests reserves should cover at least 75% of total external debt and all short-term debt, an area where India currently exceeds international expectations. 3. Guidati rule. This rule states that the average reserve holding should meet or exceed short-term debt levels, and India meets this guideline with a ratio of 5. 4. Liquidity at risk. LAR framework introduced by Alan Greenspan. LAR analyzes potential outflows under various unfavorable economic scenarios, adjusting for probability estimates and confidence levels. While theoretical frameworks offer insight into reserve sufficiency, real-world crises are intrinsically unpredictable, making it essential for policymakers to remain vigilant and adaptable. Utilization of reserves. Despite their significant size, India faces constraints on how its forex reserves can be effectively utilized. These reserves are strictly foreign currency assets and cannot be converted into the domestic currency without risk of inflation. Therefore, strategic avenues for leveraging these funds include the following. 1. Liquidating external debt. Although many high-cost debts have already been settled, utilizing reserves for debt reduction results in increased internal debt levels, which does not effectively alter the overall debt landscape. 2. Lowering import duties. By reducing import tariffs, India could potentially increase domestic consumption. However, excessive reductions may harm local production, while a higher current account deficit poses ongoing risks. 3. Limited lending authority of the RBI. As India's central banking authority, the RBI is enabled to lend only to banking institutions, which means any outflow would indirectly impact the economy and could lead to inflation. 4. Investment in safe assets. To ensure liquidity, the RBI has deployed part of the reserves into U.S. Treasury bonds and global sovereign bonds, aiming for lower returns but enhanced security. Recognizing the investment deficit in the country, the Indian government established the Deepak Parekh Committee to explore possibilities for channeling reserves into infrastructure development. The committee's recommendations led to the creation of Indian Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, set to borrow $10 billion from the RBI. Moreover, this entity plans to establish two wholly owned subsidiaries in London and Singapore, with the aim of directing overseas capital to Indian infrastructure projects and providing credit wraps to support domestic companies in accessing global markets. Alternative utilization options. India could consider additional avenues for utilizing forex reserves, including 1. Sovereign wealth funds. SWFs. Countries like China, Japan, and Saudi Arabia have set up SWFs, focusing on maximizing returns instead of merely stabilizing currencies. However, due to India's more vulnerable economic position with a fragile balance of payments and high current account deficits, pursuing SWFs at this juncture may be premature. 2. Strategic oil reserves. SOR. Given India's heavy reliance on imports of crude oil and the associated price vulnerabilities, a portion of the reserves could be allocated to create strategic oil reserves during periods of rapid price increases. 3. Asian Development Fund, ADF. By pooling reserves with nations like China and Japan, India could contribute to an ADF designed to provide financial assistance to emerging economies facing currency crises, promoting economic resilience throughout the region. These options underscore the necessity for a cooperative geopolitical environment, emphasizing collaboration among Asian economies to successfully implement such initiatives. In conclusion, since 1991, India's forex reserves have substantially increased, providing the country with a buffer to withstand adverse external shocks and domestic market fluctuations. The path forward involves strategically leveraging these reserves for enhanced economic stability and growth while navigating the complexities of the global financial landscape. Regional trading blocks. Regional trade alliances. In our previous discussions, we have explored the various components of the external sector, the overarching process of globalization, and the strategic measures being adopted to liberalize economies. We have also touched upon the fundamental principles that govern trade between nations, primarily rooted in economic theory, particularly the theory of comparative advantage. This theory posits that countries trade goods based on their relative production costs, which vary according to their resource endowments. Recently, however, a new dimension has emerged in the landscape of global commerce: regional trading. This approach to trade encompasses exchanges between countries within a specific geographic region characterized by shared cultural elements, proximity, preferences, or similar natural resources. Regional trading operates on a criterion that emphasizes these commonalities rather than solely on economic metrics. This regional trading framework stands in stark contrast to the more traditional trade relationships with the rest of the world, ROE, which are primarily grounded in economic rationale and are often associated with considerable welfare gains for the involved economies. The necessity for regional trading. Although it is widely understood that engaging with the ROE typically yields greater benefits for economies, a staggering 60% of global trade is conducted through approximately 200 regional blocs worldwide. Countries are increasingly drawn toward regional trading due to domestic pressures and a compelling need to explore new markets that lie beyond their national borders. Regional trading plays a vital role in several aspects. 1. Competitiveness analysis. It allows nations to evaluate the competitiveness and market acceptability of their domestic goods. 2. Collective bargaining power. It empowers trading partners to formulate a unified voice on international issues, significantly enhancing their influence in the global arena. 3. Market penetration and economic cooperation. The overarching goals of regional trading include market entry, increasing trade volumes, and fostering economic cooperation. This involves collaboratively addressing significant global challenges such as energy sustainability, environmental protection, and political consensus. 4. Investment and bonding. Regional trading facilitates stronger economic ties across nations, making it easier to attract investments. 5. Cultural exchange. It promotes tourism and academic exchange programs, contributing to a greater sense of cohesion among member countries. The nature of regional trading. Regional trading can be categorized based on the number of participating countries. Bilateral trade involves 2 nations. Trilateral trade involves 3 nations. Plurilateral trade encompasses more than 3 nations but is distinctly separate from multilateral trade, which operates on a global scale. The fundamental distinction lies in that regional trade is centered around geographical proximity rather than specific products. It often takes the form of trade agreements, which can provide preferential treatment for goods produced by member nations. Additionally, these agreements may extend into economic cooperation and joint ventures, or evolve into deeper frameworks that strengthen governmental collaboration among member states. Trade agreements explained. Each country adopts various measures to regulate imports, primarily through tariffs, import duties. Consequently, a crucial aspect of any trade agreement is either the gradual reduction of tariffs on products or their complete elimination. Prior to formalizing trade agreements, nations typically extend the status of most favored nation, MFN, to one another, reinforcing non-discriminatory treatment of goods concerning tariffs and import duties. There are several tiers of trade agreements. Level 1, under preferential tariff agreements, PDA, member countries agree to preferential tariff rates for certain product lines. For instance, if the standard tariff on pens is 10%, a member country may apply a reduced rate of 8% on pens produced within the bloc. Level 2, free trade agreements, FTA, allow member countries to eliminate tariffs on specific products immediately or over a specified period, while maintaining the freedom to apply different tariffs on goods imported from the ROE. Level 3, in a customs union, member countries share a common external tariff for trading with non-member countries, in addition to enjoying free trade among themselves. Level 4, the most integrated form involves members adopting a common currency and a common monetary policy, epitomizing a high level of economic collaboration. Challenges in regional trading. Regional trading faces several significant challenges, notably 1. Defining a sensitive or negative list. This encompasses product lines that will not be subject to tariff reductions, leading to complexities in reaching a consensus among member nations. 2. Early harvest agreements. These require immediate tariff reductions on select products upon the signing of the trade agreement, which can be contentious. 3. Welfare gains assessment. It remains challenging to conclusively determine the net benefits derived from regional trading, especially when assessing trade creation versus trade diversion. Trade creation occurs when a higher-cost domestic product is substituted with a lower-cost import from outside, resulting in potential savings. Conversely, trade diversion can happen when a higher-cost domestic product is replaced by a lower-cost product from a member country that is not necessarily the cheapest option globally. 4. Rules of origin. ROO establishing the origin of traded goods poses another challenge, particularly as multinational corporations operate across various regions. This complexity can undermine the principles of regional trade. Despite the mixed results observed from various trading blocs worldwide, it has been noted that countries with substantial intra-regional trade have often simultaneously experienced an increase in multilateral trade. Notably, regional trading is deemed preferable to having no trade at all. However, it remains unclear if it offers a superior alternative to multilateral trading paradigms. Advocacy for regional trading. Even when setting aside the question of welfare gains, regional trading warrants promotion for several reasons. 1. Global trends. In light of the current global landscape, countries must actively engage in regional trading to seize opportunities and avoid becoming stagnant participants. 2. Collective negotiation strength. Such blocs enhance collective bargaining power on international platforms, amplifying their voices in global discussions. 3. Economic cohesion. Regional trading fosters economic collaboration and strengthens ties among member nations. 4. Pathway to global integration. It can serve as a precursor to broader global integration, facilitating the development of relative efficiency and competitive skills among member states. 5. Boosting tourism and investment. It opens avenues for increased investment and tourism. Essential for economic growth. The relationship between regional and multilateral trading. A critical query arises: is regional trading at odds with multilateral trading systems? In fact, these two paradigms can coexist beneficially. Regional trading can complement multilateral efforts, with the former emphasizing collective economic cooperation and regional ties, while the latter typically yields broader welfare benefits for economies. While both forms involve tariffs and import duties, they differ significantly. Regional trading focuses on applied tariff rates, whereas multilateral trade regulates bound tariffs, the maximum rates allowable. India's involvement in regional trading. India is a relatively recent participant in the realm of regional trading, having entered into several key agreements as late as 2007. The country has established a variety of operational agreements that span bilateral, such as with Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, South Korea, Bhutan, and Nepal, trilateral, such as the India-Brazil-South Africa Dialogue Forum, or IBSA, and plurilateral frameworks, such as with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN. These agreements include pathways towards preferential tariff agreements, PDA, free trade agreements, FTA, and expansive areas of economic collaboration with countries like Singapore, Thailand, Japan, South Korea, and framework initiatives such as the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC. Among these, two agreements mark significant milestones for India in expanding its markets and creating new opportunities. The ASEAN Plus 3, now ASEAN Plus 4, including Japan, China, South Korea, and India, agreement, operational since January 1, 2010, exemplifies this. India has committed to eliminating tariffs on approximately 4,000 products over a 6-year period, with a sensitive list of only 489 products remaining exempt from reductions. This particular agreement has the potential to elevate trade by over $50 billion within the next decade. Another significant initiative is the IBSA, positioning India to tap into burgeoning markets in Africa and Latin America. Recognizing the urgency of being a late adopter in regional trading, India has adopted an active stance to capitalize on forthcoming opportunities. India's approach has transitioned from conventional, vertical trading, characterized by global goods and tariff exchanges, to what can be termed horizontal trading that focuses on deeper regional relationships. While traditional global trading focuses mainly on goods, India's horizontal trading strategy has branched into services and collaborative economic initiatives through Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreements, CECA, and Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements, CEPA. A CECA functions as a trade agreement primarily covering goods, similar to an FTA, but it also encompasses negotiations in services and broader areas of economic cooperation. Once finalized, it transitions into SEPA. Currently, India has SECA arrangements in varying stages with countries such as Singapore, France, Australia, and Japan, in addition to SEPA agreements with South Korea, Sri Lanka, and Hong Kong. India is also advancing a broad-based trade and investment agreement, BTLA, with the European Union, which has the potential to open extensive markets across Europe. In conclusion, regional trading is seen as a mechanism to spur exports while simultaneously enhancing cooperation with member countries. It provides opportunities for market diversification, accessing new trading partners, and bolstering investment. There is a clear intention from the Indian government to pursue trade as a significant engine for future economic growth. However, embracing openness and trade is not solely about market access. It also hinges on the capacity to penetrate these markets through efficiency and competitiveness. This represents a considerable challenge for the government moving forward since global competitiveness is continuously essential. The reforms already in motion have been beneficial, but there is a pressing need for a more aggressive strategy in reforming policies to firmly establish India as a globally competitive economy. Preferential trade agreements. Preferential trade agreements, PDAs, have experienced significant growth, particularly following the establishment of the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 1994. By December 1, 2015, the WTO had logged notifications of a staggering 619 PDAs, encompassing various categories including goods, services, and accessions, with 413 of these agreements already in effect. Notably, from 2008 to 2012, there was an impressive average year-on-year growth rate of 24% in the number of PDAs. There are 5 primary forms of PDAs, each representing a different level of economic integration, moving from less cohesive arrangements to deeper integrations that necessitate increased coordination among member states, often leading to a greater loss of autonomy. These forms include 1. Partial Scope Agreement, PSA. This type of agreement is limited in its scope and allows trade between participating countries, but only for a select number of goods. This means that while some trade barriers are reduced, many remain in place for other products. 2. Free Trade Agreement, FTA. In this preferential trade arrangement, member countries agree to reduce tariffs on goods traded between themselves, while retaining their own tariff rates for imports from non-member countries. This reciprocity helps to enhance trade among the participants while still allowing room for sovereign trade policies. 3. Customs Union, CU. A more integrated form of FTA, a customs union involves member countries applying a common external tariff, CET, on imports from third-party nations. This ensures that all member states maintain a unified tariff stance against non-member countries. 4. Common Market. A further step beyond a customs union, a common market not only eliminates tariffs but also allows for the free movement of factors of production, such as labor and capital, among member countries. This level of integration promotes a more fluid economic environment, encouraging growth and collaboration. 5. Economic Union, the most integrated form of economic cooperation. An economic union combines the characteristics of a common market while also requiring member states to align their macroeconomic and exchange rate policies. This deep level of coordination can lead to significant economic stability among member countries. India and Free Trade Agreements. In alignment with its enduring commitment to multilateralism under the auspices of the WTO, India has increasingly leveraged free trade agreements, FTAs, as a pivotal element of its trade and foreign policy. This strategy has been particularly pronounced since the fiscal year 2003 to 2004. India has strategically focused on establishing partnerships with other countries in Asia, emphasizing trade in goods over services. Within the Asian continent, India has entered into several bilateral FTAs including notable agreements with Sri Lanka, 1998, Afghanistan, 2003, Thailand, 2004, Singapore, 2005, Bhutan, 2006, Nepal, 2009, Korea, 2009, Malaysia, 2011, and Japan, 2011. Furthermore, India has participated in two significant regional trade agreements, the South Asian Free Trade Agreement, SAFTA, established in 2004, and the India Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, agreement signed in 2010. Outside of Asia, India has also formulated FTAs with Chile, 2006, and Mercosur, 2004, a regional trade bloc in South America. The FTAs that India has negotiated reflect varying depths of integration in both goods and services, showcasing India's adaptable approach to enhancing its trade landscape in the global economy. As global trade dynamics continue to evolve, India's robust engagement in preferential trade agreements underscores its commitment to fostering economic ties and leveraging strategic partnerships to bolster its economic growth and development on both a regional and global scale. India's journey with trade agreements. Since the early 1990s, India has witnessed a significant increase in its engagement with regional trade agreements, RTAs. These agreements currently encompass more than half of all international trade and function alongside global multilateral agreements established under the World Trade Organization, WTO. Currently, there are approximately 400 RTAs operational worldwide, with 14 RTAs already in effect in India and a further dozen under negotiation. In today's context, RTAs extend beyond merely reducing tariffs on goods. They encompass a wider range of components, including the liberalization of services, investment provisions, and regulatory cooperation. This evolution reflects a trend towards more comprehensive economic integration among participating countries. An analysis of India's experience with these comprehensive agreements reveals several critical observations. 1. Export performance. India's exports to countries with which it has free trade agreements, FTAs, have not demonstrated superior growth compared to overall export growth or India's exports to other regions of the world. This suggests that the anticipated benefits of RTAs have not fully materialized in boosting export performance to FTA countries. 2. Import-export dynamics. While RTAs have resulted in an increase in both imports and exports, the increase in imports has been more pronounced. This trend raises concerns about the trade balance and the potential over-reliance on foreign goods. 3. Trade deficits. Post-implementation of FTAs, India has seen a widening of its trade deficits with key trading partners in the ASEAN region, South Korea, and Japan. This implies that while India has engaged actively in these agreements, the benefits have not necessarily translated into favorable trade balances. 4. Sectoral impact. According to the Economic Survey of 2016-17, the effects of FTAs have varied across sectors. Notably, a significant impact has been observed in the metals industry on the importing side, while textiles have benefited more on the exporting side. This highlights the uneven sectoral implications of trade liberalization. 5. Tariff reductions. Research indicates that a 10% reduction in FTA tariffs for metals can lead to a 1.4% increase in imports. This elasticity suggests that while tariff reductions can encourage imports, the overall impact on domestic industries needs to be carefully managed to avoid adverse effects. 6. Sensitivity to economic changes. India's export performance appears to be more sensitive to changes in income levels rather than price fluctuations. This suggests that tariff reductions or eliminations may not significantly enhance export volumes, as other economic factors play a more crucial role in determining trade outcomes. 7. Utilization rates. It is noteworthy that the utilization rate of RTAs by Indian exporters is alarmingly low, ranging between 5% and 25%. This indicates a lack of awareness or capacity among exporters to fully leverage the benefits of these agreements, suggesting the need for targeted initiatives to enhance RTA utilization. In conclusion, while RTAs have become a central feature of India's trade policy, their impact has been mixed. As India continues to negotiate and engage in further RTAs, it is crucial to critically assess their performance and implement strategies that can maximize benefits and address challenges associated with trade deficits and sectoral imbalances. Additionally, increasing awareness and capacity among exporters regarding RTAs will be essential for India to harness the full potential of these agreements in a rapidly changing global trade environment. India and the global economy. Worldwide economic production. In a previous section, we observed that the combined output of the global economy reached approximately $80.684 trillion in 2017. Notably, the United States accounted for a substantial quarter of this output, with its economy valued at around $19.39 trillion, making it the largest economy in the world. This underscores the significant role of the U.S. economy in global economic dynamics. To make meaningful comparisons between different economies, two primary yardsticks are utilized: the conventional exchange rate and the adjusted exchange rate, commonly referred to as purchasing power parity, PPP. The PPP approach provides a more accurate reflection of economic well-being by adjusting the conventional exchange rate to account for differences in purchasing power across countries. This adjustment involves assessing the cost of a common basket of goods that can be bought for $1 in different economies. For instance, if the conventional exchange rate is $1 equals 63 rupees while the PPP exchange rate indicates $1 equals 9 rupees, the adjustment factor would be 7. The PPP metric enjoys broader acceptance as a more reliable measure for global comparisons, whereas most transactions occur using conventional market-determined or pegged exchange rates. Various international institutions, including the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, rank economies based on indicators such as GDP and per capita GDP, converting these metrics into USD. It is important to note that while rankings can differ among these institutions, they tend to remain consistent. The position of India. In terms of conventional exchange rates, the World Bank ranks India as the sixth largest economy globally, with its GDP surpassing $2 trillion, specifically reaching $2.59 trillion. Following the U.S. economy, the second largest economy is China, with a GDP of $5 trillion, accompanied by Japan, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Despite India crossing the $2 trillion mark, its share of global output stands at around 2.4%. Conversely, when assessed using the adjusted exchange rate or PPP basis, India's economic output increases significantly to $9.4 trillion, positioning it as the fourth largest economy in the world, behind the US, $15.6 trillion, China, $12.4 trillion, and Japan, $4.3 trillion. Notably, it could be considered the third largest economy when evaluated alongside China, $23.3 trillion, and the United States, $19.39 trillion. Gross national income, GNI, per capita is often interpreted as a measure of the average income of a nation's citizens, calculated by dividing the total output by the population. Although this metric has its limitations, it remains a useful tool for making reasonable comparisons of income levels across different economies. Unfortunately, both India and China rank quite low in terms of GNI per capita, whether viewed through the lens of conventional exchange rates or PPP. India's GNI per capita, based on the PPP method, is approximately $7,060, while it is significantly lower at $1,820 according to the conventional method. China's GNI per capita is slightly higher but still falls below global standards, ranking just over 100. To provide context, countries with the highest GNI per capita include the Isle of Man at $82,650, Switzerland at $80,560, and the United States with a GNI per capita of $50,270, resulting in a rank of 8th globally. What implications do these figures have for India? In comparison to these economies, India can be considered relatively poorer despite its GDP exceeding $3 trillion. One factor contributing to this perception is the substantial size of India's population. In contrast, many other leading economies have significantly lower populations, resulting in a higher GNI per capita. This perception does not apply as readily to populous nations like India and China. Addressing economic challenges. So, what can be done to address this disparity? While the outputs of countries like India and China appear impressive on a global scale, they remain insufficient for domestic economic needs. The solution lies in rapidly increasing economic output to elevate income levels and improve global rankings. However, such progress typically unfolds gradually, potentially spanning decades. Understanding Human Development Index, HDI. Our understanding of human development is critical here. As mentioned earlier, India's GDP ranks 14th globally, and the country is recognized as the second fastest growing economy after China. However, this rapid growth is counterbalanced by the low ranking in GDP per capita, highlighting a gap in economic benefits reaching the general populace. Acknowledging the lack of standardized measures for evaluating human development in economic expansion, two prominent economists, Dr. Mahbub-ul-Haq, from Pakistan, and Dr. Amartya Sen, from India, introduced the Human Development Index, HDI, in the 1990s. The initial evaluation of countries based on this index occurred in 1990. The HDI is designed to be straightforward, objective, and measurable, allowing for tracking government efforts toward basic human development. This index has gained global recognition and serves as the foundation for rankings provided by UNDP in their human development reports. The HDI is determined using three primary parameters. Life expectancy, weighted at 1/3, with a maximum value of 85 years and a minimum of 25 years. Education, it incorporates both adult literacy rates and gross enrollment ratios, with a total weight of 1/3. Adult literacy ratio, 2/3 of 100% to 0%. Gross enrollment ratio for primary, secondary, and tertiary education, 1/3 of 100% to 0%. GDP per capita, also weighted at 1/3, expressed in PPP, with a maximum value of $40,000 and a minimum of $100. The calculated HDI index ranges from 0 to 1, where a value closer to 1 indicates good efforts in human development, and a value below 0.500 suggests unsatisfactory performance. Since 2010, the methodology has been refined to create a more scientific basis for calculating HDI by converting each of the three parameters into an index, particularly enhancing the education component through the inclusion of mean years of schooling, MYS, and expected years of schooling, EYS. As of the latest data, India's HDI rank stands at 130 out of 189 countries, with an HDI value of 0.640, as of 2017. This illustrates that while India's output may appear substantial on a global scale, it remains inadequate for fostering essential human development domestically. The population of the U.S., as the largest economy globally, is notably smaller than the number of people living below the poverty line in India, let alone the entire population. Could it be argued that India's substantial population is a primary factor behind its low HDI ranking? This raises an essential point: if China, despite being the most populous country, can achieve a better HDI ranking, why can't India? Traditional perspectives have evolved. High population levels are increasingly viewed as assets rather than liabilities, with significant potential for domestic demand, market growth, and manpower. Harnessing this potential requires strategic investments in education, skill development, and human capital. India's efforts in these areas have been modest, to say the least, but there's significant room for improvement. It is also crucial to acknowledge that controlling population growth is a lengthy, multifaceted undertaking fraught with economic and non-economic challenges that may take decades to address. Development initiatives should not wait for population stabilization or be impeded by natural population dynamics. Past approaches to population control in other countries have often yielded unintended consequences, such as an aging workforce. Fortunately, India benefits from a favorable demographic dividend, with over 50% of its population under the age of 25, a demographic pattern not commonly echoed in other nations today. This demographic advantage underscores the importance of effectively harnessing the population's potential for economic advancement. Ultimately, India should prioritize domestic needs, focusing on social sector requirements, human development, and enhancing governance across all levels. By addressing internal priorities, India can work towards achieving desired levels of economic output. The HDI serves as a reflection of governmental endeavors in human development. India's low ranking should not be viewed merely as a government failure, given the vastness of the economy. Rather, it should serve as a clarion call for the government to rethink its strategies and align them closely with the goal of enhancing basic human development. This improvement would facilitate a greater sense of well-being among citizens, elevate living standards, and foster a commendable rise in India's HDI ranking. Furthermore, it is a misconception that an outward orientation in economic policy is solely intended for boosting exports or attracting capital inflows. Such an approach can also be leveraged to meet domestic priorities. By focusing on enhancing education, technology, and scientific research, India can harness opportunities that extend beyond its borders, ultimately leading to improved economic outcomes for its citizens. In this context, the earlier section titled External Sector, Looking Outwards, alongside this discussion on the global economy and outlook, provides a comprehensive perspective on the world's economic landscape. Understanding these dynamics is particularly relevant for economies like India, which must navigate an increasingly uncertain, turbulent, and volatile global economic future. India and the Human Development Index. In the most recent Human Development Index, HDI, report released by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, India is positioned at 130th out of 189 countries. The country achieved an HDI value of 0.640 for the year 2017, which is notably higher than the South Asian regional average of 0.638. This ranking highlights India's ongoing efforts to improve human development indicators, although it also underscores the challenges that remain. The period between 1990 and 2017 was marked by significant progress in India's HDI score. The value rose by an impressive 50%, increasing from 0.427 to 0.640 over these years. This progress can be attributed to several key factors, including a substantial rise in life expectancy, which increased by nearly 11 years during this time frame. Additionally, the average years of schooling for children improved by 4.7 years, reflecting improvements in access to education and educational quality. Furthermore, gross per capita income experienced a remarkable increase of 266.6%, showcasing the dynamic economic growth that the country has experienced over the past few decades. However, it is essential to consider the aspects that hinder even greater progress, primarily the issue of inequality. The HDI report indicates that approximately 26.8% of India's HDI value is effectively lost due to inequalities, which poses a significant challenge to the country's development. This inequality manifests in various forms: economic, social, and regional disparities that impact access to resources, education, and healthcare for various segments of the population. Moving forward, addressing these inequalities will be crucial for India if it aims to improve not only its HDI ranking but also the quality of life for all its citizens. Policies that focus on inclusive growth, equitable access to education and healthcare, and the reduction of social disparities are vital for achieving sustainable human development in the coming years. As India continues to evolve on the global stage, the importance of fostering a more equitable society cannot be overstated. Global economy: a transition. Transformative shifts in the global landscape. The global economy has experienced a remarkable transformation over the last 2 decades, reshaping its landscape in ways previously unimagined. To appreciate this evolution from an economic standpoint, one must consider its historical context. Initially, the global economy was characterized by the dominance of the British Empire, which wielded power through imperialism, colonization, and extensive exploitation of its colonies. Trade thrived during this era, significantly enriching the British Empire. However, this prosperity came at an immense cost to the colonized regions, resulting in the depletion of local resources and the detriment of indigenous communities. The second major transition in this narrative was marked by a wave of decolonization that swept across continents, birthing an era of independence. During this period, numerous nations broke free from colonial rule, embarking on the challenging journey of rebuilding their economies. This era was characterized by highly protective and regulated economic policies as these nations sought to reclaim their sovereignty and develop independent economic frameworks. The third transition witnessed the emergence of superpower nations, including the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, and Japan, leading to an increasingly polarized global economy. This phenomenon is often referred to as the North-South divide, where developed countries, the North, enjoyed economic dominance and superiority over developing nations, the South. The countries in the North, often classified as First World nations, were markedly distinct from the Third World countries, a term that referred predominantly to developing nations like India and China. This division further intensified during the Cold War period, as geopolitical tensions shaped economic relationships. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, global dominance shifted toward the Quad nations, including the US, Europe, and Japan, commanding substantial shares of global output, trade, and investments. The fourth transition emerged with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and subsequent economic reforms in China. Transitioning to a system with reduced governmental control and an enhanced focus on global trade, these reforms played a pivotal role in reshaping the international economic order. Beginning in the late 1970s, as China initiated its reform processes, coupled with subsequent changes in neighboring Asian economies, the global economic landscape began to open up to Asia. This shift successfully diffused some of the polarizations present before, leading to the evolution of a multipolar trading system. As a result, the label of Third World or developing countries faded, giving rise to a new classification, new and emerging economies, which emphasized the growth potential of these nations. Additionally, Southeast Asian economies, often referred to as the Asian Tigers, showcased extraordinary economic transformations thanks to high growth rates and substantial increases in income levels. These developments underscored the pivotal role of trade and liberal economic policies in driving rapid economic evolution. Nevertheless, the rise of these economies was met with significant volatility. Crises struck as unexpectedly as the opportunities that had propelled their growth, creating an environment of uncertainty and raising critical questions regarding the sustainability of open economies and liberal policies. Although the subsequent recovery from these crises somewhat mitigated their effects, a cautious mindset prevailed among policymakers in these regions. Notably, despite these challenges, the last decade saw the emergence of economies such as China, India, South Korea, and Indonesia becoming significant players in the global arena. Their contributions to global output, trade, and investment reflected a significant shift of economic power away from traditional First World nations. However, a profound turning point emerged with the global financial crisis that began in 2008. The magnitude of this crisis potentially surpassed even that of the Great Depression of 1929 to 1933, given its far-reaching implications for the global economy. Today, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The global economy stands at a crossroads, characterized by fluidity and uncertainty. There is a gleam of hope with emerging economies coming to the forefront, but this optimism is tempered by the realization that many of these nations are not fully realizing their growth potential. Furthermore, there is a growing concern regarding their decreasing global competitiveness. Nonetheless, it is crucial to acknowledge that these emerging economies still present numerous opportunities, albeit accompanied by profound challenges that require careful navigation and strategic policymaking. In conclusion, the trajectories of the global economy over the past 2 decades illustrate a world in flux, where historical legacies of power, relationships, and economic policies continue to shape present realities while highlighting the need for adaptation and resilience in an increasingly interconnected and dynamic global landscape. Global community. In exploring the concept of globalization, it is essential to recognize the rapid global integration that has taken place, particularly over the last 20 years. This integration has facilitated the emergence of what is often referred to as a global village, signifying a significant shift in the global economy from a once polarized structure, transitioning into a multipolar one, and now entering a phase characterized by interdependence that transcends national boundaries. The growing interdependence among economies plays a crucial role in fostering this global integration process. Contrary to popular belief, it is the interconnectedness of economies rather than their size that renders integration a necessity. From an economic perspective, we are witnessing a contraction of the globe, where countries' goods and services increasingly take on a global dimension. Companies are expanding their operations internationally, establishing multiple locations across various markets that cannot be easily traced to a singular country of origin. This process of integration also signifies a shift in the significance of the origin of capital. The color of money is becoming less relevant as investments and opportunities drive economic connections. This perspective aligns with previously discussed key facilitators of globalization, highlighting that while the terms globalization and integration may be used interchangeably, it is crucial to understand that globalization is, in fact, the outcome of integration efforts. A silent yet potent force behind this economic integration is the increased integration of the financial sector across international boundaries. Advancements in technology have made it possible to conduct electronic transactions across borders seamlessly, in the most efficient manner imaginable. Today, individuals can perform financial transactions from the comfort of their computers, regardless of their geographic location, without necessitating physical movement. The global financial sector is continuously reaching new technological frontiers and expanding its services, providing convenience and a diverse array of products that cater to a global clientele. However, the economic landscape created over the last 2 decades is not without its challenges. Numerous financial crises, such as those in Mexico, Chile, Southeast Asian economies, and Argentina, have influenced the integration process, occasionally causing it to slow down. Despite these hiccups, the momentum of integration has endured. The post-1990s era has seen an increasing wave of global deregulation concerning trade, capital flows, and financial oversight, which has accelerated the pace of integration. As a result, economies have become increasingly coupled, meaning that economic challenges faced by one nation can easily ripple across the global landscape. This phenomenon is particularly evident in peripheral economies, like those of Portugal, Greece, and Spain, which have the potential to destabilize the global economy. The downside of this integration is the vulnerability of economies to be adversely affected by global developments. In today's interconnected world, it is no longer feasible for nations to operate as isolated, hermit economies, detached from international happenings and trends. Moreover, another significant dimension of this global integration is the increasing globalization of issues requiring collective attention and resolution on global platforms, such as the G20. Nevertheless, recent global crises pose a credible threat to the fundamental underpinnings of integration. As we will discuss further, these crises have the potential to destabilize the very fabric of global interconnectedness, necessitating a re-evaluation of how societies and economies may navigate future challenges in a highly integrated world. It highlights the importance of collaboration and the urgent need for effective strategies to tackle global issues collectively, reaffirming the essential nature of interdependence in today's economy. Lessons from crises in open economies. Origins. Before delving into the global financial crises, it is essential to explore, in retrospect, the myriad of factors that contributed to them, the myriad myths that emerged surrounding these events, and, most importantly, the lessons that can be gleaned for countries like India and other emerging economies. As nations transitioning to open economies, it is crucial to develop both currency convertibility and market-determined exchange rates, practices that should evolve naturally, but in a unidirectional, slow, gradual, and cautious manner over time. Yet, it is difficult to definitively state whether these elements of economic openness were directly responsible for the crises experienced in the recent past, particularly during the 1980s and 1990s, in countries like Mexico, Chile, Southeast Asian nations, and Argentina, all of which faced turmoil shortly after liberalizing their economies. The consensus now is that the crises were not a direct result of openness, full convertibility, or market-determined exchange rates. Rather, the causes were more nuanced. 1. Incompatible exchange rate regimes. A flawed combination of how exchange rates were managed often played a critical role. Specifically, a pegged exchange rate and a fully convertible currency are inherently at odds with each other. Countries like Thailand and Argentina exemplified this inconsistency. When full convertibility is pursued, the exchange rates should ideally be left to market forces. 2. Hasty economic liberalization. Rapid and unregulated economic opening, as seen in many Southeast Asian economies, led to uncontrolled inflows of capital without regard to their long-term objectives. This recklessness contributed significantly to the crises that followed. 3. Lack of monitoring mechanisms. The absence of robust monitoring frameworks over critical economic parameters, such as the current account deficit, CAD, and debt service ratio, DSR, was evident in countries like South Korea and Mexico, where lack of oversight paved the way for economic vulnerabilities. 4. Insufficient oversight on short-term inflows. Countries like Argentina suffered from not thoroughly scrutinizing short-term capital inflows and their intended uses, leading to misallocations of resources and eventual crisis. 5. Flawed utilization of inflows. Countries such as Thailand demonstrated the dangers of using short-term inflows to finance long-term projects, often resulting in investments that were unsustainable and technically flawed. 6. Overinvestment and lending norms. Countries like South Korea faced crises partly due to overinvestment and a lack of prudent lending norms, which exacerbated their economic fragility. Key fundamentals of openness. In light of these observations, several key principles emerge as critical lessons for open economies. Alignment of convertibility and exchange rates. If a country opts for full convertibility, it must ensure that its exchange rates are determined by market forces, rather than artificially pegged. Establishment of oversight mechanisms. There needs to be a robust framework in place to oversee all capital inflows, scrutinizing their nature, objectives, and the sectors to which they are directed, as well as maintaining a close watch on CAD and DSR levels. Commitment to financial viability. The commercial and financial feasibility of projects should never be compromised, alongside strict adherence to lending prudential norms. Development of a robust financial sector. A resilient financial sector is of utmost importance. It must be equipped to understand and manage risks, with mechanisms in place for risk mitigation, as well as maintaining sufficient capital reserves to absorb potential shocks. It is important to emphasize that a path towards openness does not equate to regressing into an inward-looking economy. In fact, the broader landscape post-crisis shows that countries such as South Korea, Russia, Chile, Argentina, and Mexico have rebounded from their economic hardships, managing to attract overseas investment and climbing the growth and income ladder. Although their growth trajectories may have been briefly affected by global crises, they are now more assertively engaging in economic openness than ever before. This reflection is not intended to undermine the principles of openness or the concept of an open economy, rather, it highlights the importance of learning from past mistakes, instituting effective checks and balances, and earnestly pursuing avenues for economic openness. Presently, the Indian government is undertaking such initiatives, aiming to carve a distinct path for itself within this global landscape. While China is often lauded as a leader in economic openness, India has made significant strides, particularly with its commitment to a market-determined exchange rate and advancements toward a fully convertible currency. Thus, the future for India lies in a carefully balanced approach to economic openness, one that leverages its unique strengths while learning from the lessons of its predecessors. Global financial meltdown. Decoupling theory. In various parts of this book, we have alluded to the 3116 global crisis, a significant event in economic history, which stands out as the most profound financial disruption ever, eclipsing the Great Depression of 1929 to 1933 in terms of its extensive and far-reaching impact on the global economy. The Great Depression triggered a notable contraction in United States output, which in turn resulted in a downturn of global output, leading to massive unemployment worldwide. However, it was largely confined to the United States and Europe, sparing many nations from its most severe consequences. The effects of the Great Depression were minimal on Asian economies due to their relatively small scale and the fact that most were under colonial rule, which limited their international standing and power. Consequently, these economies were largely insulated from the fallout of the Depression. Similarly, previous financial crises had predominantly been geographically restricted, giving birth to the decoupling theory. This theory posited that economies could isolate themselves from negative impacts emanating from other regions, thus remaining technically decoupled. While the decoupling theory generally held true in earlier times, it met its first substantial test during the oil shocks of the 1970s when many economies worldwide felt the repercussions. However, the so-called global crisis discredited the decoupling hypothesis, particularly in an era defined by economic integration and globalization. It became evident that no economy could remain unaffected or insulated from global adverse developments. While the impact might differ from country to country, the enduring reality is that economic systems are intertwined to such an extent that total insulation is unattainable. This crisis has since been referred to as a global crisis, commonly known as the global meltdown or the subprime crisis. At its core, this crisis originated within the financial sector, leading to repercussions cascading into various other sectors of multiple economies. The global financial sector is fundamentally considered the backbone upon which other sectors rely heavily for capital and financial support, ultimately contributing to national economic growth. As such, any dysfunction within the financial sector invariably sends shockwaves throughout the entire economy, making it impossible for other sectors to remain insulated from a financial crisis. As explored in the previous section on global integration, the understanding of how financial integration fosters cross-border interdependencies clarifies why a financial sector crisis can traverse various economies. Over time, global financial institutions have evolved to become increasingly complex, loaded with a broad range of diversified, risky products that often operate on thin profit margins. Consequently, institutions have engaged in risky behaviors, such as over-leveraging, which have exacerbated their vulnerabilities. The entanglement and breadth of these financial institutions have made it challenging, if not impossible, to track their activities. For example, the derivatives market, intricate financial instruments linked to underlying assets such as exchange rates, bonds, equities, or commodities, became heavily utilized. The real issue lay not in the presence of credit derivatives themselves, but in their extent of exposure, which often exceeded the balance sheets of many institutions by multiple times. This situation represented a precarious structure, akin to an inverted pyramid, inherently unstable and primed for collapse under minimal friction. The proverbial trigger was the defaults by subprime mortgage borrowers in the United States. Bonds generated from mortgage-backed securities, MBS, which had been intricately sliced and diced by banks, investment bankers, and other financial entities, had disseminated and integrated throughout the global financial system. The degree of interconnection became so extensive that it made tracking these securities nearly impossible, even for the banks that originally issued them. This circumstance ignited a chain reaction, resulting in the abrupt demise of several prominent financial institutions such as Lehman Brothers and AIG, as well as the collapse of renowned companies like Bear Stearns and General Motors, leading to the closure of numerous well-established banks. The stock market experienced consequential crashes, and thus the event earned the designation of global meltdown, representing the complete obliteration of substantial global financial entities and the accompanying market turmoil. It is crucial to highlight that governments in both the US and Europe were made aware of the crisis only after it had already taken hold, placing them in a position where preventive action was impossible prior to the collapse. Since the onset of the crisis, around 157 banks in the US have ceased operations. While the origins of the crisis can be traced back to the United States, the repercussions resonated throughout the global economy, creating tremors felt across nations. So, who exactly are the subprime borrowers? This term refers to individuals who lack the financial means to adequately service their loans, often borrowing for consumption rather than investment. The peculiar nature of this lending arose from the U.S. economic model focusing on consumption-driven growth. The idea was that increased consumption spurred demand for goods and services, ultimately resulting in greater production and economic output. In response to earlier economic slowdowns, American banks embarked on aggressive lending practices, reaching out indiscriminately with the belief that their financial systems could absorb any associated risks through diversification and complex financial instruments. Thus, one might question the fundamental reasons behind this monumental crisis. Should we attribute it solely to global financial integration, the extension of credit to subprime borrowers, aggressive lending practices, or perhaps a combination of these factors? Each certainly played a role, but there were 5 specific excesses that were instrumental in triggering the crisis. 1. Excessive overleveraging. 2. Excess liquidity in financial markets. 3. Excessively complex financial products. 4. Unwarranted confidence in the resilience of the financial system. 5. Excess greed within the financial sector. The first issue is the financial system's restructuring, which closely resembles an inverted pyramid, inherently fragile and vulnerable. Secondly, the lax regulatory environment surrounding financial institutions allowed overleveraging to occur unchecked. Lastly, there was a pervasive overconfidence among international financial institutions that systemic failures were impossible. In conclusion, while subprime borrowers indeed acted merely as the catalyst for the crisis, it is essential to recognize the overarching structure that set the stage for a crisis that was almost inevitable, waiting only for the right trigger to manifest. Global crisis and India. Challenging circumstances. The global economic crisis had significant repercussions for the United States and Europe, leading to a contraction of their output. Despite this downturn, these economies did not officially enter a recession, which is defined as a continuous decline in output over 2 consecutive quarters. Yet, the specter of recession loomed large over them, with greater anxiety stemming from escalating unemployment rates rather than the mere contraction of output. In contrast, India exhibited a higher degree of financial integration relative to trade integration, with capital inflows, both in the current and capital account, exceeding 100% of its GDP. It is crucial to recognize that the United States represents an immense economy, making it impossible for any nation to disregard the negative spillover effects arising from its fluctuations. As the largest economy globally, the U.S. serves as a fundamental catalyst for economic integration and interdependency among nations. While the global crisis undeniably impacted India and other Asian economies, such as China, the result was more of a slowdown in growth rather than an outright contraction of output in these economies. Although all these nations felt the repercussions, the intensity of the impact was considerably milder compared to what the US and European economies encountered. This was largely due to the nature of the crisis, which was primarily a financial sector turmoil. In India, the financial system remained relatively insulated, thanks to the predominant role of public sector banks, which were less susceptible to complex risk products, were not excessively leveraged, adopted a risk-averse nature, and had limited exposure to international markets and products. The crisis did lead to a shift in India's domestic financial sector, pushing it into a cautious and wait-and-watch mode, resulting in an aversion to lending. While some private and foreign banks in India were affected, the scale of the impact on these institutions was limited in relation to their overall balance sheets. This self-imposed tightening of liquidity among banks resulted in reduced capital availability for the industrial sector, which had also adopted a cautious approach. Consequently, this situation led to a buildup of inventories, prolonged production and repayment cycles, and a noticeable slowdown in both industrial and overall economic growth within India. The banking sector was on the verge of encountering defaults and an accumulation of bad loans, which could have exacerbated the crisis significantly. Despite the challenges faced, the Indian financial sector was fortunate as it did not witness the collapse of any banks or financial institutions. Nevertheless, the crisis resulted in a notable contraction of exports, an occurrence that hadn't been seen in over a decade. However, this decline was not sufficient to trigger an overall contraction of the Indian economy, given the relatively low share of exports in total economic output. The overarching effect of the global crisis on India was an environment rife with fear and uncertainty, which contributed to a slowdown in economic activity and a temporary decline in exports lasting approximately 6 months. The potential ramifications could have been more severe for both the global economy and India. However, timely and coordinated government interventions in India, as well as in major economies like the US, the EU, and Japan, played a crucial role in mitigating these impacts. In the aftermath of the global crisis, one positive aspect was the prompt and cohesive approach taken by governments. This unidirectional intervention helped avoid panic that could have led to even graver consequences, reminiscent of the Great Depression. Government interventions were characterized by several key features. Firstly, there was a conscious effort to prevent panic, leveraging collective wisdom. Secondly, the interventions were driven by a collective and consensus-based approach. Thirdly, there was a clear distinction between immediate direct measures and indirect medium to long-term strategies aimed at addressing structural issues within the global financial system to prevent future occurrences, and fourthly, it was important to address both short-term remedies and long-term reforms as part of a broader reform strategy. Nations faced with varying degrees of crisis impact could opt for immediate interventions, categorizing them as either a bailout package, which involved providing government finances and capital infusion, or a stimulus package, focused on fiscal loosening. The U.S. government opted for a range of bailout packages through capital infusions and even took control of certain institutions. Simultaneously, it relaxed monetary policy by adopting measures such as quantitative easing and slashing interest rates to near zero levels, aiming to revive growth in the U.S. economy. On the other hand, the Indian government adopted a blend of preventive and stimulatory measures, including 1. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, permitted banks to restructure their loan accounts and reschedule loan installments. This intervention aimed to prevent the accumulation of bad loans within the banking system. 2. The RBI implemented quantitative easing by lowering the cash reserve ratio, CRR, to enhance liquidity in the financial system. 3. Banks were encouraged to overcome their risk-averse tendencies, which was deemed a hindrance rather than a solution to the economic slowdown. 4. Fiscal measures as part of the stimulus package included rolling back excise duties and corporate tax rates to provide necessary support to the industrial sector. 5. The government accepted a high fiscal deficit by ramping up spending even amidst inflationary pressures and situations that compromised fiscal rules under the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, FRBMA. In fact, India recorded its highest fiscal deficit in 16 years. 6. Various incentives and concessions were extended to boost exports, while new strategies were developed to diversify trade relationships, particularly with Afro-Asian countries that were less affected by the crisis. Ultimately, it was this combination of measures that limited the overall impact of the crisis. Remarkably, the situation did not necessitate a bailout, as no financial institution in India faced collapse. Some critics argue that the limited impact on India can be attributed to the public sector's dominance within the financial landscape, which shielded it somewhat from global market exposure. However, it is vital to acknowledge that timely interventions by the Reserve Bank and the government were integral in averting possible collapses among smaller public sector banks. Banking inherently involves risk, and while some caution in lending is prudent, total risk aversion is detrimental. The focus should be on growth and expansion through enhanced risk assessment capabilities, rigorous risk diversification strategies, and well-developed risk mitigants. Understanding risk appetite and ensuring adequate capital for risk-taking are essential. Although the risk-averse public sector character can help weather financial crises, this cautious approach can also inhibit the expansion of banks, which is critical for fostering a solid risk appetite. Despite India's impressive status as the fourth-largest economy globally, none of its banks ranks among the top 50 banks worldwide based on any standard metrics, aside from perhaps the number of employees. This raises the pivotal question: while India has proven its resilience in withstanding the global crisis and has successfully navigated through tumultuous times, what does the future hold? As India continues to pursue deeper levels of economic integration, it will likely need to consider the merger of banks to achieve the necessary critical mass. At some juncture, the Indian banking system may have to reconsider its public sector character to cultivate a few large banks that can emerge as global financial institutions, thereby playing a more substantial role in the global financial ecosystem. World Trade Organization (WTO) issues with India. Global Trade Agreements, GATT and WTO. The transformation of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, into the World Trade Organization, WTO, marks a significant milestone in the chronicles of economic development. This transformation establishes a transparent framework for orderly international trade and lays the groundwork for an evolutionary multilateral trading system that transcends national borders. The objective of this reformation is to enhance global trade and foster welfare improvements across nations. In comparison to GATT, the WTO's scope is undeniably broader. It encompasses not only tariffs and non-tariff barriers but also addresses a wide array of trade-related issues pertinent to over 150 nations. Notably, over two-thirds of these participants are classified as developing or emerging market economies. This inclusivity reflects the urgent necessity for a robust platform to manage the rapid integration of the global economy, increased interdependence, and heightened reliance on trade. Achieving consensus among such a diverse group of nations is an intricate challenge that has proven far from simple. In the last 2 decades, significant strides have been made, particularly in the elimination of non-tariff barriers, NTBs, to trade, the establishment of a broad consensus on intellectual property rights under the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, TRIPS, investment measures articulated through trade-related investment measures, TRIMs, and the creation of a dispute settlement body, DSB, for resolving trade disputes. Since 1990, the WTO has supported a remarkable increase of over 150% in global trade. However, the organization appears to be at an impasse regarding market access initiatives, MAIs, which involve access to goods and services categorized into 3 main segments. 1. Agriculture. 2. Non-agricultural market access, NAMA. 3. General Agreement on Trade in Services, GATS. While the issues pertaining to agricultural market access were initially addressed during the Uruguay round of negotiations, the Doha round aimed to explore these matters in greater depth. The initial goal for concluding the Doha round was set for January 1, 2005, but this deadline was missed, along with subsequent unofficial deadlines in December 2006 and beyond. This deadlock persists, despite a broad consensus on the need for a transparent multilateral trading system. However, discussions have largely remained at a macro level, with limited actionable insights on implementation. The financial crisis has further diverted attention, as nations focus on regaining their respective economic growth trajectories. The stumbling blocks in finalizing the Doha round primarily arise from discord between developed nations such as the United States, Europe, and Japan, versus developing nations like India and China, who struggle to reach an agreement on how to open up agriculture and industrial sectors. In agriculture specifically, several contentious issues arise. 1. Special products, SP. There is a general agreement that a category of agricultural products vital for livelihoods will not see a reduction in tariffs. However, the debate lies not in the concept of special products, but in the inclusion of numerous agricultural goods by countries such as India, which developed nations find problematic. A. Countries like India, China, and Brazil, which have extensive agricultural sectors, worry that a rollback of tariff lines may have detrimental effects. B. India currently maintains approximately 700 tariff lines for agricultural products, but only about 2% are designated as special products. Therefore, there is a pressing need to expand the list of agricultural goods classified as special products. C. While there is a need for developing countries to be assertive, the reality is that any potential rollback will have to be gradual to allow adequate time for the agricultural sector to adjust. D. India's current tariff levels exceed 100%. While seeking protection for domestic agriculture is valid, excessive protection might breed complacency that hinders productivity advancement. E. The agricultural sector in India demands improved productivity through scientific farming practices, enhanced research and development. Relying solely on protectionist measures can lead to the opposite effect. F. Furthermore, the existing overprotection does not translate into welfare improvements for millions of farmers, many of whom live at subsistence levels. By lowering protection levels, these farmers cannot possibly be made worse off than their current state. G. Policymakers must approach negotiations with a mature perspective that acknowledges the broader context of increased agricultural trade, which can ultimately lead to economic gains. H. In light of the current deadlock, finding a compromise through incremental shifts in position will be far more productive than remaining inflexible. 2. Special Safeguards Mechanisms, SSM. This mechanism is designed for countries that are net importers of food and allows them to restrict imports under adverse conditions. While India advocates for its inclusion under this provision, critics argue that it is not intended for economically empowered nations like India, which largely achieves self-sufficiency in food grains. 3. Export subsidies. These are financial incentives provided by developed countries to promote agricultural exports. There is a growing consensus among developed nations regarding the phased elimination of these subsidies. India, which does not currently provide export subsidies, views this as a non-issue. 4. Aggregate measures of support, AMS. This refers to domestic subsidies allocated to the agricultural sector, characterized by the de minimis rule, which permits specific commodity support only when it surpasses 5% of its production value. This framework includes different subsidy classifications like green box subsidies, for livelihood and environmental purposes, blue box subsidies, to limit crop production, and amber box subsidies, to increase crop output. A. While there is general agreement on the legitimacy of green box subsidies, challenges arise regarding the other classifications, particularly the reluctance of developed countries to make necessary concessions that could facilitate tangible rollback. B. For India, the subsidies in place are exclusively green box subsidies, hence, no rollback is warranted. However, many developed nations evade necessary adjustments by shifting subsidy allocations into various boxes, resulting in trade-distorting practices. C. To break the impasse, developed nations must concede in this area. 5. Sanitary and phytosanitary conditions, SPS. These refer to various regulations imposed on agricultural goods concerning sanitation and hygiene, among other criteria. A. There is a perception that these conditions can be applied in a non-transparent and discriminatory manner, adversely affecting trade. B. India's stance does not oppose SPS provisions per se but argues for their enhancement in transparency, uniformity, and non-discriminatory application. Thus, the issues surrounding agriculture are complex and multifaceted, underscoring the difficulty in reaching consensus. A resolution to the Doha Round is likely unattainable without addressing agricultural concerns. Issues in non-agricultural market access, NAMA. While the realm of non-agricultural market access presents fewer complications than agriculture, it nonetheless harbors various critical areas requiring consensus. One significant principle gaining traction is less than full reciprocity, LTFR, which posits that developing nations would undertake smaller tariff reductions relative to developed nations, and over an extended timeframe. However, a consensus regarding the formula for reducing tariffs across product lines remains elusive. The previously favored Swiss formula, which proposed that higher tariffs yield higher reductions, has not found favor among developing nations. Regarding trade and services, India is largely supportive of the proposed modes of trade, which include 1. Mode 1, services rendered without any physical movement of the service provider or seeker. Examples include call centers and various outsourcing processes. 2. Mode 2, involves the temporary physical movement of service providers to render services without establishing a permanent commercial presence, e.g., a visiting doctor. 3. Mode 3, this involves establishing a permanent commercial presence in another nation, e.g., a foreign university opening a college in India. 4. Mode 4, India prioritizes the free movement of people for employment purposes across international borders. Currently, the WTO is at a pause after years of challenging negotiations. The urgency to consolidate these discussions into a unified agreement is paramount, especially following the global crisis which altered the landscape of international trade. Emerging economies and developed nations alike recognize that multilateral trade agreements are crucial for revitalizing economies post-recession. Moving forward, the outcome of the next round of negotiations will be heavily influenced by countries' willingness to adapt their perspective. Learning from prior negotiations is essential to forge consensus effectively. Key considerations moving forward may include recognizing the WTO as a platform for long-term negotiations that prioritize overall societal benefits rather than sector-specific gains. Assessing the breadth of opportunities available for trade expansion. Reconsidering the antiquated approach of nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, which complicates negotiations and prolongs reaching conclusions. Establishing subcommittees to handle both contentious and non-contentious issues separately, streamlining the process of resolution. Acknowledging the value of collaborative approaches rather than competitive bargaining to foster a fair and orderly multilateral trading framework. At no time has the necessity for the WTO and multilateral trading been more crucial than in today's global context. It would be a testament to global foresight to achieve an early breakthrough and conclusion of the Doha Round, thereby enabling the reconstruction of a more robust and integrated global economy that benefits all nations involved. Indian efforts towards economic reforms. Encapsulating economic reforms. In this analysis, we explore India from three key perspectives: domestic, external, and global. It is essential to integrate all these viewpoints to form a comprehensive understanding of the Indian economic landscape, especially concerning the rapidly evolving global environment and the multitude of challenges that lie ahead. Before delving into future tasks, we must first take stock of the economic reforms implemented over the last 2 decades. These reforms, while discussed in isolation due to their multisectoral nature, warrant a cohesive examination. Post-independence, India experienced a significant global transition, with the economic reforms of 1991 marking a pivotal moment in this journey. These reforms represent a shift from an inward-looking economic policy to one that embraces globalization and an outward orientation. This transformation reflects a growing confidence among the government in the market and the roles of private enterprises in driving economic growth. The following sections will aim to provide a holistic and comprehensive review of these economic reforms initiated since 1991. Common belief suggests that 1991 heralded the dawn of economic reforms in India. However, it is important to recognize that reform efforts can be traced back to earlier years. These earlier initiatives were often piecemeal, addressing specific issues on a micro level, and can be thought of as changes rather than true reforms. The 1991 policy marked a transition from mere changes to structured reforms, establishing a new precedent in policy formulation that had not been witnessed before. One crucial aspect of these reforms stems from the balance of payments (BOP) crisis that India faced in the early 1990s. The severity of the crisis necessitated the pledging of gold reserves and resulted in a loan from the International Monetary Fund (IMF), which subsequently catalyzed the onset of the 1991 economic reforms. It is essential to view economic reforms not as one-time events but as an ongoing process, a continuous journey marked by shifts in policy and strategy to navigate the evolving economic landscape. This journey is endless. While there may be periods of slowdown or pause, the momentum for reform must ultimately resume. In the discourse surrounding economic reforms, terms such as first-generation and second-generation reforms have emerged. First-generation reforms refer to the initial, centrally driven initiatives designed to address the immediate causes of the crisis, as well as structural rigidities within various markets, including industrial, trade, and financial sectors. These reforms were relatively easier to implement, often executed through administrative orders that could quickly yield tangible results. In contrast, the second-generation reforms are more extensive in scope. Instituted to achieve higher growth rates and tackle complex issues such as poverty and unemployment, these reforms delve deeper and extend beyond mere product markets. They require collaboration among various stakeholders, including state governments and a broad consensus across political lines. Due to their complexity, second-generation reforms often demand significant time and resources for legislative amendments and achieve substantial economic development. Key focus areas for these reforms include strategies aimed at eradicating poverty and empowering marginalized and weaker sections of society, initiatives to enhance employment opportunities and establish stronger social security nets for disadvantaged individuals, social sector reforms aimed at bolstering social infrastructure, including greater investment in education, health services, housing facilities, improved water supply, and sanitation. Ongoing fiscal consolidation efforts aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit through increased tax revenues, non-tax revenues, and minimizing unproductive expenditures by scaling back subsidies. Aiming to reduce fiscal deficit to 3% of GDP for the central government and 2% for state governments, while striving to achieve a zero revenue deficit. Increasing capital expenditure on rural infrastructure to stimulate agricultural growth and promote rural development. Continuing the disinvestment program for loss-making public sector enterprises. Gradually abolishing subsidies on non-merit goods and eliminating hidden subsidies that disproportionately benefit wealthier segments of society. Reforming labor laws to create a more conducive environment for employment generation. The primary distinction between first-generation and second-generation reforms lies in their implementation priorities and the relative ease of execution. While they are not necessarily sequential, both can and should be pursued simultaneously based on their urgency and the political climate. The success of these reforms ultimately depends on the general levels of acceptability within both the governmental and political spheres. In conclusion, understanding India's economic reforms requires an analytical approach that considers the multifaceted perspectives of domestic issues, external dynamics, and the larger global context. As we continue this journey of reform, it is crucial to remain adaptable and vigilant, ensuring that these reforms address the evolving needs of the population while empowering the economy for sustainable growth in the future. Assessment of economic reforms in India. Since 1991, the economic reforms initiated in India have primarily been categorized as first-generation reforms, with only a few aspects falling into the realm of second-generation reforms. These reforms are predominantly driven by the central government, focusing on various sectors of the economy. While detailed discussions of these reforms have occurred in previous sections, a comprehensive review is essential to enhance understanding and cohesion regarding their implications. Industrial sector reforms. The industrial policy introduced in 1991, often referred to as the policy of liberalization, represented a monumental shift in India's economic landscape. This policy led to the dismantling of the industrial licensing system, granting a greater role to the private sector and fostering a competitive environment. The implications of these reforms include: 1. The opening up of the private sector has prompted substantial growth in numerous industries, including pivotal sectors such as oil, power, and other critical industries. 2. The diversification of India's industrial base has allowed for a wide range of industrial goods to be produced, contributing to economic robustness. 3. The coexistence of public and private enterprises in a competitive framework has highlighted India's mixed economy character, fostering an atmosphere conducive to innovation and efficiency. 4. Post-reform, the private sector has played a significant role in boosting industrial growth and propelling overall economic growth, with private investments leading the charge. 5. Many private firms have aggressively pursued global acquisitions, establishing themselves as competitive players on the international stage. Notable examples include Tata Chorus, Jaguar, TCS, Videocon, and ONGC. 6. Additionally, the public sector has been granted greater autonomy, allowing for operational flexibility within this competitive environment. These reforms have collectively contributed to establishing India as a market economy, with the pricing of most industrial goods determined by market forces, aside from a few exceptions such as certain petroleum products. The last 2 decades have witnessed remarkable growth in the production capacity of the private sector, resulting in increased overall investments in the economy and positioning India to achieve an overall growth rate of 10% in the foreseeable future. Financial sector reforms. The reforms in the financial sector, particularly within the banking industry, were largely catalyzed by the recommendations of the Narsingham Committee, which aimed to facilitate liberal entry for private and foreign banks. Key areas of reform include: 1. The introduction of private sector banks alongside public sector banks, fostering competition and a more diverse array of banking products and improved services. 2. Public sector banks have been afforded greater autonomy, enabling them to operate competitively and formulate independent policies under the overarching guidance of the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. 3. Interest rates for deposits and advances have been deregulated, giving banks the leeway to determine their interest offerings. 4. Lending rates have also been liberalized, with banks required to publish their lowest interest rates for optimal transparency, a concept exemplified by the benchmarked prime lending rate, BPLR. In 2010, the RBI mandated banks to adopt a base rate of interest to ensure no lending occurs below this threshold. 5. Enhanced transparency has been introduced in banking practices, highlighting the significance of full disclosure regarding both productive and non-performing assets. 6. Standardization has been established regarding income recognition, asset classification, and provisioning norms across the banking sector. For the first time, a uniform definition for non-performing assets, NPAs, classified based on a 90-day non-payment rule, has been instituted. 7. Recognizing the inherent risks in banking, institutions are now required to adhere to capital adequacy norms that reflect international best practices. The overarching goal of these financial sector reforms has been to cultivate a highly competitive banking environment, enhancing service delivery, diversifying products, and refining interest rate structures to accommodate the financial needs of India's burgeoning economy. Insurance sector reforms. The Malhotra Committee's recommendations facilitated the opening of the insurance sector to private entities, transitioning from a predominantly government-controlled environment to one more receptive to competition. The insurance industry saw the introduction of private companies while maintaining a cap of 26% for foreign equity participation. The post-reforms era has prompted the establishment of numerous private insurance entities in the Indian market. Tax reforms. Significant tax reforms have taken place, notably transitioning from a traditional sales tax system to a value-added tax (VAT) approach, which homogenizes the state VAT regimes. A future-oriented reform aims for a comprehensive goods and services tax (GST) that would streamline indirect taxation. Similarly, the anticipated direct tax code promises to simplify the direct tax framework, fostering improved compliance and administration. Trade sector reforms. The trade sector reforms have had a significant impact, reflecting India's commitment to greater openness and integration into the global economy. Key aspects include 1. Initiatives signaling a move towards a market-oriented economy, emphasizing the importance of exports, capital flows, and competitiveness within the domestic market. 2. The shift towards a market-determined exchange rate, the transition from the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, (FERA), to the Foreign Exchange Management Act, (FEMA), and the establishment of current account convertibility have all contributed to a liberalized economic framework. 3. An overhaul of foreign investment policy has been undertaken to attract international capital, easing capital inflow regulations. 4. These reforms have significantly boosted export activity, resulting in an increased share of India in global trade. 5. Today, external transactions constitute over 100% of India's GDP, with foreign exchange reserves providing an import cover exceeding 7 months, an impressive leap from approximately 7 days in 1991. Notably, the reforms have enabled India not just to recover from economic crises but to switch from being a borrower to a lender status with the International Monetary Fund, IMF. This transformation has enhanced India's standing as an emerging economy, affording it greater influence in global matters, and making it the second fastest growing economy in the world, following China. Labor reforms. In addition to ensuring transparency and accountability in labor law enforcement, the Indian government has implemented several initiatives focused on enhancing worker dignity through social security provisions and improved employment quality. Recent reforms include 1. Introduction of new labor codes that amalgamate and simplify existing labor laws into 4 primary categories: wages, industrial relations, social security and welfare, and occupational safety, health, and working conditions, based on the recommendations of the Second National Commission on Labor. 2. Launching the Shram Suvidha portal, a unified web platform aimed at improving the transparency and accountability of labor law enforcement and simplifying compliance. 3. The Maternity Benefit Amendment Act of 2017, which has increased paid maternity leave from 12 weeks to 26 weeks, benefiting millions of women employees. Furthermore, the government is working to subsidize a portion of this salary in order to incentivize employers. 4. The Payment of Gratuity Amendment Bill of 2018, which raised the maximum gratuity ceiling from 10 Indian rupees lakhs to 20 Indian rupees lakhs. 5. The introduction of the Atal Bimat Vyakti Kalyan Yojana, a scheme offering financial relief to insured persons facing unemployment while seeking new jobs. 6. The Umang, ESIC, Shinta Se Mukti mobile app, which provides insured persons with essential information services, enhancing accessibility and support. Areas where economic reforms have fallen short. Despite the substantial progress made through these reforms, there are notable concerns that warrant attention. 1. Overall economic growth, although surpassing past performance and outpacing other countries, remains uneven and exclusionary, failing to benefit the broader population adequately. 2. The expected expansion of employment opportunities traditionally associated with high economic growth has not materialized, particularly within the manufacturing sector, where job stagnation persists. 3. Economic growth has resulted in pronounced interstate and intrastate inequalities, leaving poorer states such as Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Assam, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh relatively untouched. 4. While the License Raj has been dismantled, many have argued that this has been replaced by a more oppressive Inspector Raj, with bureaucratic controls shifting from direct to indirect forms. 5. The complexity surrounding the levy and collection of excise duties has yet to be simplified. 6. Relationships between politics and business, which were expected to be reformed, have instead strengthened despite ongoing reform processes. The comprehensive assessment of these challenges suggests the government appears to have become cautious regarding more ambitious reforms. Critical areas needing attention include: 1. Labor market reforms which, despite being fundamental to addressing the nexus between growth and employment opportunities, remain largely unaddressed. 2. Reducing the multiplicity of indirect engagements between the private sector and government entities is vital for enhancing economic efficiency. 3. Engaging state governments in reform efforts is essential for driving deeper changes across regions. 4. Urgent actions are needed to make the National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, functional as part of an exit policy that facilitates liberalization. 5. Privatization efforts appear stalled, with a focus on disinvestment in the public sector being insufficiently ambitious. Establishing a broad-based consensus on privatization would provide greater effectiveness. 6. Inefficient and loss-making public sector units continue to drain resources, yet no concrete strategies are in place for their integration into a liberalized market economy. 7. The banking sector remains predominantly public, with limited movements towards consolidation or privatization jeopardizing long-term sustainability. 8. Insurance sector reforms are perceived as half-hearted, with the government's continued dominance stifling market development and penetration. 9. The foreign direct investment, FDI, policy still grapples with structural challenges that hinder foreign investment. Addressing key areas such as FDI in organized retail and adjusting sectoral caps for foreign insurance companies must be prioritized to foster a more conducive investment climate. In sum, while India's economic reform journey since 1991 has laid a strong foundation for growth and development, substantial challenges remain. With focused efforts and a keen eye on inclusive growth and sustainability, India can unlock its true economic potential, ensuring benefits extend equitably across all sections of society. Pending economic reform initiatives. The Indian government faces a considerable list of unfinished economic reforms, issues that are currently not prioritized but will undoubtedly become crucial for driving deeper and more sustainable reforms as the economy integrates further into the global environment. These reforms are often hindered by political complexities inherent within a democratic framework, compounded by a lack of consensus on many of the more ambitious reform proposals. It's essential to clarify that the government should not adopt a coercive approach to push through these bolder reforms. Instead, it should focus on implementing reforms that fall within its domain. These are generally less controversial and more feasible. For the more ambitious reforms, it's important to recognize and flag these issues, creating appropriate platforms for discussion. Over time, with sustained dialogue and consensus development, these initiatives can be brought to fruition. Moreover, it is vital to recognize that reforms extend beyond economic policies. They encompass a wider range of issues that can profoundly affect the economy's overall health. Reforms in the areas of policing, the judiciary, and bureaucratic systems, for instance, can instill a sense of optimism and promote sentiments of growth and well-being across society. Such changes can generate confidence among investors and citizens alike, thereby creating a more conducive environment for economic activity. While these various reforms are centered around government action and oversight, it is pertinent to ask, what about reforms within the government itself? The government must also undertake reforms to enhance its efficacy and responsiveness. Improvements in decision-making speed, better coordination among ministries, a leaner bureaucratic structure, and embracing technology can all significantly boost governmental operations. Adopting a proactive rather than reactive stance would send positive signals to the economy and stakeholders. The challenge lies not only in implementing a significant number of smaller reforms but also in overcoming the stagnation that has characterized the reform agenda in India. The slowdown does not stem from an inability to push through larger reforms, rather, it reflects a failure to identify and create platforms for broader consensus on these critical issues. questions arise not about the capacity to implement bold reforms but about the ability to highlight these reforms and facilitate comprehensive dialogue and agreement among various stakeholders. Furthermore, governmental self-reform, which is relatively straightforward in theory, poses its own difficulties. It requires resolute will, disciplined execution, and an overarching awareness of the responsibility towards national interests, taking precedence over partisan interests. The government's ability to navigate its internal challenges and reach a higher standard of governance will be essential in realizing a holistic economic reform agenda that not only addresses immediate challenges but also prepares the economy for the future. In summary, both economic and administrative reforms are necessary for fostering an environment conducive to sustainable growth, and the onus is on the government to lead by example in its reform endeavors. Transformative economic reforms focused on growth. In 2014, following a historic electoral victory for the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, Narendra Modi was appointed as India's Prime Minister. Upon assuming office, he made a sweeping promise to usher in good days, or Ek Din, for all citizens. From day one of the Modi administration, discussions concerning an ambitious agenda for so-called Big Bang economic reforms were pervasive across various platforms. These reforms were primarily categorized into several key areas: the goods and services tax, GST, land acquisition, labor market reforms, banking, investment liberalization, and subsidy reforms. Over the past 2 years, the government has made strides in the reform landscape, not by implementing drastic Big Bang changes, but through a series of smaller, incremental reforms. Notably, significant momentum was generated in the area of subsidy reforms. The government successfully initiated a linkage between Aadhaar, the unique identification system, and bank accounts, facilitating the rollout of the Direct Benefit Transfer (DBT) scheme. The introduction of the LPG subsidy through the DBT mechanism emerged as one of the government's commendable actions aimed at curbing leaks and diversions of government funds, a problem that had long plagued the system. Looking ahead, it is crucial for the government to broaden its reform agenda to include essential areas such as food, fertilizer, and other benefits targeted at the poor. The passage of the Aadhaar bill serves as a vital enabler in this process. The current government leverages the DBT channel, which is anchored in the Aadhaar system, first proposed by the UPA regime. This link is particularly significant as the government makes strides towards financial inclusion via the JAM, Jan Dan, Aadhaar, and Mobile, Trinity. With 99.21 crore Aadhaar cards disseminated, representing nearly 97% of the adult population in India, advancing subsidy reforms through this established channel is a logical progression. Furthermore, the liberalization of foreign direct investment, FDI, norms, alongside Modi's numerous international visits, has led to a notable influx of foreign capital. FDI inflows surged by 29%, reaching $40 billion during the fiscal year ending in March 2016. However, the absence of a revival in the private investment cycle continues to impede economic growth. New projects have yet to emerge at significant scales, and the existing portfolio of stalled projects has reached alarming levels, totaling 11.4 lakh crore by the end of the fiscal year 2016. The stark reduction in private investments is exacerbated by diminishing bank funding towards industries. The surge in non-performing assets, NPAs, on bank balance sheets has compelled many banks to retract funding avenues. Additionally, state-run banks, hampered by capital shortages, struggle to finance economic growth. Thus, a significant challenge for the government will be to stimulate private investment to boost funding for India's infrastructural projects, which is critical for energizing the economy. In the context of banking sector reforms, the enactment of the Bankruptcy Code marks a substantial milestone in the extensive overhaul of the nation's roughly 101 lakh crore banking sector, although its success hinges on effective implementation. This legislative passage also assisted the previous UPA government in breaking through a reform stalemate during tumultuous parliamentary sessions characterized by political strife. Despite these developments, the reform agenda remains incomplete. Should the current trend of rising NPAs persist over the coming quarters, state-run banks could face a financial crisis if the government is unable to implement effective bailouts. The ability to prevent a banking crisis will be central to evaluating the overall progress in economic reform. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has initiated a cleanup process, revealing the underlying challenges related to concealed bad loans, particularly affecting state-owned banks. In the first quarter of 2017, public sector banks reported a staggering level of bad loans, culminating in cumulative losses exceeding 14,000 rupees crore. Prompt action for a banking sector cleanup is imperative, as a failure to address the crisis could jeopardize broader economic stability. In the long run, a pressing need for radical reforms in the banking sector is privatization, as the government cannot continue to inject funds into these institutions indefinitely. As for land reforms, it appears that the issue has largely receded from the immediate agenda. Land acquisition has become primarily a state-level concern, limiting the central government's ability to enact decisive changes. Since assuming office, the government has embarked on a progressive reform agenda that spans multiple sectors: legislative efforts such as the Bankruptcy Act, procedural advancements like direct benefits transfer, and systemic reforms like transparent resource auctions. Notably, reforms in the power sector concerning coal supply, the financial health of distribution companies under the UDAY scheme, and the introduction of GST as the most significant tax reform have fulfilled commitments to substantially elevate GDP growth by an anticipated 1.5% to 2% in the upcoming years. Overall, while India's economic reform journey has been marked by several achievements, considerable challenges remain. A focused endeavor to revitalize investment cycles, address banking sector stress, and broaden the scope of welfare reforms will be pivotal for sustaining growth and realizing the ambitious economic vision set forth by the Modi government.